Chapter 40 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Trip to Louisville. The most serious difficulty confronting Cowperwood from now on was really not so much political as financial. In building up and financing his Chicago street railway enterprises he had, in those days when Addison was president of the Lake City National, used that bank as his chief source of supply. Afterward, when Addison had been forced to retire from the Lake City to assume charge of the Chicago Trust Company, Cowperwood had succeeded in having the latter designated as a central reserve and in inducing a number of rural banks to keep their special deposits in its vaults. However, since the war on him and his interests had begun to strengthen through the efforts of Hand and Arneel, men most influential in the control of the other Central Reserve banks of Chicago and in close touch with the money barons of New York, there were signs not wanting that some of the country banks depositing with the Chicago Trust Company had been induced to withdraw because of pressure from outside inimical forces, and that more were to follow. It was some time before Cowperwood fully realized to what an extent this financial opposition might be directed against himself. In its very beginning it necessitated speedy hurryings to New York, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, Baltimore, Boston, even London at times, on the chance that there would be loose and ready cash in someone's possession. It was on one of these peregrinations that he encountered a curious personality which led to various complications in his life, sentimental and otherwise, which he had not hitherto contemplated. In various sections of the country Cowperwood had met many men of wealth, some grave, some gay, with whom he did business, and among these in Louisville, Kentucky, he encountered a certain Colonel Nathaniel Gillis, a very wealthy horseman, inventor, roue, from whom he occasionally extracted loans. The colonel was an interesting figure in Kentucky society, and taking a great liking to Cowperwood, he found pleasure during the brief periods in which they were together in piloting him about. On one occasion in Louisville he observed, "Tonight, Frank, with your permission, I am going to introduce you to one of the most interesting women I know. She isn't good, but she's entertaining. She has had a troubled history. She is the ex-wife of two of my best friends, both dead, and the ex-mistress of another. I like her because I knew her father and mother, and because she was a clever little girl and still is a nice woman, even if she is getting along. She keeps a sort of house of convenience here in Louisville for a few of her old friends. You haven't anything in particular to do tonight, have you? Suppose we go round there." Cowperwood, who was always genially supportive when among strong men, a sort of bounding collie, and who liked to humor those who could be of use to him, agreed. "It sounds interesting to me. Certainly I'll go. Tell me more about her. Is she good looking?" "Rather, but better yet, she is connected with a number of women who are." The colonel, who had a small gray goatee and sportive dark eyes, winked the latter solemnly. Cowperwood arose. "Take me there," he said. It was a rainy night. The business on which he was seeing the colonel required another day to complete. There was little or nothing to do. On the way the colonel retailed more of the life history of Nanny Hedden, as he familiarly called her, and explained that although this was her maiden name, she had subsequently become first Mrs. John Alexander Fleming, then, after a divorce, Mrs. Ira George Carter, and now, alas, was known among the exclusive set of fast livers to which he belonged as plain Hattie Starr, the keeper of a more or less secret house of ill repute. Cowperwood did not take so much interest in all this until he saw her, and then only because of two children the colonel told him about, one a girl by her first marriage, Berenice Fleming, who was away in a New York boarding school, the other a boy Rolfe Carter, who was in a military school for boys somewhere in the West. "That daughter of hers," observed the Colonel, "is a chip off the old block, unless I miss my guess. I only saw her 2 or 3 times a few years ago when I was down East at her mother's summer home, but she struck me as having great charm even for a girl of 10. She's a lady born, if ever there was one. How her mother is to keep her straight, living as she does, is more than I know. How she keeps her in that school is a mystery. There's apt to be a scandal here at any time. I'm very sure the girl doesn't know anything about her mother's business. She never lets her come out here." Berenice Fleming, Cowperwood thought to himself. What a pleasing name, and what a peculiar handicap in life. "How old is the daughter now?" he inquired. "Oh, she must be about 15, not more than that." When they reached the house, which was located in a rather somber, treeless street, Cowperwood was surprised to find the interior spacious and tastefully furnished. Presently Mrs. Carter, as she was generally known in society, or Hattie Starr, as she was known to a less satisfying world, appeared. Cowperwood realized at once that he was in the presence of a woman who, whatever her present occupation, was not without marked evidence of refinement. She was exceedingly intelligent, if not highly intellectual, trig, vivacious, anything but commonplace. A certain spirited undulation in her walk, a seeming gay, frank indifference to her position in life, an obvious accustomedness to polite surroundings took his fancy. Her hair was built up in a loose Frenchy way, after the fashion of the Empire, and her cheeks were slightly mottled with red veins. Her color was too high, and yet it was not utterly unbecoming. She had friendly, gray blue eyes, which went well with her light brown hair, along with a pink-flowered house gown, which became her fulling figure. She wore pearls. The widow of 2 husbands, thought Cowperwood, the mother of 2 children. With the Colonel's easy introduction began a light conversation. Mrs. Carter gracefully persisted that she had known of Cowperwood for some time. His strenuous street railway operations were more or less familiar to her. "It would be nice," she suggested, "since Mr. Cowperwood is here, if we invited Grace Deming to call." The latter was a favorite of the Colonel's. "I would be very glad if I could talk to Mrs. Carter," gallantly volunteered Cowperwood. He scarcely knew why. He was curious to learn more of her history. On subsequent occasions, and in more extended conversation with the Colonel, it was retailed to him in full. Nannie Haddon, or Mrs. John Alexander Fleming, or Mrs. Ira George Carter, or Hattie Starr, was by birth a descendant of a long line of Virginia and Kentucky Heddens and Coulters, related in a definite or vague way to half the aristocracy of 4 or 5 of the surrounding states. Now, although still a woman of brilliant parts, she was the keeper of a select house of assignation in this meager city of perhaps 200,000 population. How had it happened? How could it possibly have come about? She had been in her day a reigning beauty. She had been born to money and had married money. Her first husband, John Alexander Fleming, who had inherited wealth, tastes, privileges, and vices from a long line of slave-holding, tobacco-growing Flemings, was a charming man of the Kentucky-Virginia society type. He had been trained in the law with a view to entering the diplomatic service, but, being an idler by nature, had never done so. Instead, horse raising, horse racing, philandering, dancing, hunting, and the like had taken up his time. When their wedding took place, the Kentucky-Virginia society world considered it a great match. There was wealth on both sides. Then came much more of that idle social whirl which had produced the marriage. Even philanderings of a very vital character were not barred, though deception, in some degree at least, would be necessary. As a natural result, there followed the appearance in the mountains of North Carolina during a charming autumn outing of a gay young spark by the name of Tucker Tanner, and to be stole on him by the beautiful Nanny Fleming, as she was then called, of her temporary affections. Kind friends were quick to report what Fleming himself did not see, and Fleming, roue that he was, encountering young Mr. Tanner on a high mountain road one evening, said to him, "You get out of this party by night, or I will let daylight through you in the morning." Tucker Tanner, realizing that however senseless and unfair the exaggerated chivalry of the South might be, the end would be bullets just the same, departed. Mrs. Fleming, disturbed but unrepentant, considered herself greatly abused. There was much scandal. Then came quarrels, drinking on both sides, finally a divorce. Mr. Tucker Tanner did not appear to claim his damaged love, but the aforementioned Ira George Carter, a penniless never-do-well of the same generation and social standing, offered himself and was accepted. By the first marriage there had been one child, a girl. By the second there was another child, a boy, Ira George Carter. Before the children were old enough to impress Mrs. Carter with the importance of their needs or her own affection for them, had squandered in one ridiculous venture after another the bulk of the property willed to her by her father, Major Wickham Hedden. Ultimately, after drunkenness and dissipation on the husband's side, and finally his death, came the approach of poverty. Mrs. Carter was not practical, and still passionate and inclined to dissipation. However, the aimless, fatuous going to pieces of Ira George Carter, the looming pathos of the future of the children, and a growing sense of affection and responsibility had finally sobered her. The lure of love and life had not entirely disappeared, but her chance of sipping at those crystal founts had grown sadly slender. A woman of 38, and still possessing some beauty, she was not content to eat the husks provided for the unworthy. Her gorge rose at the thought of that neglected state into which the pariahs of society fall, and on which the inexperienced so cheerfully comment. Neglected by her own set, shunned by the respectable, her fortune quite gone, she was nevertheless determined that she would not be a backstreet seamstress or a pensioner upon the bounty of quondam friends. By insensible degrees came first unhallowed relationships through friendship and passing passion, then a curious intermediate state between the high world of fashion and the half world of harlotry, until finally in Louisville she had become, not openly, but actually, the mistress of a house of ill repute. Men who knew how these things were done, and who were consulting their own convenience far more than her welfare, suggested the advisability of it. 3 or 4 friends like Colonel Gillis wished rooms, convenient places in which to loaf, gamble, and bring their women. Hattie Starr was her name now, and as such she had even become known in a vague way to the police, but only vaguely, as a woman whose home was suspiciously gay on occasions. Cowperwood, with his appetite for the wonders of life, his appreciation of the dramas which produced either failure or success, could not help being interested in this spoiled woman who was sailing so vaguely the seas of chance. Colonel Gillis once said that with some strong man to back her, Nanny Fleming could be put back into society. She had a pleasant appeal, she and her 2 children, of whom she never spoke. After a few visits to her home, Cowperwood spent hours talking with Mrs. Carter whenever he was in Louisville. On one occasion, as they were entering her boudoir, she picked up a photograph of her daughter from the dresser and dropped it into a drawer. Cowperwood had never seen this picture before. It was that of a girl of 15 or 16, of whom he obtained but the most fleeting glance. Yet, with that instinct for the essential and vital which invariably possessed him, he gained a keen impression of it. It was of a delicately haggard child with a marvelously agreeable smile, a fine, high, poised head upon a thin neck, and an air of bored superiority. Combined with this was a touch of weariness about the eyelids which drooped in a lofty way. Cowperwood was fascinated. Because of the daughter he professed an interest in the mother which he really did not feel. A little later Cowperwood was moved to definite action by the discovery in a photographer's window in Louisville of a second picture of Berenice, a rather large affair which Mrs. Carter had had enlarged from a print sent her by her daughter some time before. Berenice was standing rather indifferently posed at the corner of a colonial mantel, a soft straw outing hat held negligently in one hand, one hip sunk lower than the other, a faint elusive smile playing dimly around her mouth. The smile was really not a smile, but only the wraith of one, and the eyes were wide, disingenuous, mock simple. The picture, because of its simplicity, appealed to him. He did not know that Mrs. Carter had never sanctioned its display. A personage, was Cowperwood's comment to himself, and he walked into the photographer's office to see what could be done about its removal and the destruction of the plates. $50 he found would arrange it all, plates, prints, everything. Since by this ruse he secured a picture for himself, he promptly had it framed and hung in his Chicago rooms, where sometimes of an afternoon when he was hurrying to change his clothes he stopped to look at it. With each succeeding examination his admiration and curiosity grew. Here was perhaps, he thought, the true society woman, the high-born lady, the realization of that ideal which Mrs. Merrill and many another grand dame had suggested. It was not so long after this again that, chancing to be in Louisville, he discovered Mrs. Carter in a very troubled social condition. Her affairs had received a severe setback. A certain Major Hagenbach, a citizen of considerable prominence, had died in her home under peculiar circumstances. He was a man of wealth, married, and nominally living with his wife in Lexington. As a matter of fact, he spent very little time there, and at the time of his death of heart failure was leading a pleasurable existence with a Miss Trent, an actress whom he had introduced to Mrs. Carter as his friend. The police, through a talkative deputy coroner, were made aware of all the facts. Pictures of Miss Trent, Mrs. Carter, Major Hagenbach, his wife, and many curious details concerning Mrs. Carter's home were about to appear in the papers when Colonel Gillis and others who were powerful socially and politically interfered. The affair was hushed up, but Mrs. Carter was in distress. This was more than she had bargained for. Her quondam friends were frightened away for the nonce. She herself had lost courage. When Cowperwood saw her, she had been in the very human act of crying, and her eyes were red. "Well, well," he commented on seeing her. She was in a moody gray in the bargain. "You don't mean to tell me you're worrying about anything, are you?" "Oh, Mr. Cowperwood," she exclaimed, pathetically, "I've had so much trouble since I saw you. You heard of Major Hagenbach's death, didn't you?" Cowperwood, who had heard something of the story from Colonel Gillis, nodded. "Well, I've just been notified by the police that I will have to move, and the landlord has given me notice, too. If it just weren't for my two children—" She dabbed at her eyes pathetically. Cowperwood meditated interestedly. "Haven't you got any place to go?" he asked. "I have a summer place in Pennsylvania," she confessed, "but I can't go there very well in February. Besides, it's my living I'm worried about. I have only this to depend on." She waved her hand inclusively toward the various rooms. "Don't you own that place in Pennsylvania?" he inquired. "Yes, but it isn't worth much, and I couldn't sell it. I've been trying to do that anyhow for some time, because Berenice is getting tired of it." "And haven't you any money laid away?" "It's taken all I have to run this place and keep the children in school. I've been trying to give Berenice and Rolfe a chance to do something for themselves." At the repetition of Berenice's name, Cowperwood consulted his own interest or mood in the matter. A little assistance for her would not bother him much, Besides, it would probably eventually bring about a meeting with the daughter. "Why don't you clear out of this?" he observed finally. "It's no business to be in, anyhow, if you have any regard for your children. They can't survive anything like this. You want to put your daughter back in society, don't you?" "Oh yes," almost pleaded Mrs. Carter. "Precisely," commented Cowperwood, who, when he was thinking, almost invariably dropped into a short, cold, curt business manner. Yet he was humanely inclined in this instance. "Why, then, why not live in your Pennsylvania place for the present? Or if not that, go to New York. You can't stay here. Ship or sell these things." He waved a hand towards the rooms. "I would only too gladly," replied Mrs. Carter, "if I knew what to do." "Take my advice and go to New York for the present. You will get rid of your expenses here, and I will help you with the rest, for the present, anyhow. You can get a start again. It is too bad about these children of yours. I will take care of the boy as soon as he is old enough. As for Berenice"—he used her name softly—"if she can stay in her school until she is 19 or 20, the chances are that she will make social connections which will save her nicely. The thing for you to do is to avoid meeting any of this old crowd out here in the future if you can. It might be advisable to take her abroad for a time after she leaves school." "Yes, if I just could," sighed Mrs. Carter, rather lamely. "Well, do what I suggest now, and we will see," observed Cowperwood. "It would be a pity if your two children were to have their lives ruined by such an accident as this." Mrs. Carter, realizing that here, in the shape of Cowperwood, if he chose to be generous, was the open way out of a lowering dungeon of misery, was inclined to give vent to a bit of grateful emotion, but finding him subtly remote, restrained herself. His manner, while warmly generous at times, was also easily distant, except when he wished it to be otherwise. Just now he was thinking of the high soul of Berenice Fleming and of its possible value to him. Chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The daughter of Mrs. Fleming. Berenice Fleming, at the time Cowperwood first encountered her mother, was an inmate of the Mrs. Brewster's School for Girls, then on Riverside Drive, New York, and one of the most exclusive establishments of its kind in America. The social prestige and connections of the Heddens, Flemings, and Carters were sufficient to gain her this introduction, though the social fortunes of her mother were already at this time on the downgrade. A tall girl, delicately haggard, as he had imagined her, with reddish bronze hair of a tinge but distantly allied to that of Aileen's, she was unlike any woman Cowperwood had ever known. Even at 17 she stood up and out with an inexplicable superiority which brought her the feverish and exotic attention of lesser personalities, whose emotional animality found an outlet in swinging a censer at her shrine. A strange maiden, decidedly, even at this age, when she was, as one might suppose, a mere slip of a girl. She was deeply conscious of herself, her sex, her significance, her possible social import. Armed with a fair skin, a few freckles, and almost too high color at times, strange, deep, night blue, cat-like eyes, a long nose, a rather pleasant mouth, perfect teeth, and a really good chin, she moved always with a feline grace that was careless, superior, sinuous, and yet the acme of harmony and rhythmic flow of lines. One of her mess hall tricks, when unobserved by her instructors, was to walk with 6 plates and a water pitcher all gracefully poised on the top of her head after the fashion of the Asiatic and the African, her hips moving, her shoulders, neck, and head still. Girls begged weeks on end to have her repeat this stunt, as they called it. Another was to put her arms behind her and with a rush imitate the Winged Victory, a copy of which graced the library hall. You know, one little rosy-cheeked satellite used to urge on her, adoringly, she must have been like you. Her head must have been like yours. You are lovely when you do it. For answer, Berenice's deep, almost black blue eyes turned on her admirer with solemn, unflattered consideration. She awed always by the something that she did not say. The school, for all the noble dames who presided over it, solemn, inexperienced, owl-like conventionalists who insisted on the last tittle and jot of order and procedure, was a joke to Berenice. She recognized the value of its social import, but even at 15 and 16 she was superior to it. She was superior to her superiors and to the specimens of maidenhood, supposed to be perfect socially, who gathered about her to hear her talk, to hear her sing, declaim, or imitate. She was deeply, dramatically, urgently conscious of the value of her personality in itself, not as connected with any inherited social standing, but of its innate worth, and the artistry and wonder of her body. One of her chief delights was to walk alone in her room, sometimes at night, the lamp out, the moon perhaps faintly illuminating her chamber, and to pose and survey her body, and dance in some naive, graceful, airy Greek way a dance that was singularly free from sex consciousness. And yet, was it? She was conscious of her body, of every inch of it, under the ivory white clothes which she frequently wore. Once she wrote in a secret diary which she maintained, another art impulse, or an affection, as you will, "My skin is so wonderful. It tingles so with rich life. I love it, and my strong muscles underneath. I love my hands and my hair and my eyes. My hands are long and thin and delicate. My eyes are a deep dark blue. My hair is a brown, rusty red, thick and sleepy. My long, firm, untired limbs can dance all night. Oh, I love life. I love life." You would not have called Berenice Fleming sensuous, though she was, because she was self-controlled. Her eyes lied to you. They lied to all the world. They looked you through and through with a calm savoir-faire, a mocking defiance which said with a faint curl of the lips, barely suggested to help them out, "You cannot read me. You cannot read me." She put her head to one side, smiled, lied by implication, assumed that there was nothing. And there was nothing as yet. Yet there was something, too. Her inmost convictions, and these she took good care to conceal. The world, how little it should ever know. How little it ever could know, truly. The first time Cowperwood encountered this Circe daughter of so unfortunate a mother was on the occasion of a trip to New York, the second spring following his introduction to Mrs. Carter in Louisville. Berenice was taking some part in the closing exercises of the Brewster School, and Mrs. Carter, with Cowperwood for an escort, decided to go East. Cowperwood, having located himself at the Netherlands, and Mrs. Carter at the much humbler Grenoble, they journeyed together to visit this paragon whose picture he had hanging in his rooms in Chicago for months past. When they were introduced into the somewhat somber reception parlor of the Brewster School, Berenice came slipping in after a few moments, a noiseless figure of a girl, tall and slim and deliciously sinuous. Cowperwood saw at first glance that she fulfilled all the promise of her picture, and was delighted. She had, he thought, a strange, shrewd, intelligent smile, which, however, was girlish and friendly. Without so much as a glance in his direction, she came forward, extending her arms and hands in an inimitable histrionic manner, and exclaimed, with a practiced and yet natural inflection, "Mother dear, so here you are, really. You know, I've been thinking of you all morning. I wasn't sure whether you would come today. You change about so." I think I even dreamed of you last night." Her skirts, still worn just below the shoe tops, had the richness of scraping silk then fashionable. She was also guilty of using a faint perfume of some kind. Cowperwood could see that Mrs. Carter, despite a certain nervousness due to the girl's superior individuality and his presence, was very proud of her. Berenice, he also saw quickly, was measuring him out of the tail of her eye, a single sweeping glance which she vouchsafed from beneath her long lashes sufficing. But she gathered quite accurately the totality of Cowperwood's age, force, grace, wealth, and worldly ability. Without hesitation she classed him as a man of power in some field, possibly finance, one of the numerous able men whom her mother seemed to know. She always wondered about her mother. His large gray eyes that searched her with lightning accuracy appealed to her as pleasant, able eyes. She knew on the instant, young as she was, that he liked women, and that probably he would think her charming, but as for giving him additional attention, it was outside her code. She preferred to be interested in her dear mother exclusively. "Berenice," observed Mrs. Carter airily, "let me introduce Mr. Cowperwood." Berenice turned, and for the fraction of a second leveled a frank yet condescending glance from wells of what Cowperwood considered to be indigo blue. "Your mother has spoken of you from time to time," he said pleasantly. She withdrew a cool, thin hand as limp and soft as wax, and turned to her mother again without comment, and yet without the least embarrassment. Cowperwood seemed in no way important to her. "What would you say, dear," pursued Mrs. Carter after a brief exchange of commonplaces, "if I were to spend next winter in New York?" "It would be charming if I could live at home. I'm sick of this silly boarding school." "Why, Berenice, I thought you liked it." "I hate it, but only because it's so dull. The girls here are so silly." Mrs. Carter lifted her eyebrows as much as to say to her escort, "Now what do you think?" Cowperwood stood solemnly by. It was not for him to make a suggestion at present. He could see that for some reason, probably because of her disordered life, Mrs. Carter was playing a game of manners with her daughter. She maintained always a lofty, romantic air. With Berenice it was natural, the expression of a vain, self-conscious, superior disposition. "A rather charming garden here," he observed, lifting a curtain and looking out into a blooming plot. "Yes, the flowers are nice," commented Berenice. "Wait, I'll get some for you. It's against the rules, but they can't do more than send me away, and that's what I want." "Berenice, come back here." It was Mrs. Carter calling. The daughter was gone in a fling of graceful lines and flounces. "Now what do you make of her?" asked Mrs. Carter, turning to her friend. "Youth, individuality, energy, 100 things. I see nothing wrong with her." "If I could only see to it that she had her opportunities unspoiled." Already Berenice was returning, a subject for an artist in almost studied lines. Her arms were full of sweet peas and roses which she had ruthlessly gathered. "You willful girl," scolded her mother indulgently. "I shall have to go and explain to your superiors. Whatever shall I do with her, Mr. Cowperwood?" "Load her with daisy chains and transport her to Cytherea," commented Cowperwood, who had once visited this romantic isle and therefore knew its significance. Berenice paused. "What a pretty speech that is!" she exclaimed. "I have a notion to give you a special flower for that. I will, too." She presented him with a rose. For a girl who had slipped in shy and still, Cowperwood commented, her mood had certainly changed. Still, this was the privilege of the born actress to change. As he viewed Berenice Fleming now, he felt her to be such, a born actress, lissome, subtle, wise, indifferent, superior, taking the world as she found it and expecting it to obey, to sit up like a pet dog and be told to beg. What a charming character! What a pity It should not be allowed to bloom undisturbed in its make-believe garden. What a pity indeed! End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. F. A. Cowperwood, Guardian. It was some time after this first encounter before Cowperwood saw Berenice again, and then only a few days, in that region of the Pocono Mountains where Mrs. Carter had her summer home. It was an idyllic spot on a mountainside some 3 miles from Stroudsburg, among a peculiar juxtaposition of hills which, from the comfortable recesses of a front veranda, had the appearance, as Mrs. Carter was fond of explaining, of elephants and camels parading in the distance. The humps of the hills, some of them as high as 1,800 feet, rose stately and green. Below, quite visible for a mile or more, moved the dusty white road descending to Stroudsburg. Out of her Louisville earnings Mrs. Carter had managed to employ, for the several summer seasons she had been here, a gardener who kept the sloping front lawn in seasonable flowers. There was a Trigg 2-wheeled trap with a smart horse and harness, and both Rolfe and Berenice were possessed of the latest novelty of the day, low-wheeled bicycles, which had just then superseded the old high-wheel variety. For Berenice also was a music rack full of classical music and song collections, a piano, a shelf of favorite books, painting materials, various athletic implements, and several types of Greek dancing tunics, which she had designed herself, including sandals and a fillet for her hair. She was an idle, reflective, erotic person, dreaming strange dreams of a near and yet far-off social supremacy, at other times busying herself with such social opportunities as came to her. A more safely calculating and yet willful girl than Berenice Fleming would have been hard to find. By some trick of mental adjustment she had gained a clear prevision of how necessary it was to select the right socially, and to conceal her true motives and feelings, and yet she was by no means a snob mentally, nor utterly calculating. Certain things in her own and in her mother's life troubled her, quarrels in her early days, from her 7th to her 11th year, between her mother and her stepfather, Mr. Carter, the latter's drunkenness verging upon delirium tremens at times, moving from one place to another, all sorts of sordid and depressing happenings. Berenice had been an impressionable child. Some things had gripped her memory mightily. Once, for instance, when she had seen her stepfather, in the presence of her governess, kick a table over, and seizing the toppling lamp, with demoniac skill hurl it through a window. She herself had been tossed by him in one of these tantrums, when, in answer to the cries of terror of those about her, he had shouted, "Let her fall. It won't hurt the little devil to break a few bones." This was her keenest memory of her stepfather, and it rather softened her judgment of her mother, made her sympathetic with her when she was inclined to be critical. Of her own father she only knew that he had divorced her mother. Why, she could not say. She liked her mother on many counts, though she could not feel that she actually loved her. Mrs. Carter was too fatuous at times, and at other times too restrained. This house at Pocono, or Forest Edge as Mrs. Carter had named it, was conducted after a peculiar fashion. From June to October only it was open. Mrs. Carter in the past having returned to Louisville at that time, while Berenice and Rolfe went back to their respective schools. Rolfe was a cheerful, pleasant-mannered youth, well-bred, genial, and courteous, but not very brilliant intellectually. Cowperwood's judgment of him the first time he saw him was that under ordinary circumstances he would make a good confidential clerk, possibly in a bank. Berenice, on the other hand, the child of the first husband, was a creature of an exotic mind and an opalescent heart. After his first contact with her in the reception room of the Brewster School, Cowperwood was deeply conscious of the import of this budding character. He was by now so familiar with types and kinds of women that an exceptional type, quite like an exceptional horse to a judge of horseflesh, stood out in his mind with singular vividness. Quite as in some great racing stable an ambitious horseman might imagine that he detected in some likely filly the signs and lineaments of the future winner of a Derby, so in Berenice Fleming, in the quiet precincts of the Brewster School, Cowperwood previsioned the central figure of a Newport lawn fete or a London drawing room. Why? She had the air, the grace, the lineage, the blood. That was why, and on that score she appealed to him intensely, quite as no other woman before had ever done. It was on the lawn of Forest Edge that Cowperwood now saw Berenice. The latter had had the gardener set up a tall pole to which was attached a tennis ball by a cord, and she and Rolfe were hard at work on a game of tether ball. Cowperwood, after a telegram to Mrs. Carter, had been met at the station in Pocono by her and rapidly driven out to the house. The green hills pleased him, the upwinding yellow road, the silver-gray cottage with the brown shingle roof in the distance. It was 3 in the afternoon and bright for a sinking sun. "There they are now," observed Mrs. Carter, cheerful and smiling, as they came out from under a low hedge that skirted the road a little way from the cottage. Berenice, executing a tripping running step to one side, was striking the tethered ball with her racket. They are hard at it as usual, 2 such romps. She surveyed them with pleased motherly interest, which Cowperwood considered did her much credit. He was thinking that it would be too bad if her hopes for her children should not be realized. Yet possibly they might not be. Life was very grim. How strange, he thought, was this type of woman, at once a sympathetic, affectionate mother and a panderer to the vices of men. How strange that she should have these children at all. Berenice had on a white skirt, white tennis shoes, a pale cream silk waist or blouse, which fitted her very loosely. Because of exercise her color was high, quite pink, and her dusty reddish hair was blowy. Though they turned into the hedge gate and drove to the west entrance, which was at one side of the house, there was no cessation of the game, not even a glance from Berenice, so busy was she. He was merely her mother's friend to her. Cowperwood noted with singular vividness of the feeling that the lines of her movements, the fleeting, momentary positions she assumed, were full of a wondrous natural charm. He wanted to say so to Mrs. Carter, but restrained himself. "It's a brisk game," he commented with a pleased glance. "You play, do you?" "Oh, I did. I don't much any more. Sometimes I try a set with Rolfe or Bevy, but they both beat me so badly." "Bevy? Who's Bevy?" "Oh, that's short for Berenice. It's what Rolfe called her when he was a baby." "Bevy? I think that rather nice. I always liked it, too. Somehow it seemed to suit her, and yet I don't know why." Before dinner Berenice made her appearance, freshened by a bath and clad in a light summer dress that appeared to Cowperwood to be all flounces and the more graceful in its lines for the problematic absence of a corset. Her face and hands, however, a face thin, long, and sweetly hollow, and the hands that were slim and sinewy, gripped and held his fancy. He was reminded in the least degree of Stephanie, but this girl's chin was finer and more delicately, though more aggressively, rounded. Her eyes, too, were shrewder and less evasive, though subtle enough. "So I meet you again," he observed, with a somewhat aloof air, as she came out on the porch and sank listlessly into a wicker chair. "The last time I met you You were hard at work in New York." "Breaking the rules." "No, I forget. That was my easiest work. Oh, Rolfe," she called over her shoulder indifferently, "I see your pocket knife out on the grass." Cowperwood, properly suppressed, waited a brief space. "Who won that exciting game?" "I did, of course. I always win at tetherball." "Oh, do you?" commented Cowperwood. "I mean with brother, of course. He plays so poorly." She turned to the west. The house faced south and studied the road which came up from Stroudsburg. "I do believe that's Henry Kemp," she added, quite to herself. "If so, he'll have my mail, if there is any." She got up again and disappeared into the house, coming out a few moments later to saunter down to the gate, which was over 100 feet away. To Cowperwood she seemed to float, so hale and graceful was she. A smart youth in blue serge coat, white trousers, and white shoes drove by in a high-seated trap. "2 letters for you," he called, in a high, almost falsetto voice. "I thought you would have 8 or 9. Blessed hot, isn't it?" He had a smart though somewhat effeminate manner, and Cowperwood at once wrote him down as an ass. Berenice took the mail with an engaging smile. She sauntered past him reading, without so much as a glance. Presently he heard her voice within. "Mother, the Haggertys have invited me for the last week in August. I have half a mind to cut tuxedo and go. I like Bess Haggerty." "Well, you'll have to decide that, dearest. Are they going to be at Tarrytown or Loon Lake?" "Loon Lake, of course," came Berenice's voice. What a world of social doings she was involved in, thought Cowperwood. She had begun well. The Haggertys were rich coal mine operators in Pennsylvania. Harris Haggerty, to whose family she was probably referring, was worth at least $6 or $8 million. The social world they moved in was high. They drove after dinner to the Saddler at Saddler's Run, where a dance and moonlight promenade was to be given. On the way over, owing to the remoteness of Berenice, Cowperwood for the first time in his life felt himself to be getting old. In spite of the vigor of his mind and body, he realized constantly that he was over 52, while she was only 17. Why should this lure of youth continue to possess him? She wore a white concoction of lace and silk which showed a pair of smooth young shoulders and a slender, queenly, inimitable modeled neck. He could tell by the sleek lines of her arms how strong she was. "It is perhaps too late," he said to himself in comment. "I am getting old." The freshness of the hills in the pale night was sad. Saddler's, when they reached there after 10, was crowded with the youth and beauty of the vicinity. Mrs. Carter, who was prepossessing in a ball costume of silver and old rose, expected that Cowperwood would dance with her, and he did, but all the time his eyes were on Berenice, who was caught up by one youth and another of dapper mien during the progress of the evening, and carried rhythmically by in mazes of the waltz or schottische. There was a new dance in vogue that involved a gay, running step, kicking first one foot and then the other forward, turning and running backward and kicking again, and then swinging with a smart air back to back with one's partner. Berenice, in her lithe, rhythmic way, seemed to him the soul of spirited and gracious ease, unconscious of everybody and everything save the spirit of the dance itself as a medium of sweet emotion, of some far-off, dreamlike spirit of gaiety. He wondered. He was deeply impressed. "Berenice," observed Mrs. Carter, when in an intermission she came forward to where Cowperwood and she were sitting in the moonlight, discussing New York and Kentucky social life. "Haven't you saved one dance for Mr. Cowperwood?" Cowperwood, with a momentary feeling of resentment, protested that he did not care to dance any more. Mrs. Carter, he observed to himself, was a fool. "I believe," said her daughter, with a languid air, "that I am full up. I could break one engagement, though, somewhere." "Not for me, though, please," pleaded Cowperwood. "I don't care to dance any more, thank you." He almost hated her at the moment for a chilly cat, and yet he did not. "Why, Bevy, how you talk! I think you are acting very badly this evening." "Please, please," pleaded Cowperwood, quite sharply. "Not any more. I don't care to dance any more." Bevy looked at him oddly for a moment, a single thoughtful glance. "But I have a dance, though," she pleaded softly. "I was just teasing. Won't you dance it with me?" "I can't refuse, of course," replied Cowperwood, coldly. "It's the next one," she replied. They danced, but he scarcely softened to her at first, so angry was he. Somehow, because of all that had gone before, he felt stiff and ungainly. She had managed to break in upon his natural savoir faire, this chit of a girl. But as they went on through a second half, the spirit of her dancing soul caught him, and he felt more at ease, quite rhythmic. She drew close and swept him into a strange unison with herself. "You dance beautifully," he said. "I love it," she replied. She was already of an agreeable height for him. It was soon over. "I wish you would take me where the ices are," she said to Cowperwood. He led her, half amused, half disturbed at her attitude toward him. "You are having a pleasant time teasing me, aren't you?" he asked. "I'm only tired," she replied. "The evening bores me. Really it does. I wish we were all home." "We can go when you say, no doubt." As they reached the ices she took one from his hand. She surveyed him with those cool, dull blue eyes of hers, eyes that had the flat quality of unglazed Dutch tiles. "I wish you would forgive me," she said. "I was rude. I couldn't help it. I am all out of sorts with myself." "I hadn't felt you were rude," he observed, lying grandly, his mood toward her changing entirely. "Oh yes, I was, and I hope you will forgive me. I sincerely wish you would." "I do with all my heart, the little that there is to forgive." He waited to take her back, and yielded her to a youth who was waiting. He watched her trip away in a dance, and eventually led her mother to the trap. Berenice was not with them on the home drive. Some one else was bringing her. Cowperwood wondered when she would come, and where was her room, and whether she was really sorry, and, as he fell asleep, Berenice Fleming and her slate blue eyes were filling his mind completely. Chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Planet Mars. The banking hostility to Cowperwood, which in its beginning had made necessary his trip to Kentucky and elsewhere, finally reached a climax. It followed an attempt on his part to furnish funds for the building of elevated roads. The hour for this new form of transit convenience had struck. The public demanded it. Cowperwood saw one elevated road, the South Side Alley Line, being built, and another, the West Side Metropolitan Line, being proposed, largely, as he knew, in order to create sentiment for the idea and so to make his opposition to a general franchise difficult. He was well aware that if he did not choose to build them, others would. It mattered little that electricity had arrived finally as a perfect traction factor, and that all his lines would soon have to be done over to meet that condition, or that it was costing him thousands and thousands to stay the threatening aspect of things politically. In addition, he must now plunge into this new realm, gaining franchises by the roughest and subtlest forms of political bribery. The most serious aspect of this was not political, but rather financial. Elevated roads in Chicago, owing to the sparseness of the population over large areas, were a serious thing to contemplate. The mere cost of iron, right-of-way, rolling stock, and power plants was immense. being chronically opposed to investing his private funds where stocks could just as well be unloaded on the public, and the management and control retained by him, Cowperwood, for the time being, was puzzled as to where he should get credit for the millions to be laid down in structural steel, engineering fees, labor, and equipment before even a dollar could be taken out in passenger fares. Owing to the advent of the World's Fair, the South Side L, to which, in order to have peace and quiet, he had finally conceded a franchise, was doing reasonably well. Yet it was not making any such return on the investment as the New York roads. The new lines which he was preparing would traverse even less populous sections of the city, and would in all likelihood yield even a smaller return. Money had to be forthcoming, something between $12 and $15 million, and this on the stocks and bonds of a purely paper corporation which might not yield paying dividends for years to come. Addison, finding that the Chicago Trust Company was already heavily loaded, called upon various minor but prosperous local banks to take over the new securities, each in part, of course. He was astonished and chagrined to find that one and all uniformly refused. "I'll tell you how it is, Judah," one bank president confided to him in great secrecy. "We owe Timothy Arneel at least $300,000 that we only have to pay 3% for. It's a call loan. Besides, the Lake National is our main standby when it comes to quick trades, and he's in on that. I understand from one or two friends that he's at outs with Cowperwood, and we can't afford to offend him. I'd like to, but no more for me, not at present, anyhow." "Why, Simmons," replied Addison, "these fellows are simply cutting off their noses to spite their faces. These stock and bond issues are perfectly good investments, and no one knows it better than you do. All this hue and cry in the newspapers against Cowperwood doesn't amount to anything. He's perfectly solvent. Chicago is growing. His lines are becoming more valuable every year." "I know that," replied Simmons. "But what about this talk of a rival elevated system? Won't that injure his lines for the time being anyhow if it comes into the field?" "If I know anything about Cowperwood," replied Addison simply, "there isn't going to be any rival elevated road. It's true they've got the city council to give them a franchise for one line on the South Side, but that's out of his territory anyhow, and that other one to the Chicago General Company doesn't amount to anything. It will be years and years before it can be made to pay a dollar, and when the time comes he will probably take it over if he wants it. Another election will be held in 2 years, and then the city administration may not be so unfavorable. As it is, they haven't been able to hurt him through the council as much as they thought they would." "Yes, but he lost the election." "True, but it doesn't follow he's going to lose the next one, or every one." "Just the same," replied Simmons very secretively, "I understand there's a concerted effort to drive him out. Schryhart, Hand, Merrill, Arneel—they're the most powerful men we have. I understand Hand says that he'll never get his franchises renewed except on terms that'll make his lines unprofitable. There's going to be an awful smash here one of these days if that's true." Mr. Simmons looked very wise and solemn. "Never believe it," replied Addison contemptuously. "Hand isn't Chicago, neither is Schryhart nor Arneel. Cowperwood is a brainy man. He isn't going to be put under so easily. Did you hear what was the real bottom cause of all this disturbance?" "Yes, I heard," replied Simmons. "Do you believe it?" "Oh, I don't know. Yes, I suppose I do. Still, I don't know that that need have anything to do with it. Money envy is enough to make any man fight. This man Hand is very powerful." Not long after this, Cowperwood, strolling into the president's office of the Chicago Trust Company, inquired, "Well, Judah, how about those Northwestern L bonds?" "It's just as I thought, Frank," replied Addison, softly. "We'll have to go outside of Chicago for that money. Hand, Arneel, and the rest of that crowd have decided to combine against us. That's plain. Something has started them off in full cry. I suppose my resignation may have had something to do with it. Anyhow, every one of the banks in which they have any hand has uniformly refused to come in. To make sure that I was right, I even called up the little old Third National of Lakeview and the Drovers and Traders on 47th Street. That's Charlie Wallen's bank. When I was over in the Lake National he used to hang around the back door asking for anything I could give him that was sound. Now he says his orders are from his directors not to share in anything we have to offer. It's the same story everywhere. They daren't. I asked Wallen if he knew why the directors were down on the Chicago Trust or on you, and at first he said he didn't. Then he said he'd stop in and lunch with me some day. They're the silliest lot of old ostriches I ever heard of. As if refusing to let us have money on any loan here was going to prevent us from getting it. They can take their little old one-horse banks and play blockhouses with them if they want to. I can go to New York and in 36 hours raise $20 million if we need it." Addison was a little warm. It was a new experience for him. Cowperwood merely curled his mustaches and smiled sardonically. "Well, never mind," he said. "Will you go down to New York or shall I?" It was decided after some talk that Addison should go. When he reached New York he found to his surprise that the local opposition to Cowperwood had, for some mysterious reason, begun to take root in the East. "I'll tell you how it is," observed Joseph Haeckelheimer, to whom Addison applied, a short, smug, pussy person who was the head of Haeckelheimer, Gottlieb and Company, international bankers. "We hear odd things concerning Mr. Cowperwood out in Chicago. Some people say he is sound, some not. He has some very good franchises covering a large portion of the city, but they are only 20-year franchises, and they will all run out by 1903 at the latest. As I understand it, he has managed to stir up all the local elements, some very powerful ones too, and he is certain to have a hard time to get his franchises renewed. I don't live in Chicago, of course. I don't know much about it, but our Western correspondent tells me this is so. Mr. Cowperwood is a very able man, as I understand it, but if all these influential men are opposed to him, they can make him a great deal of trouble. The public is very easily aroused." "You do a very able man a great injustice, Mr. Haeckelheimer," Addison retorted. "Almost anyone who starts out to do things successfully and intelligently is sure to stir up a great deal of feeling. The particular men you mention seem to feel that they have a sort of proprietor's interest in Chicago. They really think they own it. As a matter of fact, the city made them. They didn't make the city." Mr. Haeckelheimer lifted his eyebrows. He laid two fine white hands, plump and stubby, over the lower buttons of his protuberant waistcoat. "Public favor is a great factor in all these enterprises," he almost sighed. "As you know, part of a man's resources lies in his ability to avoid stirring up opposition. It may be that Mr. Cowperwood is strong enough to overcome all that. I don't know. I've never met him. I'm just telling you what I hear." This offish attitude on the part of Mr. Haeckelheimer was indicative of a new trend. The man was enormously wealthy. The firm of Haeckelheimer, Gottlieb and Company represented a controlling interest in some of the principal railways and banks in America. Their favor was not to be held in light esteem. It was plain that these rumors against Cowperwood in New York, unless offset promptly by favorable events in Chicago, might mean, in the large banking quarters anyhow, the refusal of all subsequent Cowperwood issues. It might even close the doors of minor banks and make private investors nervous. Addison's report of all this annoyed Cowperwood no little. It made him angry. He saw in it the work of Schryhart, Hand, and others who were trying their best to discredit him. "Let them talk," he declared crossly. "I have the street railways. They're not going to rout me out of here. I can sell stocks and bonds to the public direct, if need be. There are plenty of private people who are glad to invest in these properties." At this psychological moment enter, as by the hand of fate, the planet Mars and the University. This latter, from having been for years a humble Baptist college of the cheapest character, had suddenly, through the beneficence of a great Standard Oil multimillionaire, flared upward into a great university, and was causing a stir throughout the length and breadth of the educational world. It was already a most noteworthy spectacle, one of the sights of the city. Millions were being poured into it. New and beautiful buildings were almost monthly erected. A brilliant, dynamic man had been called from the East as president. There were still many things needed: dormitories, laboratories of one kind and another, a great library, and last but not least, a giant telescope, one that would sweep the heavens with a hitherto unparalleled receptive eye and wring from it secrets not previously decipherable by the eye and the mind of man. Cowperwood had always been interested in the heavens and in the giant mathematical and physical methods of interpreting them. It so happened that the warlike planet, with its sinister aspect, was just at this time to be seen hanging in the west, a fiery red, and the easily aroused public mind was being stirred to its shallow depth by reflections and speculations regarding the famous canals of the luminary. The mere thought of the possibility of a larger telescope than any now in existence, which might throw additional light on this evasive mystery, was exciting not only Chicago but the whole world. Late one afternoon, Cowperwood, looking over some open fields which faced his new powerhouse in West Madison Street, observed the planet hanging low and lucent in the evening sky, a warm, radiant bit of orange in a sea of silver. He paused and surveyed it. Was it true that there were canals on it, and people? Life was surely strange. One day not long after this, Alexander Rambaud called him up on the phone and remarked jocosely, "I say, Cowperwood, I've played a rather shabby trick on you just now. Dr. Hooper of the University was in here a few minutes ago asking me to be one of 10 to guarantee the cost of a telescope lens that he thinks he needs to run that one-horse school of his out here. I told him I thought you might possibly be interested. His idea is to find someone who will guarantee $40,000, or 8 or 10 men who will guarantee $4,000 or $5,000 each. I thought of you because I heard you discuss astronomy from time to time." "Let him come," replied Cowperwood, who was never willing to be behind others in generosity, particularly where his efforts were likely to be appreciated in significant quarters. Shortly afterward appeared the doctor himself, short, rotund, rubicund, displaying behind a pair of clear, thick, gold-rimmed glasses round, dancing, incisive eyes. Imaginative grip, buoyant, self-delusive self-respect were written all over him. The two men eyed each other, one with that broad gauge examination which sees even universities as futile in the endless shift of things, the other with that face in the balance for right which makes even great personal forces, such as financial magnates, serve an idealistic end. "It's not a very long story I have to tell you, Mr. Cowperwood," said the doctor. "Our astronomical work is handicapped just now by the simple fact that we have no lens at all, no telescope worthy of the name. I should like to see the University do original work in this field, and do it in a great way. The only way to do it, in my judgment, is to do it better than anyone else can. Don't you agree with me?" He showed a row of shining white teeth. Cowperwood smiled urbanely. "Will a $40,000 lens be a better lens than any other lens?" he inquired. "Made by Appleman Brothers of Dorchester, it will," replied the college president. "The whole story is here, Mr. Cowperwood. These men are practical lens makers. A great lens, in the first place, is a matter of finding a suitable crystal. Large and flawless crystals are not common, as you may possibly know. Such a crystal has recently been found, and is now owned by Mr. Appleman. It takes about 4 or 5 years to grind and polish it. Most of the polishing, as you may or may not know, is done by hand, smoothing it with thumb and forefinger. The time, judgment, and skill of an optical expert is required. Today, unfortunately, that is not cheap. The laborer is worthy of his hire, however. I suppose," he waved a soft, full, white hand, "and 40,000 is little enough. It would be a great honor if the University could have the largest, most serviceable, and most perfect lens in the world. It would reflect great credit, I take it, on the men who would make this possible." Cowperwood liked the man's artistically educational air. Obviously, here was a personage of ability, brains, emotion, and scientific enthusiasm. It was splendid to him to see any strong man in earnest, for himself or others. "And 40,000 will do this?" he asked. "Yes, sir. 40,000 will guarantee us the lens, anyhow." "And how about the land, buildings, and a telescope frame? Have you all those things prepared for it?" "Not as yet, but since it takes 4 years at least to grind the lens, there will be time enough, when the lens is nearing completion, to look after the accessories. We have picked our site, however, Lake Geneva, and we would not refuse either land or accessories if we knew where to get them." Again the even shining teeth, the keen eyes boring through glasses. Cowperwood saw a great opportunity. He asked what would be the cost of the entire project. Dr. Hooper presumed that 300,000 would do it all handsomely: lens, telescope, land, machinery, building, a great monument. "And how much have you guaranteed on the cost of your lens?" $16,000 so far. "To be paid when?" "In installments, 10,000 a year for 4 years. Just enough to keep the lens maker busy for the present." Cowperwood reflected. 10,000 a year for 4 years would be a mere salary item, and at the end of that time he felt sure that he could supply the remainder of the money quite easily. He would be so much richer, his plans would be so much more mature. On such a repute, the ability to give a $300,000 telescope out of hand to be known as the Cowperwood telescope, he could undoubtedly raise money in London, New York, and elsewhere for his Chicago enterprise. The whole world would know him in a day. He paused, his enigmatic eyes revealing nothing of the splendid vision that danced before them. At last, at last. "How would it do, Mr. Hooper," he said sweetly, "if instead of 10 men giving you 4,000 each, as you plan, one man were to give you 40,000 in annual installments of 10,000 each? Could that be arranged as well?" "My dear Mr. Cowperwood," exclaimed the doctor, glowing, his eyes alight, "do I understand that you personally might wish to give the money for this lens?" "I might, yes. But I should have to exact one pledge, Mr. Hooper, if I did any such thing." "And what would that be?" "The privilege of giving the land and the building, the whole telescope, in fact. I presume no word of this will be given out unless the matter is favorably acted upon," he added cautiously and diplomatically. The new president of the University arose and eyed him with a peculiarly approbative and grateful gaze. He was a busy, overworked man. His task was large. Any burden taken from his shoulders in this fashion was a great relief. "My answer to that, Mr. Cowperwood, if I had the authority, would be to agree now in the name of the University, and thank you. For form's sake I must submit the matter to the trustees of the university, but I have no doubt as to the outcome. I anticipate nothing but grateful approbation. Let me thank you again." They shook hands warmly, and the solid collegian bustled forth. Cowperwood sank quietly in his chair. He pressed his fingers together and for a moment or two permitted himself to dream. Then he called a stenographer and began a bit of dictation. He did not care to think, even to himself, how universally advantageous all this might yet prove to be. The result was that in the course of a few weeks the proffer was formally accepted by the trustees of the university, and a report of the matter, with Cowperwood's formal consent, was given out for publication. The fortuitous combination of circumstances already described gave the matter a unique news value. Giant reflectors and refractors had been given and were in use in other parts of the world, but none so large or so important as this. The gift was sufficient to set Cowperwood forth in the light of a public benefactor and patron of science. Not only in Chicago, but in London, Paris, and New York, wherever indeed in the great capitals scientific and intellectual men were gathered, this significant gift of an apparently fabulously rich American became the subject of excited discussion. Banking men, among others, took sharp note of the donor, and when Cowperwood's emissaries came around later with a suggestion that the 50-year franchises about to be voted him for elevated roads should be made a basis of bond and mortgage loans, they were courteously received. A man who could give $300,000 telescopes in the hour of his greatest difficulties must be in a rather satisfactory financial condition. He must have great wealth in reserve. After some preliminaries, during which Cowperwood paid a flying visit to Threadneedle Street in London and to Wall Street in New York, an arrangement was made with an English-American banking company by which the majority of the bonds for his proposed roads were taken over by them for sale in Europe and elsewhere, and he was given ample means wherewith to proceed. Instantly the stocks of his surface lines bounded in price, and those who had been scheming to bring about Cowperwood's downfall gnashed impotent teeth. Even Heckelheimer and Company were interested. Anson Merrill, who had only a few weeks before given a large field for athletic purposes to the university, pulled a wry face over this sudden eclipse of his glory. Hosmer Hand, who had given a chemical laboratory, and Schuyart, who had presented a dormitory, were depressed to think that a benefaction less costly than theirs should create, because of the distinction of the idea, so much more notable comment. It was merely another example of the brilliant fortune which seemed to pursue the man, the star that set all their plans at defiance. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A franchise obtained. The money requisite for the construction of elevated roads having been thus pyrotechnically obtained, the acquisition of franchises remained no easy matter. It involved, among other problems, the taming of Chaffee Thayer Sluss, who, quite unconscious of the evidence stored up against him, had begun to fulminate the moment it was suggested in various secret political quarters that a new ordinance was about to be introduced, and that Cowperwood was to be the beneficiary. "Don't you let them do that, Mr. Sluss," observed Mr. Hand, who for purposes of conference had courteously but firmly bidden his hireling, the mayor, to lunch. "Don't you let them pass that if you can help it." As chairman or president of the city council, Mr. Sluss held considerable manipulative power over the machinery of procedure. Raise such a row that they won't try to pass it over your head. Your political future really depends on it. Your standing with the people of Chicago. The newspapers and the respectable financial and social element will fully support you in this. Otherwise, they will wholly desert you. Things have come to a handsome pass when men sworn and elected to perform given services turn on their backers and betray them in this way. Mr. Hand was very wroth. Mr. Sluss, immaculate in black broadcloth and white linen, was very sure that he would fulfill to the letter all of Mr. Hand's suggestions. The proposed ordinance should be denounced by him, its legislative progress heartily opposed in council. "They shall get no quarter from me," he declared emphatically. "I know what the scheme is. They know that I know it." He looked at Mr. Hand quite as one advocate of righteousness should look at another, and the rich promoter went away satisfied that the reins of government were in safe hands. Immediately afterward Mr. Sluss gave out an interview in which he served warning on all aldermen and councilmen that no such ordinance as the one in question would ever be signed by him as mayor. At 10:30 on the same morning on which the interview appeared, the hour at which Mr. Sluss usually reached his office, his private telephone bell rang, and an assistant inquired if he would be willing to speak with Mr. Frank A. Cowperwood. Mr. Sluss, somehow anticipating fresh laurels of victory, gratified by the front-page display given his announcement in the morning papers, and swelling internally with civic pride, announced solemnly, "Yes, connect me." "Mr. Sluss," began Cowperwood at the other end, "this is Frank A. Cowperwood." "Yes, what can I do for you, Mr. Cowperwood?" "I see by the morning papers that you state that you will have nothing to do with any proposed ordinance which looks to giving me a franchise for any elevated road on the north or west side." "That is quite true," replied Mr. Sluss loftily. "I will not. Don't you think it's rather premature, Mr. Sluss, to denounce something which has only a rumored existence?" Cowperwood, smiling sweetly to himself, was quite like a cat playing with an unsuspicious mouse. "I should very much like to talk this whole matter over with you personally before you take an irrevocable attitude. It is just possible that after you have heard my side you may not be so completely opposed to me. From time to time I have sent to you several of my personal friends, but apparently you do not care to receive them." "Quite true," replied Mr. Sluss loftily. "But you must remember that I am a very busy man, Mr. Cowperwood, and besides, I do not see how I can serve any of your purposes. You are working for a set of conditions to which I am morally and temperamentally opposed. I am working for another. I do not see that we have any common ground on which to meet. In fact, I do not see how I can be of any service to you whatsoever." "Just a moment, please, Mr. Mayor," replied Cowperwood, still very sweetly, and fearing that Sluss might choose to hang up the receiver, so superior was his tone. "There may be some common ground of which you do not know. Wouldn't you like to come to lunch at my residence, or receive me at yours, or let me come to your office and talk this matter over? I believe you will find it the part of wisdom as well as of courtesy to do this." "I cannot possibly lunch with you today," replied Sluss, "and I cannot see you either. There are a number of things pressing for my attention. I must say also that I cannot hold any backroom conferences with you or your emissaries. If you come, you must submit to the presence of others." "Very well, Mr. Sluss," replied Cowperwood cheerfully. "I will not come to your office. But, unless you come to mine before 5 o'clock this afternoon, you will face by noon tomorrow a suit for breach of promise, and your letters to Mrs. Brandon will be given to the public. I wish to remind you that an election is coming on, and that Chicago favors a mayor who is privately moral as well as publicly so. Good morning." Mr. Cowperwood hung up his telephone receiver with a click, and Mr. Sluss sensibly and visibly stiffened and paled. Mrs. Brandon? The charming, lovable, discreet Mrs. Brandon, who had so ungenerously left him? Why should she be thinking of suing him for breach of promise? And how did his letter to her come to be in Cowperwood's hands? Good heavens, those mushy letters! His wife, his children, his church and the owlish pastor thereof, Chicago, and its conventional, moral, religious atmosphere. Come to think of it, Mrs. Brandon had scarcely, if ever, written him a note of any kind. He did not even know her history. At the thought of Mrs. Sluss, her hard, cold, blue eyes, Mr. Sluss rose, tall and distrait, and ran his hand through his hair. He walked to the window, snapping his thumb and middle finger and looking eagerly at the floor. He thought of the telephone switchboard just outside his private office and wondered whether his secretary, a handsome young Presbyterian girl, had been listening as usual. Oh, this sad, sad world! If the North Side ever learned of this, Hand, the newspapers, young MacDonald, would they protect him? They would not. Would they run him for mayor again? Never. Could the public be induced to vote for him with all the churches fulminating against private immorality, hypocrites, and whited sepulchres? Oh, Lord, oh, Lord! And he was so very, very much respected and looked up to. That was the worst of all. This terrible demon Cowperwood had descended on him, and he had thought himself so secure. He had not even been civil to Cowperwood. What if the latter chose to avenge the discourtesy? Mr. Sluss went back to his chair, but he could not sit in it. He went for his coat, took it down, hung it up again, took it down, and announced over the phone that he could not see anyone for several hours, and went out by a private door. Wearily he walked along North Clark Street, looking at the hurly-burly of traffic, looking at the dirty, crowded river, looking at the sky and smoke and gray buildings, and wondering what he should do. The world was so hard at times. It was so cruel. His wife, his family, his political career. He could not conscientiously sign any ordinances for Mr. Cowperwood that would be immoral, dishonest, a scandal to the city. Mr. Cowperwood was a notorious traitor to the public welfare. At the same time, he could not very well refuse, for here was Mrs. Brandon, the charming and unscrupulous creature, playing into the hands of Cowperwood. If he could only meet her, beg of her, plead. But where was she? He had not seen her for months and months. Could he go to Hand and confess all? But Hand was a hard, cold, moral man also. Oh, Lord, oh, Lord! He wondered and thought and sighed and pondered, all without avail. Pity the poor earthling caught in the toils of the moral law. In another country, perhaps, in another day, another age, such a situation would have been capable of a solution, one not utterly destructive to Mr. Sluss and not entirely favorable to a man like Cowperwood. But here in the United States, here in Chicago, the ethical verities would all, as he knew, be lined up against him. What Lakeview would think, what his pastor would think, what Hand and all his moral associates would think. Ah, these were the terrible, the incontrovertible consequences of his lapse from virtue. At 4 o'clock, after Mr. Sluss had wandered for hours in the snow and cold, belaboring himself for a fool and a knave, and while Cowperwood was sitting at his desk signing papers, contemplating a glowing fire, and wondering whether the mayor would deem it advisable to put in an appearance, his office door opened, and one of his trim stenographers entered, announcing Mr. Chaffee Thayer Sluss. Enter Mayor Sluss, sad, heavy, subdued, shrunken, a very different gentleman from the one who had talked so cavalierly over the wires some 5½ hours before. Gray weather, severe cold, and much contemplation of seemingly irreconcilable facts had reduced his spirits greatly. He was a little pale and a little restless. Mental distress has a reducing, congealing effect, and Mayor Sluss seemed somewhat less than his usual self in height, weight, and thickness. Cowperwood had seen him more than once on various political platforms, but he had never met him. When the troubled mayor entered he arose courteously and waved him to a chair. "Sit down, Mr. Sluss," he said, genially. "It is a disagreeable day out, isn't it? I suppose you have come in regard to the matter we were discussing this morning." Nor was this cordiality wholly assumed. One of the primal instincts of Cowperwood's nature, for all its chicane and subtlety, was to take no rough advantage of a beaten enemy. In the hour of victory he was always courteous, bland, gentle, and even sympathetic. He was so to day, and quite honestly, too. Mayor Sluss put down the high sugar loaf hat he wore and said grandiosely, as was his manner even in the direst extremity, "Well, you see I'm here, Mr. Cowperwood. What is it you wish me to do exactly?" "Nothing unreasonable, I assure you, Mr. Sluss," replied Cowperwood. "Your manner to me this morning was a little brusque, and as I have always wanted to have a sensible private talk with you, I took this way of getting it. I should like you to dismiss from your mind at once the thought that I am going to take an unfair advantage of you in any way. I have no present intention of publishing your correspondence with Mrs. Brandon." As he said this he took from his drawer a bundle of letters which Mayor Sluss recognized at once as the enthusiastic missives which he had some time before penned to the fair Claudia. Mr. Sluss groaned as he beheld this incriminating evidence. "I am not trying," continued Cowperwood, "to wreck your career, nor to make you do anything which you do not feel that you can conscientiously undertake. The letters that I have here, let me say, have come to me quite by accident. I did not seek them, but since I do have them, I thought I might as well mention them as a basis for a possible talk and compromise between us." Cowperwood did not smile. He merely looked thoughtfully at Sluss, then, by way of testifying to the truthfulness of what he had been saying, thumped the letters up and down just to show that they were real. "Yes," said Mr. Sluss heavily, "I see." He studied the bundle, a small, solid affair, while Cowperwood looked discreetly elsewhere. He contemplated his own shoes, the floor. He rubbed his hands and then his knees. Cowperwood saw how completely he had collapsed. It was ridiculous, pitiable. "Come, Mr. Sluss," said Cowperwood, amiably, "cheer up. Things are not nearly as desperate as you think. I give you my word right now that nothing which you yourself or mature thought could say was unfair will be done. You are the mayor of Chicago. I am a citizen. I merely wish fair play from you. I merely ask you to give me your word of honor that from now on you will take no part in this fight, which is one of pure spite against me. If you cannot conscientiously aid me in what I consider to be a perfectly legitimate demand for additional franchises, you will at least not go out of your way to publicly attack me. I will put these letters in my safe, and there they will stay until the next campaign is over, when I will take them out and destroy them. I have no personal feeling against you, none in the world. I do not ask you to sign any ordinance which the council may pass giving me elevated road rights. What I do wish you to do at this time is to refrain from stirring up public sentiment against me, especially if the council should see fit to pass an ordinance over your veto. Is that satisfactory?" "But my friends, the public, the Republican Party, don't you see? It is expected of me that I should wage some form of campaign against you?" queried Sluss, nervously. "No, I don't," replied Cowperwood, succinctly. "And anyhow, there are ways and ways of waging a public campaign. Go through the motions if you wish, but don't put too much heart in it. And anyhow, see some of my lawyers from time to time when they call on you. Judge Dickensheets is an able and fair man. So is General Van Sickle. Why not confer with them occasionally? Not publicly, of course, but in some less conspicuous way. You will find both of them most helpful." Cowperwood smiled encouragingly, quite beneficently, and Chaffee Thayer Sluss, his political hopes gone glimmering, sat and mused for a few moments in a sad and helpless quandary.
"Very well," he said at last, rubbing his hands feverishly. "It is what I might have expected. I should have known. There is no other way. But—" Hardly able to repress the hot tears now burning beneath his eyelids, the Honorable Mr. Sluss picked up his hat and left the room. Needless to add that his preachings against Cowperwood were permanently silenced. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Changing Horizons. The effect of all this was to arouse in Cowperwood the keenest feelings of superiority he had yet ever enjoyed. Hitherto he had fancied that his enemies might worst him, but at last his path seemed clear. He was now worth, all in all, the round sum of $20 millions. His art collection had become the most important in the West, perhaps in the nation, public collections excluded. He began to envision himself as a national figure, possibly even an international one, and yet he was coming to feel that, no matter how complete his financial victory might ultimately be, the chances were that he and Aileen would never be socially accepted here in Chicago. He had done too many boisterous things, alienated too many people. He was as determined as ever to retain a firm grip on the Chicago street railway situation, but he was disturbed for a second time in his life by the thought that, owing to the complexities of his own temperament, he had married unhappily and would find the situation difficult of adjustment. Aileen, whatever might be said of her deficiencies, was by no means as tractable or acquiescent as his first wife, and besides he felt that he owed her a better turn. By no means did he actually dislike her as yet, though she was no longer soothing, stimulating, or suggestive to him as she had formerly been. Her woes because of him were too many, her attitude toward him too censorious. He was perfectly willing to sympathize with her, to regret his own change of feeling, but what would you? He could not control his own temperament any more than Aileen could control hers. The worst of this situation was that it was now becoming complicated on Cowperwood's part with the most disturbing thoughts concerning Berenice Fleming. Ever since the days when he had first met her mother, he had been coming more and more to feel for the young girl a soul-stirring passion, and that without a single look exchanged or a single word spoken. There is a static something which is beauty, and this may be clothed in the habiliments of a ragged philosopher or in the silks and satins of a pampered coquetry. It was a suggestion of this beauty which is above sex and above age and above wealth that shone in the blowing hair and night blue eyes of Berenice Fleming. His visit to the Carter family at Pocono had been a disappointment to him because of the apparent hopelessness of arousing Berenice's interest, and since that time, and during their casual encounters, she had remained politely indifferent. Nevertheless, he remained true to his persistence in the pursuit of any game he had fixed upon. Mrs. Carter, whose relations with Cowperwood had been in the past not wholly platonic, nevertheless attributed much of his interest in her to her children and their vital chance. Berenice and Rolfe themselves knew nothing concerning the nature of their mother's arrangements with Cowperwood. True to his promise of protectorship and assistance, he had established her in a New York apartment adjacent to her daughter's school, and where he fancied that he himself might spend many happy hours were Berenice but near. Proximity to Berenice, the desire to arouse her interest and command her favor. Cowperwood would scarcely have cared to admit to himself how great a part this played in a thought which had recently been creeping into his mind. It was that of erecting a splendid house in New York. By degrees this idea of building a New York house had grown upon him. His Chicago mansion was a costly sepulchre in which Aileen sat brooding over the woes which had befallen her. Moreover, aside from the social defeat which it represented, it was becoming merely as a structure, but poorly typical of the splendor and ability of his imaginations. This second dwelling, if he ever achieved it, should be resplendent, a monument to himself. In his speculative wanderings abroad he had seen many such great palaces, designed with the utmost care, which had housed the taste and culture of generations of men. His art collection, in which he took an immense pride, had been growing until it was the basis, if not the completed substance, of a very splendid memorial. Already in it were gathered paintings of all the important schools, to say nothing of collections of jade, illuminated missals, porcelains, rugs, draperies, mirror frames, and a beginning at rare originals of sculpture. The beauty of these strange things, the patient laboring of inspired souls of various times and places, moved him on occasion to a gentle awe. Of all individuals he respected, indeed revered, the sincere artist. Existence was a mystery, but these souls who set themselves to quiet tasks of beauty had caught something of which he was dimly conscious. Life had touched them with a vision. Their hearts and souls were attuned to sweet harmonies of which the common world knew nothing. Sometimes, when he was weary after a strenuous day, he would enter, late in the night, his now silent gallery, and turning on the lights so that the whole sweet room stood revealed, he would seat himself before some treasure, reflecting on the nature, the mood, the time, and the man that had produced it. Sometimes it would be one of Rembrandt's melancholy heads, the sad portrait of a rabbi, or the sweet introspection of a Rousseau stream, a solemn Dutch housewife, rendered with the bold fidelity and resonant enameled surfaces of a house, or the cold elegance of an Ingres, commanded his utmost enthusiasm. So he would sit and wonder at the vision and skill of the original dreamer, exclaiming at times, "A marvel! A marvel!" At the same time, so far as Aileen was concerned, things were obviously shaping up for additional changes. She was in that peculiar state which has befallen many a woman, trying to substitute a lesser ideal for a greater, and finding that the effort is useless or nearly so. In regard to her affair with Lynde, aside from the temporary relief and diversion it had afforded her, she was beginning to feel that she had made a serious mistake. Lynde was delightful, after his fashion. He could amuse her with a different type of experience from any that Cowperwood had to relate. Once they were intimate he had, with an easy, genial air, confessed to all sorts of liaisons in Europe and America. He was utterly pagan, a faun, and at the same time he was truly of the smart world. His open contempt of all but one or two of the people in Chicago whom Aileen had secretly admired and wished to associate with, and his easy references to figures of importance in the East and in Paris and London, raised him amazingly in her estimation. It made her feel, sad to relate, that she had by no means lowered herself in succumbing so readily to his forceful charms. Nevertheless, because he was what he was, genial, complimentary, affectionate, but a playboy merely, and a soldier of fortune with no desire to make over her life for her on any new basis, she was now grieving over the futility of this romance which had got her nowhere, and which, in all probability, had alienated Cowperwood for good. He was still outwardly genial and friendly, but their relationship was now colored by a sense of mistake and uncertainty which existed on both sides, but which, in Aileen's case, amounted to a subtle species of soul torture. Hitherto she had been the aggrieved one, the one whose loyalty had never been in question and whose persistent affection and faith had been greatly sinned against. Now all this was changed. The manner in which he had sinned against her was plain enough, but the way in which, out of pique, she had forsaken him was in the other balance.
Say what one will, the loyalty of woman, whether a condition in nature or an evolved accident of sociology, persists as a dominating thought in at least a section of the race, and women themselves, be it said, are the ones who most loudly and openly subscribe to it. Cowperwood himself was fully aware that Aileen had deserted him, not because she loved him less or Lynde more, but because she was hurt, and deeply so. Aileen knew that he knew this. From one point of view, it enraged her and made her defiant. From another, it grieved her to think she had uselessly sinned against his faith in her. Now he had ample excuse to do anything he chose. Her best claim on him, her wounds, she had thrown away as one throws away a weapon. Her pride would not let her talk to him about this, and at the same time she could not endure the easy, tolerant manner with which he took it. His smiles, his forgiveness, his sometimes pleasant jesting were all of a horrible offense. To complete her mental quandary, she was already beginning to quarrel with Lynde over this matter of her unbreakable regard for Cowperwood. With the sufficiency of a man of the world, Lynde intended that she should succumb to him completely and forget her wonderful husband. When with him, she was apparently charmed and interested, yielding herself freely, but this was more out of pique at Cowperwood's neglect than from any genuine passion for Lynde. In spite of her pretensions of anger, her sneers and criticisms whenever Cowperwood's name came up, she was, nevertheless, hopelessly fond of him and identified with him spiritually, and it was not long before Lynde began to suspect this. Such a discovery is a sad one for any master of women to make. It jolted his pride severely. "You care for him still, don't you?" he asked, with a wry smile, upon one occasion. They were sitting at dinner in a private room at Kinsley's, and Aileen, whose color was high and who was becomingly garbed in metallic green silk, was looking especially handsome. Lynde had been proposing that she should make special arrangements to depart with him for a 3 months' stay in Europe, but she would have nothing to do with the project. She did not dare. Such a move would make Cowperwood feel that she was alienating herself forever. It would give him an excellent excuse to leave her. "Oh, it isn't that," she had declared in reply to Lynde's query. "I just don't want to go. I can't. I'm not prepared. It's nothing but a notion of yours anyhow. You're tired of Chicago because it's getting near spring. You go, and I'll be here when you come back. Or I may decide to come over later." She smiled. Lynde pulled a dark face. "Hell," he said, "I know how it is with you. You will stick to him even when he treats you like a dog. You pretend not to love him when, as a matter of fact, you're mad about him. I've seen it all along. You don't really care anything about me. You can't. You're too crazy about him." "Oh, shut up," replied Aileen, irritated greatly for the moment by this onslaught. "You talk like a fool. I'm not anything of the sort. I admire him. How could anyone help it?" At this time, of course, Cowperwood's name was filling the city. "He's a very wonderful man. He was never brutal to me. He's a full-sized man. I'll say that for him." By now Aileen had become sufficiently familiar with Lynde to criticize him in her own mind, and even outwardly by innuendo, for being a loafer and idler who had never created in any way the money he was so freely spending. She had little power to psychologize concerning social conditions, but the stalwart, constructive persistence of Cowperwood along commercial lines, coupled with the current American contempt of leisure, reflected somewhat unfavorably upon Lynde, she thought. Lynde's face clouded still more at this outburst. "You go to the devil," he retorted. "I don't get you at all. Sometimes you talk as though you were fond of me. At other times you're all wrapped up in him. Now, you either care for me or you don't. Which is it? If you're so crazy about him that you can't leave home for a month or so, you certainly can't care much about me." Aileen, however, because of her long experience with Cowperwood, was more than a match for Lynde. At the same time, she was afraid to let go of him for fear that she should have no one to care for her. She liked him. He was a happy resource in her misery, at least for the moment. Yet the knowledge that Cowperwood looked upon this affair as a heavy blemish on her pristine solidarity cooled her. At the thought of him and of her whole tarnished and troubled career she was very unhappy. "Hell," Lynde had repeated, irritably. "Stay if you want to. I'll not be trying to overpersuade you. Depend on that." They quarreled still further over this matter, and though they eventually made up, both sensed the drift toward an ultimately unsatisfactory conclusion. It was one morning not long after this that Cowperwood, feeling in a genial mood over his affairs, came into Aileen's room, as he still did on occasions, to finish dressing and pass the time of day. "Well," he observed gaily, as he stood before the mirror adjusting his collar and tie, "how are you and Lynde getting along these days? Nicely?" "Oh, you go to the devil," replied Aileen, flaring up and struggling with her divided feelings, which pained her constantly. "If it hadn't been for you, there wouldn't be any chance of your smarty 'how am I getting alongs.' I'm getting along all right, fine, regardless of anything you may think. He's as good a man as you are any day, and better. I like him. At least he's fond of me, and that's more than you are. Why should you care what I do? You don't, so why talk about it? I want you to let me alone." "Aileen, Aileen, how you carry on! Don't flare up so. I meant nothing by it. I'm sorry as much for myself as for you. I've told you I'm not jealous. You think I'm critical. I'm not anything of the kind. I know how you feel. That's all very good." "Oh, yes, yes," she replied. "Well, you can keep your feelings to yourself. Go to the devil. Go to the devil, I tell you." Her eyes blazed. He stood now fully dressed in the center of the rug before her, and Aileen looked at him, keen, valiant, handsome, her old Frank. Once again she regretted her nominal faithlessness and raged at him in her heart for his indifference. "You dog," she was about to add, "you have no heart," but she changed her mind. Her throat tightened and her eyes filled. She wanted to run to him and say, "Oh, Frank, don't you understand how it all is? How it all came about? Won't you love me again, can't you?" But she restrained herself. It seemed to her that he might understand, that he would in fact, but that he would never again be faithful anyhow. And she would so gladly have discarded Lynde and any and all men if he would only have said the word, would only have really and sincerely wished her to do so. It was one day not long after their morning quarrel in her bedroom that Cowperwood broached the matter of living in New York to Aileen, pointing out that thereby his art collection, which was growing constantly, might be more suitably housed, and that it would give her a second opportunity to enter social life. "So that you can be rid of me out here," commented Aileen, little knowing of Berenice Fleming. "Not at all," replied Cowperwood, sweetly. "You see how things are. There's no chance of our getting into Chicago society. There's too much financial opposition against me here. If we had a big house in New York, such as I would build, it would be an introduction in itself. After all, these Chicagoans aren't even a snapper on the real society whip. It's the Easterners who set the pace, and the New Yorkers most of all. If you want to say the word, I can sell this place and we can live down there, part of the time anyhow. I could spend as much time with you there as I have been doing here, perhaps more." Because of her soul of vanity, Aileen's mind ran forward in spite of herself to the wider opportunities which his words suggested. This house had become a nightmare to her, a place of neglect and bad memories. Here she had fought with Rita Sohlberg. Here she had seen society come for a very little while only to disappear. Here she had waited this long time for the renewal of Cowperwood's love, which was now obviously never to be restored in its original glamour. As she spoke she looked at him quizzically, almost sadly in her great doubt. At the same time she could not help reflecting that in New York, where money counted for so much, and with Cowperwood's great and growing wealth and prestige behind her, she might hope to find herself socially at last. Nothing venture, nothing have, had always been her motto, nailed to her mast, though her equipment for the life she now craved had never been more than the veriest make-believe, painted wood and tinsel. Vain, radiant, hopeful Aileen! Yet how was she to know? "Very well," she observed finally. "Do as you like. I can live down there as well as I can here, I presume, alone." Cowperwood knew the nature of her longings. He knew what was running in her mind and how futile were her dreams. Life had taught him how fortuitous must be the circumstances which could enable a woman of Aileen's handicaps and defects to enter that cold upper world. Yet for all the courage of him, for the very life of him, he could not tell her. He could not forget that once, behind the grim bars in the penitentiary for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, he had cried on her shoulder. He could not be an ingrate and wound her with his inmost thoughts any more than he could deceive himself. A New York mansion and the dreams of social supremacy which she might there entertain would soothe her ruffled vanity and assuage her disappointed heart. At the same time he would be nearer Berenice Fleming. Say what one will of these ferret windings of the human mind, they are nevertheless true and characteristic of the average human being, and Cowperwood was no exception. He saw it all. He calculated on it. He calculated on the simple humanity of Aileen. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Depths and Heights. The complications which had followed his various sentimental affairs left Cowperwood in a quandary at times as to whether there could be any peace or satisfaction outside of monogamy, after all. Although Mrs. Hand had gone to Europe at the crisis of her affairs, she had returned to seek him out. Cecily Haguenin found many opportunities of writing him letters and assuring him of her undying affection. Florence Cochrane persisted in seeing or attempting to see him even after his interest in her began to wane. For another thing, Aileen, owing to the complication and general degeneracy of her affairs, had recently begun to drink. Owing to the failure of her affair with Lynde, for in spite of her yielding she had never had any real heart interest in it, and to the cavalier attitude with which Cowperwood took her disloyalty, she had reached that state of speculative doldrums where the human animal turns upon itself in bitter self-analysis. The end, with the more sensitive or the least durable, is dissipation or even death. Woe to him who places his faith in illusion, the only reality, and woe to him who does not. In one way lies disillusion with its pain, in the other way regret. After Lynde's departure for Europe, whither she had refused to follow him, Aileen took up with a secondary personage by the name of Watson Skeet, a sculptor. Unlike most artists, he was the solitary heir of the president of an immense furniture manufacturing company in which he refused to take any interest. He had studied abroad, but had returned to Chicago with a view to propagating art in the West. A large, blond, soft-fleshed man, he had a kind of archaic naturalness and simplicity which appealed to Aileen. They had met at the Reese Griers. Feeling herself neglected after Lynde's departure, and dreading loneliness above all things, Aileen became intimate with Skeet, but to no intense mental satisfaction. That driving standard within, the obsessing ideal which requires that all things be measured by it, was still dominant. Who has not experienced the chilling memory of the better thing, how it creeps over the spirit of one's current dreams, like the specter at the banquet it stands, its substanceless eyes viewing with a sad philosophy the makeshift feast. That what might have been of her life with Cowperwood walk side by side with her wherever she went. Once occasionally indulging in cigarettes, she now smoked almost constantly. Once barely sipping at wines, cocktails, brandy, and soda, she now took to the latter, or rather to a new whiskey and soda combination known as highball, with a kind of vehemence which had little to do with taste for the thing itself. True, drinking is, after all, a state of mind and not an appetite. She had found on a number of occasions when she had been quarreling with Lynde or was mentally depressed that in partaking of these drinks a sort of warm, speculative indifference seized upon her. She was no longer so sad. She might cry, but it was in a soft, rainy, relieving way. Her sorrows were as strange, enticing figures in dreams. They moved about and around her, not as things actually identical with her, but as ills which she could view at a distance. Sometimes both she and they, for she saw herself also as in a kind of mirage or inverted vision, seemed beings of another state, troubled but not bitterly painful. The old nepenthe of the bottle had seized upon her. After a few accidental lapses, in which she found it acted as a solace or sedative, the highball visioned itself to her as a resource. Why should she not drink it if it relieved her, as it actually did, of physical and mental pain? There were apparently no bad after effects. The whiskey involved was diluted to an almost watery state. It was her custom now, when at home alone, to go to the butler's pantry where the liquors were stored and prepare a drink for herself, or to order a tray with a siphon and bottle placed in her room. Cowperwood, noticing the persistence of his presence there and the fact that she drank heavily at table, commented upon it. "You are not taking too much of that, are you, Aileen?" he questioned one evening, watching her drink down a tumbler of whiskey and water as she sat contemplating a pattern of needlework with which the table was ornamented. "Certainly I'm not," she replied, irritably, a little flushed and thick of tongue. "Why do you ask?" She herself had been wondering whether in the course of time it might not have a depreciating effect on her complexion. This was the only thing that still concerned her, her beauty. "Well, I see you have that bottle in your room all the time. I was wondering if you might not be forgetting how much you are using it." Because she was so sensitive, he was trying to be tactful. "Well," she answered crossly, "what if I am? It wouldn't make any particular difference if I did. I might as well drink as do some other things that are done." It was a kind of satisfaction to her to bait him in this way. His inquiry, being a proof of continued interest on his part, was of some value. At least, he was not entirely indifferent to her. "I wish you wouldn't talk that way, Aileen," he replied. "I have no objection to your drinking some. I don't suppose it makes any difference to you now whether I object or not. But you are too good-looking, too well set up physically to begin that. You don't need it. And it's such a short road to hell. Your state isn't so bad. Good heavens, many another woman has been in your position. I'm not going to leave you unless you want to leave me. I've told you that over and over. I'm just sorry people change. We all do. I suppose I've changed some, but that's no reason for your letting yourself go to pieces. I wish you wouldn't be desperate about this business. It may come out better than you think in the long run." He was merely talking to console her. "Oh, oh, oh!" Aileen suddenly began to rock and cry in a foolish, drunken way, as though her heart would break, and Cowperwood got up. He was horrified after a fashion. "Oh, don't come near me!" Aileen suddenly exclaimed, sobering in an equally strange way. "I know why you come. I know how much you care about me or my looks. Don't you worry whether I drink or not. I'll drink if I please, or do anything else if I choose, if it helps me over my difficulties. That's my business, not yours." And in defiance she prepared another glass and drank it. Cowperwood shook his head, looking at her steadily and sorrowfully. "It's too bad, Aileen," he said. "I don't know what to do about you exactly. You oughtn't to go on this way. Whiskey won't get you anywhere. It will simply ruin your looks and make you miserable in the bargain." "Oh, to hell with my looks," she snapped. "A lot of good they've done me." And, feeling contentious and sad, she got up and left the table. Cowperwood followed her after a time, only to see her dabbing at her eyes and nose with powder. A half-filled glass of whiskey and water was on the dressing table beside her. It gave him a strange feeling of responsibility and helplessness. Mingled with his anxiety as to Aileen were thoughts of the alternate rise and fall of his hopes in connection with Berenice. She was such a superior girl, developing so definitely as an individual. To his satisfaction she had, on a few recent occasions when he had seen her, unbent sufficiently to talk to him in a friendly and even intimate way, for she was by no means hoity-toity, but a thinking, reasoning being of the profoundest intellectual, or rather, the highest artistic tendencies. She was so carefree, living in a high and solitary world, at times apparently enwrapped in thoughts serene, at other times sharing vividly in the current interests of the social world of which she was a part, and which she dignified as much as it dignified her. One Sunday morning at Pocono, in late June weather, when he had come East to rest for a few days, and all was still and airy on the high ground which the Carter cottage occupied, Berenice came out on the veranda where Cowperwood was sitting, reading a fiscal report of one of his companies and meditating on his affairs. By now they had become somewhat more simpatica than formerly, and Berenice had an easy, genial way in his presence. She liked him, rather. With an indescribable smile which wrinkled her nose and eyes, and playing about the corner of her mouth, she said, "Now I'm going to catch a bird." "A what?" asked Cowperwood, looking up and pretending he had not heard, though he had. He was all eyes for any movement of hers. She was dressed in a flouncy morning gown eminently suitable for the world in which she was moving. "A bird," she replied with an airy toss of her head. "This is June time, and the sparrows are teaching their young to fly." Cowperwood, previously engrossed in financial speculations, was translated, as by the wave of a fairy wand, into another realm where birds and fledglings and grass and the light winds of heaven were more important than brick and stone and stocks and bonds. He got up and followed her flowing steps across the grass to where, near a clump of alder bushes, she had seen a mother sparrow enticing a fledgling to take wing. From her room upstairs she had been watching this bit of outdoor sociology. It suddenly came to Cowperwood with great force how comparatively unimportant in the great drift of life were his own affairs when about him was operative all this splendid will to existence as sensed by her. He saw her stretch out her hands downward and run in an airy, graceful way, stooping here and there, while before her fluttered a baby sparrow, until suddenly she dived quickly and then, turning her face agleam, cried, "See, I have him. He wants to fight, too. Oh, you little dear." She was holding him, as she chose to characterize it, in the hollow of her hand, the head between her thumb and forefinger, with the forefinger of her free hand petting it while she laughed and kissed it. It was not so much bird love as the artistry of life and of herself that was moving her. Hearing the parent bird chirping distractedly from a nearby limb, she turned and called, "Don't make such a row. I shan't keep him long." Cowperwood laughed. "Trig in the morning sun. You can scarcely blame her," he commented. "Oh, she knows well enough I won't hurt him," Berenice replied, spiritedly, as though it were literally true. "Does she indeed?" inquired Cowperwood. "Why do you say that?" "Because it's true. Don't you think they know when their children are really in danger?" But why should they? Persisted Cowperwood, charmed and interested by the involute character of her logic. She was quite deceptive to him. He could not be sure what she thought. She merely fixed him a moment with her cool, slate blue eyes. "Do you think the senses of the world are only five?" she asked, in the most charming and non-reproachful way. "Indeed, they know well enough. She knows." She turned and waved a graceful hand in the direction of the tree, where peace now reigned. The chirping had ceased. "She knows I am not a cat." Again that enticing, mocking smile that wrinkled her nose, her eye corners, her mouth. The word cat had a sharp, sweet sound in her mouth. It seemed to be bitten off closely with force and airy spirit. Cowperwood surveyed her as he would have surveyed the ablest person he knew. Here was a woman, he saw, who could and would command the utmost reaches of his soul in every direction. If he interested her at all, he would need them all. The eyes of her were at once so elusive, so direct, so friendly, so cool and keen. "You will have to be interesting indeed to interest me," they seemed to say, and yet they were by no means averse, apparently, to a hearty camaraderie. That nose-wrinkling smile said as much. Here was by no means a Stephanie Platow, nor yet a Rita Sohlberg. He could not assume her as he had Ella Hubby or Florence Cochrane or Cecily Haguenin. Here was an iron individuality with a soul for romance and art and philosophy and life. He could not take her as he had those others, and yet Berenice was really beginning to think more than a little about Cowperwood. He must be an extraordinary man. Her mother said so, and the newspapers were always mentioning his name and noting his movements. A little later at Southampton, whither she and her mother had gone, they met again, together with a young man by the name of Grinnell. Cowperwood and Berenice had gone into the sea to bathe. It was a wonderful afternoon. To the east and south and west spread the sea, a crinkling floor of blue, and to their left, as they faced it, was the lovely outward curving shore of tawny sand. Studying Berenice in blue silk bathing costume and shoes, Cowperwood had been stung by the wonder of passing life. How youth comes in ever fresh, and age goes out. Here he was, long crowded years of conflict and experience behind him, and yet this 20-year-old girl, with her incisive mind and keen tastes, was apparently as wise in matters of general import as himself. He could find no flaw in her armor in those matters which they could discuss. Her knowledge and comments were so ripe and sane, despite a tendency to pose a little, which was quite within her rights. Because Grinnell had bored her a little, she had shunted him off and was amusing herself talking to Cowperwood, who fascinated her by his compact individuality. "Do you know," she confided to him on this occasion, "I get so very tired of young men sometimes. They can be so inane. I do declare they are nothing more than shoes and ties and socks and canes, strung together in some unimaginable way. Vaughn Grinnell is for all the world like a perambulating mannequin to-day. He is just an English suit with a cane attached, walking about." "Well, bless my soul," commented Cowperwood, "what an indictment!" "It's true," she replied. "He knows nothing at all except polo and the latest swimming stroke, and where everybody is, and who is going to marry who. Isn't it dull?" She tossed her head back and breathed as though to exhale the fumes of the dull and the inane from her inmost being. "Did you tell him that?" inquired Cowperwood, curiously. "Certainly I did." "I don't wonder he looks so solemn," he said, turning and looking back at Grinnell and Mrs. Carter. They were sitting side by side in sand chairs, the former beating the sand with his toes. "You're a curious girl, Berenice," he went on familiarly. "You are so direct and vital at times." "Not any more than you are, from all I can hear," she replied, fixing him with those steady eyes. Anyhow, why should I be bored? He is so dull. He follows me around out here all the time, and I don't want him." She tossed her head and began to run up the beach to where bathers were fewer and fewer, looking back at Cowperwood as if to say, "Why don't you follow?" He developed a burst of enthusiasm and ran quite briskly, overtaking her near some shallows where, because of a sandbar offshore, the waters were thin and bright. "Oh, look!" exclaimed Berenice when he came up. "See the fish! Oh!" She dashed in to where a few feet offshore a small school of minnows, as large as sardines, were playing, silvery in the sun. She ran as she had for the bird, doing her best to frighten them into a neighboring pocket or pool farther up on the shore. Cowperwood, as gay as a boy of 10, joined in the chase. He raced after them briskly, losing one school, but pocketing another a little further on and calling to her to come. "Oh!" exclaimed Berenice at one point. "Here they are now. Come quick. Drive them in here." Her hair was blowy, her face a keen pink, her eyes an electric blue by contrast. She was bending low over the water, Cowperwood also, their hands outstretched, the fish, some 5 in all, nervously dancing before them in their efforts to escape. All at once, having forced them into a corner, they dived. Berenice actually caught one. Cowperwood missed by a fraction, but drove the fish she did catch into her hands. "Oh!" she exclaimed, jumping up. "How wonderful! It's alive! I caught it!" She danced up and down, and Cowperwood, standing before her, was sobered by her charm. He felt an impulse to speak to her of his affection, to tell her how delicious she was to him. "You," he said, pausing over the word and giving it special emphasis, "you are the only thing here that is wonderful to me." She looked at him a moment, the live fish in her extended hands, her eyes keen to the situation. For the least fraction of a moment she was uncertain, as he could see, how to take this. Men had been approximative before. It was common to have compliments paid to her, but this was different. She said nothing, but fixed him with a look which said quite plainly, "You had better not say anything more just now, I think." Then, seeing that he understood, that his manner softened, and that he was troubled, she crinkled her nose gaily and added, "It's like a fairyland. I feel as though I caught it out of another world." Cowperwood understood. The direct approach was not for use in her case, and yet there was something, a camaraderie, a sympathy which he felt and which she felt. A girls' school, conventions, the need of socially placing herself, her conservative friends and their viewpoint, all were working here. If he were only single now, she told herself, she would be willing to listen to him in a very different spirit, for he was charming. But this way, and he, for his part, concluded that here was one woman whom he would gladly marry if she would have him. End of chapter 46.
Chapter 47 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. American Match. Following Cowperwood's coup in securing cash by means of his seeming gift of $300,000 for a telescope, his enemies rested for a time, but only because of a lack of ideas wherewith to destroy him. Public sentiment, created by the newspapers, was still against him. Yet his franchises had still from 8 to 10 years to run, and meanwhile he might make himself unassailably powerful. For the present he was busy, surrounded by his engineers and managers and legal advisers, constructing his several elevated lines at a whirlwind rate. At the same time, through Videra, Kaffrath, and Addison, he was effecting a scheme of loaning money on call to the local Chicago banks, the very banks which were most opposed to him, so that in a crisis
he could retaliate. By manipulating the vast quantity of stocks and bonds of which he was now the master, he was making money hand over fist. His one rule being that 6% was enough to pay any holder who had merely purchased his stock as an outsider. It was most profitable to himself. When his stocks earned more than that, he issued new ones, selling them on change and pocketing the difference. Out of the cash drawers of his various companies he took immense sums, temporary loans as it were, which later he had charged by his humble servitors to construction, equipment, or operation. He was like a canny wolf prowling in a forest of trees of his own creation. The weak note in this whole project of elevated lines was that for some time it was destined to be unprofitable. Its very competition tended to weaken the value of his surface line companies. His holdings in these as well as in elevated road shares were immense. If anything happened to cause them to fall in price, immense numbers of these same stocks held by others would be thrown on the market, thus still further depreciating their value and compelling him to come into the market and buy. With the most painstaking care he began at once to pile up a reserve in government bonds for emergency purposes, which he decided should not be less than $8 or $9 million, for he feared financial storms as well as financial reprisal, and where so much was at stake he did not propose to be caught napping. At the time that Cowperwood first entered on elevated road construction, there was no evidence that any severe depression in the American money market was imminent. But it was not long before a new difficulty began to appear. It was now the day of the trust in all its watery magnificence. Coal, iron, steel, oil, machinery, and a score of other commercial necessities had already been trustified, and others, such as leather, shoes, cordage, and the like, were almost hourly being brought under the control of shrewd and ruthless men. Already in Chicago, Schryhart, Hand, Arneel, Merrill, and a score of others were seeing their way to amazing profits by underwriting these ventures which required ready cash and to which lesser magnates, content with a portion of the leavings of divers' table, were glad to bring to their attention. On the other hand, in the nation at large there was growing up a feeling that at the top there were a set of giants, titans, who, without heart or soul and without any understanding of or sympathy with the condition of the rank and file, were setting forth to enchain and enslave them. The vast mass, writhing in ignorance and poverty, finally turned with pathetic fury to the cure-all of a political leader in the West. This latter prophet, seeing gold becoming scarcer and scarcer and the cash and credits of the land falling into the hands of a few who were manipulating them for their own benefit, had decided that what was needed was a greater volume of currency, so that credits would be easier and money cheaper to come by in the matter of interest. Silver, of which there was a superabundance in the mines, was to be coined at the ratio of $16 of silver for every one of gold in circulation, and the parity of the two metals maintained by fiat of government. Never again should the few be able to make a weapon of the people's medium of exchange in order to bring about their undoing. There was to be ample money, far beyond the control of central banks and the men in power over them. It was a splendid dream worthy of a charitable heart, but because of it a disturbing war for political control of the government was shortly threatened, and soon began. The money element, sensing the danger of change involved in the theories of the new political leader, began to fight him and the element in the Democratic Party which he represented. The rank and file of both parties, the more or less hungry and thirsty, who lie ever at the bottom of both sides, hailed him as a heaven-sent deliverer, a new Moses, come to lead them out of the wilderness of poverty and distress. Woe to the political leader
who preaches a new doctrine of deliverance, and who, out of tenderness of heart, offers a panacea for human ills. His truly shall be a crown of thorns. Cowperwood, no less than other men of wealth, was opposed to what he deemed a crack-brained idea, that of maintaining a parity between gold and silver by law. Confiscation was his word for it, the confiscation of the wealth of the few for the benefit of the many. Most of all, he was opposed to it because he feared that this unrest, which was obviously growing, foreshadowed a class war in which investors would run to cover and money be locked in strong boxes. At once he began to shorten sail, to invest only in the soundest securities, and to convert all his weaker ones into cash. To meet current emergencies, however, he was compelled to borrow heavily here and there, and in doing so he was quick to note that those banks representing his enemies in Chicago and elsewhere were willing to accept his various stocks as collateral, providing he would accept loans subject to call. He did so gladly, at the same time suspecting Hand, Schryhart, Arneel, and Merrill of some scheme to wreck him, providing they could get him where the calling of his loans suddenly and in concert would financially embarrass him. "I think I know what that crew are up to," he once observed to Addison at this period. "Well, they will have to rise very early in the morning if they catch me napping." The thing that he suspected was really true. Schryhart, Hand, and Arneel, watching him through their agents and brokers, had soon discovered, in the various early phases of the silver agitation and before the real storm broke, that he was borrowing in New York, in London, in certain quarters of Chicago, and elsewhere. "It looks to me," said Schryhart one day to his friend Arneel, "as if our friend has gotten in a little too deep. He has overreached himself. These elevated road schemes of his have eaten up too much capital. There is another election coming next fall, and he knows we are going to fight tooth and nail. He needs money to electrify his surface lines. If we could trace out exactly where he stands and where he has borrowed, we might know what to do." "Unless I am greatly mistaken," replied Arneel, "he is in a tight place, or is rapidly getting there. This silver agitation is beginning to weaken stocks and tighten money. I suggest that our banks here loan him all the money he wants on call. When the time comes, if he isn't ready, we can shut him up tighter than a drum. If we can pick up any other loans he's made anywhere else, well and good." Mr. Arneel said this without a shadow of bitterness or humor. In some tight hour, perhaps, now fast approaching, Mr. Cowperwood would be promised salvation, saved, on condition that he should leave Chicago forever. There were those who would take over his property in the interest of the city and upright government and administer it accordingly. Unfortunately, at this very time, Messrs. Hand, Schryhart, and Arneel were themselves concerned in a little venture to which the threatened silver agitation could bode nothing but ill. This concerned so simple a thing as matches, a commodity which at this time, along with many others, had been trustified and was yielding a fine profit. American Match was a stock which was already listed on every exchange and which was selling steadily around 120. The geniuses who had first planned a combination of all match concerns and a monopoly of the trade in America were two men, Messrs. Hull and Stackpole, bankers and brokers primarily. Mr. Phineas Hull was a small, ferret-like, calculating man with a sparse growth of dusty brown hair and an eyelid, the right one, which was partially paralyzed and drooped heavily, giving him a characterful and yet at times a sinister expression. His partner, Mr. Benoni Stackpole, had been once a stage driver in Arkansas and later a horse trader. He was a man of great force and calculation, large, oleaginous, politic, and courageous. Without the ultimate brain capacity of such men as Arneel, Hand, and Merrill,
he was nevertheless resourceful and able. He had started somewhat late in the race for wealth, but now with all his strength he was endeavoring to bring to fruition this plan which, with the aid of Hull, he had formulated. Inspired by the thought of great wealth, they had first secured control of the stock of one match company, and had then put themselves in a position to bargain with the owners of others. The patents and processes controlled by one company and another had been combined, and the field had been broadened as much as possible. But to do all this a great deal of money had been required, much more than was in possession of either Hull or Stackpole. Both of them being Western men, they looked first to Western capital. Hand, Schryhart, Arneel, and Merrill were in turn appealed to, and great blocks of the new stock were sold to them at inside figures. By the means thus afforded, the combination proceeded apace. Patents for exclusive processes were taken over from all sides, and the idea of invading Europe and eventually controlling the market of the world had its inception. At the same time, it occurred to each and all of their lordly patrons that it would be a splendid thing if the stock they had purchased at 45, and which was now selling in open market at 120, should go to 300, where, if these monopolistic dreams were true, it properly belonged. A little more of this stock, the destiny of which at this time seemed sure and splendid, would not be amiss. So there began a quiet campaign on the part of each capitalist to gather enough of it to realize a true fortune on the rise. A game of this kind is never played with the remainder of the financial community entirely unaware of what is on foot. In the inner circles of brokerage life, rumors were soon abroad that a tremendous boom was in store for American Match. Cowperwood heard it through Addison, always at the center of financial rumor, and the two of them bought heavily, though not so heavily but that they could clear out at any time with at least a slight margin in their favor. During a period of 8 months the stock slowly moved upward, finally crossing the 200 mark and reaching 220, at which figure both Addison and Cowperwood sold, realizing nearly $1 million between them on their investment. In the meantime, the foreshadowed political storm was brewing. At first, a cloud no larger than a man's hand, it matured swiftly in the late months of 1895, and by the spring of 1896 it had become portentous and was ready to burst. With the climacteric nomination of the apostle of free silver for President of the United States, which followed in July, a chill settled down over the conservative and financial elements of the country. What Cowperwood had wisely proceeded to do months before, others far less seeing, from Maine to California and from the Gulf to Canada, began to do now. Bank deposits were in part withdrawn. Feeble or uncertain securities were thrown upon the market. At once Schryhart, Arneel, Hand, and Merrill realized that they were in more or less of a trap in regard to their large holdings in American Match. Having gathered vast quantities of this stock, which had been issued in blocks of millions, it was now necessary to sustain the market or sell at a loss. Since money was needed by many holders, and this stock was selling at 220, telegraphic orders began to pour in from all parts of the country to sell on the Chicago Exchange, where the deal was being engineered and where the market obviously existed. All of the instigators of the deal conferred and decided to sustain the market. Messrs. Hull and Stackpole, being the nominal heads of the trust, were delegated to buy. They in turn calling on the principal investors to take their share pro rata. Hand, Schryhart, Arneel, and Merrill waited with this inpouring flood of stock, which they had to take at 220, hurried to their favored banks, hypothecating vast quantities at 150 and over, and using the money so obtained
to take care of the additional shares which they were compelled to buy. At last, however, their favorite banks were full to overflowing and at the danger point. They could take no more. "No, no, no," Hand declared to Phineas Hull over the phone. "I can't risk another dollar in this venture, and I won't. It's a perfect proposition. I realize all its merits just as well as you do. But enough is enough. I tell you, a financial slump is coming. That's the reason all this stock is coming out now. I am willing to protect my interest in this thing up to a certain point. As I told you, I agree not to throw a single share on the market of all that I now have. But more than that I cannot do. The other gentlemen in this agreement will have to protect themselves as best they can. I have other things to look out for that are just as important to me, and more so, than American Match." It was the same with Mr. Schryhart, who, stroking a crisp black mustache, was wondering whether he had not better throw over what holdings he had and clear out. However, he feared the rage of Hand and Arneel for breaking the market and thus bringing on a local panic. It was risky business. Arneel and Merrill finally agreed to hold firm to what they had, but, as they told Mr. Hull, nothing could induce them to protect another share, come what might. In this crisis, naturally, Messrs. Hull and Stackpole, estimable gentlemen both, were greatly depressed. By no means so wealthy as their lofty patrons, their private fortunes were in much greater jeopardy. They were eager to make any port in so black a storm. Witness, then, the arrival of Benoni Stackpole at the office of Frank Algernon Cowperwood. He was at the end of his tether, and Cowperwood was the only real rich man in the city not yet involved in this speculation. In the beginning he had heard both Hand and Schryhart say that they did not care to become involved if Cowperwood was in any way, shape, or manner to be included. But that had been over a year ago, and Schryhart and Hand were now, as it were, leaving both him and his partner to their fates. They could have no objection to his dealing with Cowperwood in this crisis if he could make sure that the magnate would not sell him out. Mr. Stackpole was 6 feet 1 in his socks and weighed 230 pounds. Clad in a brown linen suit and straw hat, for it was late July, he carried a palm leaf fan as well as his troublesome stock in a small yellow leather bag. He was wet with perspiration and in a gloomy state of mind. Failure was staring him in the face, giant failure. If American Match fell below 200, he would have to close his doors as banker and broker, and, in the view of what he was carrying, he and Hull would fail for approximately $20 million. Messrs. Hand, Schryhart, Arneel, and Merrill would lose in the neighborhood of 6 or 8 millions between them. The local banks would suffer in proportion, though not nearly so severely, for, loaning at 150, they would only sacrifice the difference between that and the lowest point to which the stock might fall. Cowperwood eyed the newcomer when he entered with an equivocal eye, for he knew well now what was coming. Only a few days before he had predicted an eventual smash to Addison. "Mr. Cowperwood," began Stackpole, "in this bag I have 15,000 shares of American Match, par value $1,500,000, market value $3,300,000 at this moment, and worth every cent of $300 a share and more. I don't know how closely you have been following the developments of American Match. We own all the patents on labor-saving machines, and what's more, we're just about to close contracts with Italy and France to lease our machines and processes to them for pretty nearly $1 million a year each. We're dickering with Austria and England, and of course we'll take up other countries later. The American Match Company will yet make matches for the whole world, whether I'm connected with it or not. This silver agitation has caught us right in mid-ocean, and we're having a little trouble weathering the storm.
I'm a perfectly frank man when it comes to close business relations of this kind, and I'm going to tell you just how things stand. If we can scull over this rough place that has come up on account of the silver agitation, our stock will go to 300 before the first of the year. Now, if you want to take it, you can have it outright at $150. That is, providing you'll agree not to throw any of it back on the market before next December, or if you won't promise that." He paused to see if by any chance he could read Cowperwood's inscrutable face. "I want you to loan me $150 a share on these for 30 days, at least, at 10 or 15, or whatever rate you care to fix." Cowperwood interlocked his fingers and twiddled his thumbs as he contemplated this latest evidence of earthly difficulty and uncertainty. Time and chances certainly happened to all men, and here was one opportunity of paying out those who had been nagging him. To take this stock at 150 on loan and peddle it out swiftly and fully at 220 or less would bring American Match crumbling about their ears. When it was selling at 150 or less, he could buy it back, pocket his profit, complete his deal with Mr. Stackpole, pocket his interest, and smile like the well-fed cat in the fable. It was as simple as twiddling his thumbs, at which he was now doing. "Who has been backing this stock here in Chicago beside yourself and Mr. Hull?" he asked pleasantly. "I think that I already know, but I should like to be certain, if you have no objection." "None in the least, none in the least," replied Mr. Stackpole accommodatingly. "Mr. Hand, Mr. Schryhart, Mr. Arneel, and Mr. Merrill." "That is what I thought," commented Cowperwood easily. "They can't take this up for you. Is that it? Saturated." "Saturated," agreed Mr. Stackpole dully. "But there's one thing I have to stipulate in accepting a loan on these. Not a share must be thrown on the market, or at least not before I have failed to respond to your call. I have understood that there is a little feeling between you and Mr. Hand and the other gentlemen I have mentioned. But, as I say, I am talking perfectly frankly now. I'm in a corner, and it's any port in a storm. If you want to help me, I'll make the best terms I can, and I won't forget the favor." He opened the bag and began to take out the securities, long greenish-yellow bundles, tightly gripped in the center by thick elastic bands. They were in bundles of 1,000 shares each. Since Stackpole half proffered them to him, Cowperwood took them in one hand and lightly weighed them up and down. "I'm sorry, Mr. Stackpole," he said sympathetically, after a moment of apparent reflection, "but I cannot possibly help you in this matter. I'm too involved in other things myself, and I do not often indulge in stock peculation of any kind. I have no particular malice toward any one of the gentlemen you mention. I do not trouble to dislike all who dislike me. I might, of course, if I choose, take these stocks and pay them out and throw them on the market tomorrow, but I have no desire to do anything of the sort. I wish I could help you, and if I thought I could carry them safely for 3 or 4 months I would. As it is," he lifted his eyebrows sympathetically, "have you tried all the bankers in town?" "Practically every one." "And they can't help you?" "They are carrying all they can stand now." "Too bad. I'm sorry, very. By the way, do you happen by any chance to know Mr. Millard Bailey or Mr. Edwin Kaffrath?" "No, I don't," replied Stackpole hopefully. "Well, now, there are 2 men who are much richer than is generally supposed. They often have very large sums at their disposal. You might look them up on a chance. Then there's my friend Videra. I don't know how he's fixed at present. You can always find him at the 12th Ward Bank. He might be inclined to take a good portion of that. I don't know. He's much better off than most people seem to think. I wonder you haven't been directed to some one of these men before. As a matter of fact, no one of the individuals in question would have been interested to take $1 of this loan except on Cowperwood's order. But Stackpole had no reason for knowing this. They were not prominently identified with the magnate. "Thank you very much. I will," observed Stackpole, restoring his undesired stocks to his bag. Cowperwood, with an admirable show of courtesy, called a stenographer and pretended to secure for his guest the home addresses of these gentlemen. He then bade Mr. Stackpole an encouraging farewell. The distrait promoter at once decided to try not only Bailey and Kaffrath, but Videra, but even as he drove toward the offices of the first mentioned, Cowperwood was personally busy reaching him by telephone. "I say, Bailey," he called, when he had secured the wealthy lumberman on the wire, "Benoni Stackpole of Hull & Stackpole was here to see me just now." "Yes." "He has with him 15,000 shares of American Match, par value 100, market value today 220. "Yes." "He's trying to hypothecate the lot or any part of it at 150. "Yes." "You know what the trouble with American Match is, don't you?" "No, I only know it's being driven up to where it is now by a bull campaign." "Well, listen to me. It's going to break. American Match is going to bust." "Yes." "But I want you to loan this man $500,000 at 120 or less, and then recommend that he go to Edwin Kaffrath and Anton Videra for the balance." "But, Frank, I haven't any 500,000 to spare. You say American Match is going to bust." "I know you haven't, but draw the check on the Chicago Trust, and Addison will honor it. Send the stock to me and forget all about it. I will do the rest. But under no circumstances mention my name, and don't appear too eager. Not more than 120 at the outside, do you hear? And less if you can get it. You recognize my voice, don't you?" "Perfectly." "Drive over afterward if you have time, and let me know what happens." "Very good," commented Mr. Bailey in a businesslike way. Cowperwood next called for Mr. Kaffrath. Conversing to similar effect with that individual and with Videra, before 3/4 of an hour Cowperwood had arranged completely for Mr. Stackpole's tour. He was to have his total loan at 120 or less. Checks were to be forthcoming at once. Different banks were to be drawn on, banks other than the Chicago Trust Company. Cowperwood would see in some roundabout way that these checks were promptly honored whether the cash was there or not. In each case the hypothecated stocks were to be sent to him. Then, having seen to the perfecting of his little program, and that the banks to be drawn upon in this connection understood perfectly that the checks in question were guaranteed by him or others, he sat down to await the arrival of his henchmen and the turning of the stock into his private safe. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Panic. On August 4th, 1896, the city of Chicago, and for that matter, the entire financial world, was startled and amazed by the collapse of American Match, one of the strongest of market securities, and the coincident failure of Messrs. Hull and Stackpole, its ostensible promoters, for $20 millions. As early as 11 o'clock on the preceding day, the banking and brokerage world of Chicago, trading in this stock, was fully aware that something untoward was on foot in connection with it. Owing to the high price at which the stock was protected and the need of money to liquidate, blocks of this stock from all parts of the country were being rushed to the market with the hope of realizing before the ultimate break. About the stock exchange, which frowned like a gray fortress at the foot of LaSalle Street, all was excitement, as though a giant ant-hill had been ruthlessly disturbed. Clerks and messengers hurried to and fro in confused and apparently aimless directions. Brokers whose supply of American Match had been apparently exhausted on the previous day, now appeared on 'change bright and early, and at the clang of the gong began to offer the stock in sizable lots of from 200 to 500 shares. The agents of Hull and Stackpole were in the market, of course, in the front rank of the scrambling, yelling throng, taking up whatever stock appeared at the price they were hoping to maintain. The two promoters were in touch by phone and wire, not only with those various important personages whom they had induced to enter upon this bull campaign, but with their various clerks and agents on 'change. Naturally, under the circumstances, both were in a gloomy frame of mind. This game was no longer moving in those large, easy sweeps which characterize the more favorable aspects of high finance. Sad to relate, as in all the troubled flumes of life, where vast currents are compressed in narrow, tortuous spaces, these two men were now concerned chiefly with the monetary care of small but none the less heartbreaking burdens. Where to find 50,000 to take care of this or that burden of stock which was momentarily falling upon them? They were as two men called upon, with their limited hands and strength, to seal up the ever-increasing crevices of a dike beyond which raged a mountainous and destructive sea. At 11 o'clock Mr. Phineas Hull rose from his chair, which sat before his solid mahogany desk, and confronted his partner. "I tell you, Ben," he said, "I'm afraid we can't make this. We've hypothecated so much of this stock around town that we can't possibly tell who's doing what. I know as well as I'm standing on this floor that someone, I can't say which one, is selling us out. You don't suppose it could be Cowperwood or any of those people he sent to us, do you?" Stackpole, warned by his experiences of the past few weeks, was inclined to be irritable. "How should I know, Phineas?" he inquired, scowling in troubled thought. "I don't think so. I didn't notice any signs that they were interested in stock gambling. Anyhow, we had to have the money in some form. Any one of the whole crowd is apt to get frightened now at any moment and throw the whole thing over. We're in a tight place, that's plain." For the 40th time he plucked at a too-tight collar and pulled up his shirt sleeves, for it was stifling, and he was coatless and waistcoatless. Just then Mr. Hull's telephone bell rang, the one connecting with the firm's private office on 'change, and the latter jumped to seize the receiver. "Yes?" he inquired irritably. 2,000 shares of American offered at 220. Shall I take them?" The man who was phoning was in sight of another man who stood at the railing of the brokers' gallery overlooking the pit, or central room of the stock exchange, and who instantly transferred any sign he might receive to the man on the floor. So Mr. Hull's yea or nay would be almost instantly transmuted into a cash transaction on 'change. "What do you think of that?" asked Hull of Stackpole, putting his hand over the receiver's mouth, his right eyelid drooping heavier than ever. 2,000 more to take up. Where do you suppose they're coming from? Tush! "Well, the bottom's out, that's all," replied Stackpole heavily and gutturally. "We can't do what we can't do. I say this, though, support it at 220 until 3 o'clock. Then we'll figure up where we stand and what we owe. And meanwhile I'll see what I can do. If the banks won't help us and our Neil and that crowd want to get from under, we'll fail, that's all. But not before I've had one more try, by Jericho. They might not help us, but—" Actually, Mr. Stackpole did not see what was to be done unless Messrs. Hand, Schryhart, Merrill, and Anneal were willing to risk much more money, but it grieved and angered him to think he and Hull should be thus left to sink without a sigh. He had tried Kaffrath, Videra, and Bailey, but they were adamant. Thus cogitating, Stackpole put on his wide-brimmed straw hat and went out. It was nearly 96 in the shade. The granite and asphalt pavements of the downtown district reflected a dry Turkish bath room heat. There was no air to speak of. The sky was a burning, milky blue, with the sun gleaming feverishly upon the upper walls of the tall buildings. Mr. Hand, in his seventh-story suite of offices in the Rookery Building, was suffering from the heat, but much more from mental perturbations. Though not a stingy, penurious man, it was still true that of all earthly things he suffered most from a financial loss. How often had he seen chance or miscalculation sweep apparently strong and valiant men into the limbo of the useless and forgotten. Since the alienation of his wife's affections by Cowperwood, he had scarcely any interest in the world outside his large financial holdings, which included profitable investments in half a hundred companies. But they must pay heavily in interest, all of them, and the thought that one of them might become a failure or a drain on his resources was enough to give him an almost physical sensation of dissatisfaction and unrest, a sort of spiritual and mental nausea which would cling to him for days and days, or until he had surmounted the difficulty. Mr. Hand had no least corner in his heart for failure. As a matter of fact, the situation in regard to American Match had reached such proportions as to be almost numbing. Aside from the 15,000 shares which Messrs. Hull and Stackpole had originally set aside for themselves, Hand, Arneel, Schryhart, and Merrill had purchased 5,000 shares each at 40, but had since been compelled to sustain the market to the extent of over 5,000 shares more each, at prices ranging from 120 to 220, the largest blocks of shares having been bought at the latter figure. Actually, Hand was caught for nearly $1,500,000, and his soul was as gray as a bat's wing. At 57 years of age, men who are used only to the most successful financial calculations and the credit that goes with unerring judgment dread to be made a mark by chance or fate. It opens the way for comment on their possibly failing vitality or judgment. And so Mr. Hand sat on this hot August afternoon, ensconced in a large carved mahogany chair in the inner recesses of his inner office, and brooded. Only this morning, in the face of a falling market, he would have sold out openly had he not been deterred by telephone messages from Arneel and Schryhart suggesting the advisability of a pool conference before any action was taken. Come what might on the morrow, he was determined to quit unless he saw some clear way out, to be shut of the whole thing unless the ingenuity of Stackpole and Hull should discover a way of sustaining the market without his aid. While he was meditating on how this was to be done, Mr. Stackpole appeared, pale, gloomy, wet with perspiration. "Well, Mr. Hand," he exclaimed, wearily, "I have done all I can. Hull and I have kept the market fairly stable so far. You saw what happened between 10 and 11 this morning. The jig's up. We've borrowed our last dollar and hypothecated our last share. My personal fortune has gone into the balance, and so has Hull's. Some one of the outside stockholders, or all of them, are cutting the ground from under us. 14,000 shares since 10 o'clock this morning. That tells the story. It can't be done just now, not unless you gentlemen are prepared to go much further than you have yet gone. If we could organize a pool to take care of 15,000 more shares—" Mr. Stackpole paused, for Mr. Hand was holding up a fat pink digit. "No more of that," he was saying solemnly. "It can't be done. I, for one, won't sink another dollar in this proposition at this time. I'd rather throw what I have on the market and take what I can get. I'm sure the others feel the same way." Mr. Hand, to play safe, had hypothecated nearly all his shares with various banks in order to release his money for other purposes, and he knew he would not dare to throw over all his holdings, just as he knew he would have to make good at the figure at which they had been margined. But it was a fine threat to make.
Mr. Stackpole stared ox-like at Mr. Hand. "Very well," he said. "I might as well go back then and post a notice on our front door. We bought 14,000 shares and held the market where it is, but we haven't a dollar to pay for them with. Unless the banks or someone will take them over for us, we're gone. We're bankrupt." Mr. Hand, who knew that if Mr. Stackpole carried out his decision it meant the loss of his 1,500,000, halted mentally. "Have you been to all the banks?" he asked. "What does Lawrence of the Prairie National have to say?" "It's the same with all of them," replied Stackpole, now quite desperate, "as it is with you. They have all they can carry, every one. It's this damned silver agitation, that's it, and nothing else. There's nothing the matter with this stock. It will right itself in a few months. It's sure to." "Will it?" commented Mr. Hand sourly. "That depends upon what happens next November." He was referring to the coming national election. "Yes, I know," sighed Mr. Stackpole, seeing that it was a condition and not a theory that confronted him. Then suddenly clenching his right hand, he exclaimed, "Damn that upstart!" He was thinking of the apostle of free silver. "He's the cause of all this. Well, if there's nothing to be done, I might as well be going. There are all those shares we bought today, which we ought to be able to hypothecate with somebody. It would be something if we could get even 120 on them." "Very true," replied Hand. "I wish it could be done. I personally cannot sink any more money. But why don't you go see Schryhart and Arneel? I've been talking to them, and they seem to be in a position similar to my own. But if they are willing to confer, I am. I don't see what's to be done, but it may be that all of us together might arrange some way of heading off the slaughter of the stock tomorrow. I don't know. If only we don't have to suffer too great a decline." Mr. Hand was thinking that Messrs. Hull and Stackpole might be forced to part with all their remaining holdings at 50 cents on the dollar or less. Then, if it could possibly be taken and carried by the United Banks for them, Schryhart himself, Arneel, and sold at a profit later, he and his associates might recoup some of their losses. The local banks, at the behest of the big quadrumvirate, might be coerced into straining their resources still further. But how was this to be done? How, indeed? It was Schryhart who, in pumping and digging at Stackpole, when he finally arrived there, managed to extract from him the truth in regard to his visit to Cowperwood. As a matter of fact, Schryhart himself had been guilty this very day of having thrown 2,000 shares of American Match on the market, unknown to his confreres. Naturally, he was eager to learn whether Stackpole or anyone else had the least suspicion that he was involved. As a consequence, he questioned Stackpole closely, and the latter, being anxious as to the outcome of his own interests, was not unwilling to make a clean breast. He had the justification in his own mind that the quadrumvirate had been ready to desert him anyhow. "Why did you go to him?" exclaimed Schryhart, professing to be greatly astonished and annoyed, as indeed in one sense he was. "I thought we had a distinct understanding in the beginning that under no circumstances was he to be included in any portion of this. You might as well go to the devil himself for assistance as to go there." At the same time he was thinking, how fortunate! Here was not only a loophole for himself in connection with his own subtle side plays, but also, if the quadrumvirate desired, an excuse for deserting the troublesome fortunes of Hull and Stackpole. "Well, the truth is," replied Stackpole, somewhat sheepishly and yet defiantly, "last Thursday I had 15,000 shares on which I had to raise money. Neither you nor any of the others wanted any more. The banks wouldn't take them. I called up Rambold on a chance, and he suggested Cowperwood." As has been related, Stackpole had really gone to Cowperwood direct, but a lie under the circumstances seemed rather essential. "Rambold," sneered Schryhart. "Cowperwood's man, he and all the others.
You couldn't have gone to a worse crowd if you had tried. So that's where this stock is coming from, beyond a doubt. That fellow or his friends are selling us out. You might have known he'd do it. He hates us. So you're through, are you? Not another single trick to turn?" "Not one," replied Stackpole, solemnly. "Well, that's too bad. You have acted most unwisely in going to Cowperwood, but we shall have to see what can be done." Schryhart's idea, like that of Hand's, was to cause Hull and Stackpole to relinquish all their holdings for nothing to the banks in order that, under pressure, the latter might carry the stocks he and the others had hypothecated with them until such a time as the company might be organized at a profit. At the same time he was intensely resentful against Cowperwood for having by any fluke of circumstance reaped so large a profit as he must have done. Plainly the present crisis had something to do with him. Schryhart was quick to call up Hand and Arneel after Stackpole had gone, suggesting a conference, and together, an hour later, at Arneel's office, they foregathered along with Merrill to discuss this new and very interesting development. As a matter of fact, during the course of the afternoon, all of these gentlemen had been growing more and more uneasy. Not that between them they were not eminently capable of taking care of their own losses, but the sympathetic effect of such a failure as this, $20 million, to say nothing of its reaction upon the honor of themselves and the city as a financial center, was a most unsatisfactory, if not disastrous, thing to contemplate. And now this matter of Cowperwood's having gained handsomely by it all was added to their misery. Both Hand and Arneel growled in opposition when they heard, and Merrill meditated, as he usually did, on the wonder of Cowperwood's subtlety. He could not help liking him. There is a sort of municipal pride latent in the bosoms of most members of a really thriving community, which often comes to the surface under the most trying circumstances. These four men were by no means an exception to this rule. Messrs. Schryhart, Hand, Arneel, and Merrill were concerned as to the good name of Chicago and their united standing in the eyes of Eastern financiers. It was a sad blow to them to think that one great enterprise they had recently engineered to foil some of the immense affairs which had recently had their genesis in New York and elsewhere should have come to so untimely an end. Chicago finance really should not be put to shame in this fashion if it could be avoided. So that when Mr. Schryhart arrived, quite warm and disturbed, and related in detail what he had just learned, his friends listened to him with eager and wary ears. It was now between 5 and 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and still blazing outside, though the walls of the building on the opposite sides of the street were a cool gray, picked out with pools of black shadow. A newsboy's strident voice was heard here and there, calling an extra, mingled with the sound of homing feet and streetcars, Cowperwood's streetcars. "I'll tell you what it is," said Schryhart finally. "It seems to me we have stood just about enough of this man's beggarly interference. I'll admit that neither Hull nor Stackpole had any right to go to him. They laid themselves and us open to just such a trick as has been worked in this case." Mr. Schryhart was righteously incisive, cold, immaculate, waspish. "At the same time," he continued, "any other moneyed man of equal standing with ourselves would have had the courtesy to confer with us and give us, or at least our banks, an opportunity for taking over these securities. He would have come to our aid for Chicago's sake. He had no occasion for throwing these stocks on the market, considering the state of things. He knows very well what the effect of their failure will be. The whole city is involved, but it's little he cares. Mr. Stackpole tells me that he had an express understanding with him, or rather with the men who it is plain have been representing him, that not a single share of this stock was to be thrown on the market. As it is, I venture to say not a single share of it is to be found anywhere in their safes.
I can sympathize to a certain extent with poor Stackpole. His position, of course, was very trying. But there is no excuse, none in the world, for such a stroke of trickery on Cowperwood's part. It's just as we've known all along. The man is nothing but a wrecker. We certainly ought to find some method of ending his career here if possible." Mr. Schryhart kicked out his well-rounded legs, adjusted his soft roll collar, and smoothed his short, crisp, wiry, now blackish-gray mustache. His black eyes flashed an undying hate. At this point Mr. Arneel, with a cognancy of reasoning which did not at the moment appear on the surface, inquired, "Do any of you happen to know anything in particular about the state of Mr. Cowperwood's finances at present? Of course we know of the Lake Street L and the Northwestern. I hear he's building a house in New York, and I presume that's drawing on him somewhat. I know he has $400,000 in loans from the Chicago Central, but what else has he?" "Well, there's the $200,000 he owes Prairie National," piped up Schryhart promptly. "From time to time I've heard of several other sums that escape my mind just now." Mr. Merrill, a diplomatic mouse of a man, gray, Parisian, dandified, was twisting in his large chair, surveying the others with shrewd but somewhat propitiatory eyes. In spite of his old grudge against Cowperwood because of the latter's refusal to favor him in the matter of running streetcar lines past his store, he had always been interested in the man as a spectacle. He really disliked the thought of plotting to injure Cowperwood. Just the same, he felt it incumbent to play his part in such a council as this. "My financial agent, Mr. Hill, loaned him several $100,000 not long ago," he volunteered, a little doubtfully. "I presume he has many other outstanding obligations." Mr. Hand stirred irritably. "Well, he's owing the Third National and the Lake City as much, if not more," he commented. "I know where there are $500,000 of his loans that haven't been mentioned here. Colonel Ballinger has $200,000. He must owe Anthony Ewer all of that. He owes the drovers and traders all of $150,000. On the basis of these suggestions Arneel made a mental calculation and found that Cowperwood was indebted apparently to the tune of about $3 million on call, if not more. "I haven't all the facts," he said at last, slowly and distinctly. "If we could talk with some of the presidents of our banks tonight, we should probably find that there are other items of which we do not know. I do not like to be severe on any one, but our own situation is serious. Unless something is done tonight, Hull and Stackpole will certainly fail in the morning. We are, of course, obligated to the various banks for our loans, and we are in honor bound to do all we can for them. The good name of Chicago and its rank as a banking center is to a certain extent involved. As I have already told Mr. Stackpole and Mr. Hull, I personally have gone as far as I can in this matter. I suppose it is the same with each of you. The only other resource we have under the circumstances are the banks, and they, as I understand it, are pretty much involved with stock on hypothecation. I know at least that is true of the Lake City and the Douglas Trust." "It's true nearly of all of them," said Hand. Both Schryhart and Merrill nodded assent. "We are not obligated to Mr. Cowperwood for anything so far as I know," continued Mr. Arneel, after a slight but somewhat portentous pause. "As Mr. Schryhart has suggested here today, he seems to have a tendency to interfere and disturb on every occasion. Apparently he stands obligated to the various banks in the sums we have mentioned. Why shouldn't his loans be called? It would help strengthen the local banks and possibly permit them to aid in meeting the situation for us. While he might be in a position to retaliate, I doubt it." Mr. Arneel had no personal opposition to Cowperwood, none at least of a deep-seated character. At the same time Hand, Merrill, and Schryhart were his friends. In him, they felt, centered the financial leadership of the city. The rise of Cowperwood,
His Napoleonic airs threatened this. As Mr. Arneel talked he never raised his eyes from the desk where he was sitting. He merely drummed solemnly on the surface with his fingers. The others contemplated him a little tensely, catching quite clearly the drift of his proposal. "An excellent idea, excellent!" exclaimed Schryhart. "I will join in any program that looks to the elimination of this man. The present situation may be just what is needed to accomplish this. Anyhow, it may help to solve our difficulty. If so, it will certainly be a case of good coming out of evil." "I see no reason why these loans should not be called," Hand commented. "I'm willing to meet the situation on that basis." "And I have no particular objection," said Merrill. "I think, however, it would be only fair to give as much notice as possible of any decision we may reach," he added. "Why not send for the various bankers now," suggested Schryhart, "and find out exactly where he stands, and how much it will take to carry Hull and Stackpole. Then we can inform Mr. Cowperwood of what we propose to do." To this proposition Mr. Hand nodded an assent, at the same time consulting a large, heavily engraved gold watch of the most ponderous and inartistic design. "I think," he said, "that we have found the solution to this situation at last. I suggest that we get Candish and Kramer of the Stock Exchange," he was referring to the president and secretary respectively of that organization, "and Simmons of the Douglas Trust. We should soon be able to tell what we can do." The library of Mr. Arneel's home was fixed upon as the most suitable rendezvous. Telephones were forthwith set ringing, and messengers and telegrams dispatched in order that the subsidiary financial luminaries and the watchdogs of the various local treasuries might come and, as it were, put their seal on the secret decision, which it was obviously presumed no minor official or luminary would have the temerity to gainsay. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mount Olympus. By 8 o'clock, at which hour the conference was set, the principal financial personages of Chicago were truly in a great turmoil. Messrs. Hand, Schryhart, Merrill, and Arneel were personally interested. What would you? As early as 7:30 there was a pattering of horses' hoofs and a jingle of harnesses as splendid open carriages were drawn up in front of various exclusive mansions, and a bank president, or a director at least, issued forth at the call of one of the big quadrumvirate to journey to the home of Mr. Arneel. Such interesting figures as Samuel Blackman, once president of the old Chicago Gas Company and now a director of the Prairie National; Hudson Baker, once president of the West Chicago Gas Company and now a director of the Chicago Central National; Ormond Ricketts, publisher of the Chronicle and director of the Third National; Norrie Simms, president of the Douglas Trust Company; Walter Rysam Cotton, once an active wholesale coffee broker but now a director principally of various institutions, were all en route. It was a procession of solemn, superior, thoughtful gentlemen, and all desirous of giving the right appearance and of making the correct impression. For, be it known, of all men none are so proud or vainglorious over the minor trappings of materialism as those who have but newly achieved them. It is so essential, apparently, to fulfill in manner and air, if not in fact, the principle of presence which befits the role of conservator of society and leader of wealth. Every one of those named, and many more, to the number of 30, rode thus loftily forth in the hot, dry evening air, and were soon at the door of the large and comfortable home of Mr. Timothy Arneel. That important personage was not as yet present to receive his guests, and neither were Messrs. Schryhart, Hand, nor Merrill. It would not be fitting for such eminent potentates to receive their underlings in person on such an occasion. At the hour appointed these four were still in their respective offices, perfecting separately the details of the plan upon which they had agreed, and which, with a show of informality and of momentary inspiration, they would later present. For the time being their guests had to make the best of their absence. Drinks and liquors were served, but these were of small comfort. A rack provided for straw hats was for some reason not used, every one preferring to retain his own headgear. Against the background of wood paneling and the chairs covered with summer linen, the company presented a gallery-esque variety and interest. Messrs. Hall and Stackpole, the corpse or victims of which this serious gathering were about to sit in state, were not actually present within the room, though they were within call in another part of the house, where, if necessary, they could be reached and their advice or explanations heard. This presumably brilliant assemblage of the financial weight and intelligence of the city appeared as solemn as owls under the pressure of a rumored impending financial crisis. Before Arneel's appearance there was a perfect buzz of minor financial gossip, such as, "You don't say! Is it as serious as that? I knew things were pretty shaky, but I was no means certain how shaky. Fortunately, we are not carrying much of that stock." This from one of the few really happy bankers. "This is a rather serious occasion, isn't it?" "You don't tell me." Dear, dear. Never a word in criticism from any source of either Hand or Schryhart or Arneel or Merrill, though the fact that they were back of the pool was well known. Somehow they were looked upon as benefactors who were calling this conference with a view of saving others from disaster rather than for the purpose of assisting themselves. Such phrases as, "Oh, Mr. Hand, marvelous man, marvelous," or "Mr. Schryhart, very able indeed," or "You may depend on it these men are not going to allow anything serious to overtake the affairs of the city at this time," were heard on every hand. The fact that immense quantities of cash or paper were involved in behalf of one or other of these four was secretly admitted by one banker to another. No rumor that Cowperwood or his friends had been profiting or were in any way involved had come to any one present. Not as yet. At 8:30 exactly Mr. Arneel first ambled in quite informally, Hand, Schryhart, and Merrill appearing separately very shortly after. Rubbing their hands and mopping their faces with their handkerchiefs, they looked about them, making an attempt to appear as nonchalant and cheerful as possible under such trying circumstances. There were many old acquaintances and friends to greet, inquiries to be made as to the health of wives and children. Mr. Arneel, clad in yellowish linen, with a white silk shirt of lavender stripe, and carrying a palm leaf fan, seemed quite refreshed. His fine expanse of neck and bosom looked most paternal and even Abrahamesque. His round, glistening pate exuded beads of moisture. Mr. Schryhart, on the contrary, for all the heat, appeared quite hard and solid, as though he might be carved out of some dark wood. Mr. Hand, much of Mr. Arneel's type, but more solid and apparently more vigorous, had donned for the occasion a blue serge coat with trousers of an almost gaudy bright stripe. His ruddy, archaic face was at once encouraging and serious, as though he were saying, "My dear children, this is very trying, but we will do the best we can." Mr. Merrill was as cool and ornate and lazy as it was possible for a great merchant to be. To one person and another he extended a cool, soft hand, nodding and smiling half the time in silence. To Mr. Arneel, as the foremost citizen and the one of largest wealth, fell the duty, by all agreed as most appropriate, of assuming the chair, which in this case was an especially large one at the head of the table. There was a slight stir as he finally, at the suggestion of Schryhart, went forward and sat down. The other great men found seats. "Well, gentlemen," began Mr. Arneel dryly. He had a low, husky voice.
I'll be as brief as I can. This is a very unusual occasion which brings us together. I suppose you all know how it is with Mr. Hull and Mr. Stackpole. American Match is likely to come down with a crash in the morning if something very radical isn't done tonight. It is at the suggestion of a number of men and banks that this meeting is called." Mr. Arneel had an informal tete-a-tete way of speaking, as if he were sitting on a chaise lounge with one other person. "The failure," he went on firmly, "if it comes, as I hope it won't, will make a lot of trouble for a number of banks and private individuals which we would like to avoid, I am sure. The principal creditors of American Match are our local banks and some private individuals who have loaned money on the stock. I have a list of them here, along with the amounts for which they are responsible. It is in the neighborhood of $10 millions. Mr. Arneel, with the unconscious arrogance of wealth and power, did not trouble to explain how he got the list, neither did he show the slightest perturbation. He merely fished down in one pocket in a heavy way and produced it, spreading it out on the table before him. The company wondered whose names and what amounts were down, and whether it was his intention to read it. "Now," resumed Mr. Arneel seriously, "I want to say here that Mr. Stackpole, Mr. Merrill, Mr. Hand, and myself have been to a certain extent investors in this stock, and up to this afternoon we felt it to be our duty, not so much to ourselves as to the various banks which have accepted this stock as collateral, and to the city at large, to sustain it as much as possible. We believed in Mr. Hull and Mr. Stackpole. We might have gone still further if there had been any hope that a number of others could carry the stock without seriously injuring themselves, but in view of recent developments we know that this can't be done. For some time Mr. Hull and Mr. Stackpole and the various bank officers have had reason to think that someone has been cutting the ground from under them, and now they know it. It is because of this, and because only concerted action on the part of banks and individuals can save the financial credit of the city at this time, that this meeting is called. Stocks are going to continue to be thrown on the market. It is possible that Hull and Stackpole may have to liquidate in some way. One thing is certain, unless a large sum of money is gathered to meet the claim against them in the morning, they will fail. The trouble is due, indirectly of course, to this silver agitation, but it is due a great deal more, we believe, to a piece of local sharp dealing which has just come to light, and which has really been the cause of putting the financial community in the tight place where it stands tonight. I might as well speak plainly as to this matter. It is the work of one man, Mr. Cowperwood. American Match might have pulled through and the city have been spared the danger which now confronts it if Mr. Hull and Mr. Stackpole had not made the mistake of going to this man." Mr. Arneel paused, and Mr. Norrie Simms, more excitable than most by temperament, chose to exclaim bitterly, "The wrecker!" A stir of interest passed over the others, accompanied by murmurs of disapproval. "The moment he got the stock in his hands as collateral," continued Mr. Arneel solemnly, "and in the face of an agreement not to throw a share on the market, he has been unloading steadily. That is what has been happening yesterday and today. Over 15,000 shares of this stock, which cannot very well be traced to outside sources, have been thrown on the market, and we have every reason to believe that all of it comes from the same place. The result is that American Match and Mr. Hull and Mr. Stackpole are on the verge of collapse." "The scoundrel!" repeated Mr. Norrie Simms bitterly, almost rising to his feet. The Douglas Trust Company was heavily interested in American Match. "What an outrage!" commented Mr. Lawrence of the Prairie National, which stood to lose at least $300,000 in shrinkage of values on hypothecated stock alone. To this bank that Cowperwood owed at least $300,000 on call. "Depend upon it to find his devil's hoof in it somewhere," observed Jordan Jules, who had never been able to make any satisfactory progress in his fight on Cowperwood
in connection with the city council and the development of the Chicago General Company. The Chicago Central, of which he was now a director, was one of the banks from which Cowperwood had judiciously borrowed. "It's a pity he should be allowed to go on bedeviling the town in this fashion," observed Mr. Sunderland Sledd to his neighbor, Mr. Duane Kingsland, who was a director in a bank controlled by Mr. Hand. The latter, as well as Schryhart, observed with satisfaction the effect of Mr. Arneel's words on the company. Mr. Arneel now again fished in his pocket laboriously and drew forth a second slip of paper, which he spread out before him. "This is a time when frankness must prevail," he went on solemnly, "if anything is to be done, and I am in hopes that we can do something. I have here a memorandum of some of the loans which the local banks have made to Mr. Cowperwood and which are still standing on their books. I want to know if there are any further loans of which any of you happen to know and which you are willing to mention at this time." He looked solemnly around. Immediately several loans were mentioned by Mr. Cotton and Mr. Osgood which had not been heard of previously. The company was now very well aware in a general way of what was coming. "Well, gentlemen," continued Mr. Arneel, "I have, previous to this meeting, consulted with a number of our leading men. They agree with me that, since so many banks are in need of funds to carry this situation, and since there is no particular obligation on anybody's part to look after the interests of Mr. Cowperwood, it might be just as well if these loans of his, which are outstanding, were called and the money used to aid the banks and the men who have been behind Mr. Hull and Mr. Stackpole. I have no personal feeling against Mr. Cowperwood. That is, he has never done me any direct injury, but naturally I cannot approve of the course he has seen fit to take in this case. Now, if there isn't money available from some source to enable you gentlemen to turn around, there will be a number of other failures. Runs may be started on a half a dozen banks. Time is the essence of a situation like this, and we haven't any time." Mr. Arneel paused and looked around. A slight buzz of conversation sprang up, mostly bitter and destructive criticism of Cowperwood. "It would be only just if he could be made to pay for this," commented Mr. Blackman to Mr. Sledd. "He has been allowed to play fast and loose long enough. It is time some one called a halt on him." "Well, it looks to me as though it would be done tonight," Mr. Sledd returned. Meanwhile Mr. Schryhart was again rising to his feet. "I think," he was saying, "if there is no objection on any one's part, Mr. Arneel, as chairman, might call for a formal expression of opinion from the different gentlemen present, which will be on record as the sense of this meeting." At this point Mr. Kingsland, a tall, whiskered gentleman, arose to inquire exactly how it came that Cowperwood had secured these stocks, and whether those present were absolutely sure that the stock has been coming from him or from his friends. "I would not like to think we were doing any man an injustice," he concluded. In reply to this Mr. Schryhart called in Mr. Stackpole to corroborate him. Some of the stocks had been positively identified. Stackpole related the full story, which somehow seemed to electrify the company, so intense was the feeling against Cowperwood. "It is amazing that men should be permitted to do things like this and still hold up their heads in the business world," said one, Mr. Vasto, president of the Third National, to his neighbor. "I should think there would be no difficulty in securing united action in a case of this kind," said Mr. Lawrence, president of the Prairie National, who was very much beholden to Hand for past and present favors. "Here is a case," put in Schryhart, who was merely waiting for an opportunity to explain further, "in which an unexpected political situation develops an unexpected crisis, and this man uses it for his personal aggrandizement and to the detriment of every other person. The welfare of the city is nothing to him. The stability of the banks he borrows from is nothing. He is a pariah, and if this opportunity to show him what we think of him and his methods is not used, we will be doing less than our duty to the city and to one another." "Gentlemen," said Mr. Arneel, finally, after Cowperwood's different loans had been carefully tabulated, "don't you think it would be wise to send for Mr. Cowperwood and state to him directly the decision we have reached and the reasons for it? I presume all of us would agree that he should be notified." "I think he should be notified," said Mr. Merrill, who saw behind this smooth talk the iron club that was being brandished. Both Hand and Schryhart looked at each other and Arneel while they politely waited for someone else to make a suggestion. When no one ventured, Hand, who was hoping this would prove a ripping blow to Cowperwood, remarked viciously, "He might as well be told if we can reach him. It's sufficient notice, in my judgment. He might as well understand that this is the united action of the leading financial forces of the city." "Quite so," added Mr. Schryhart. "It is time he understood, I think, what the moneyed men of this community think of him and his crooked ways." A murmur of approval ran around the room. "Very well," said Mr. Arneel. "Anson, you know him better than some of the rest of us. Perhaps you had better see if you can get him on the telephone and ask him to call. Tell him that we are here in executive session." "I think he might take it more seriously if you spoke to him, Timothy," replied Merrill. Arneel, being always a man of action, arose and left the room, seeking a telephone which was located in a small workroom or office den on the same floor where he could talk without fear of being overheard. Sitting in his library on this particular evening and studying the details of half a dozen art catalogues which had accumulated during the week, Cowperwood was decidedly conscious of the probable collapse of American Match on the morrow. Through his brokers and agents he was well aware that a conference was on at this hour at the house of Arneel. More than once during the day he had seen bankers and brokers who were anxious about possible shrinkage in connection with various hypothecated securities, and tonight his valet had called him to the phone half a dozen times to talk with Addison, with Kaffrath, with a broker by the name of Prosser, who had succeeded Laughlin in active control of his private speculations, and also, be it said, with several of the banks whose presidents were at this particular conference. If Cowperwood was hated, mistrusted, or feared by the overlords of these institutions, such was by no means the case with the underlings, some of whom, through being merely civil, were hopeful of securing material benefits from him at some future time. With a feeling of amused satisfaction he was meditating upon how heavily and neatly he had countered on his enemies. Whereas they were speculating as to how to offset their heavy losses on the morrow, he was congratulating himself on corresponding gains. When all of his deals should be closed up he would clear within the neighborhood of $1 million. He did not feel that he had worked Messrs. Hull and Stackpole any great injustice. They were at their wits' end. If he had not seized this opportunity to undercut them, Schryhart or Arneel would have done so anyhow. Mingled with thoughts of a forthcoming financial triumph were others of Berenice Fleming. There are such things as figments of the brain, even in the heads of colossi. He thought of Berenice early and late. He even dreamed of her. He laughed at himself at times for thus being taken into the toils of a mere girl, the strands of her ruddy hair. But working in Chicago these days, he was always conscious of her, of what she was doing, of where she was going in the East, of how happy he would be if they were only together, happily mated. It so happened, unfortunately, that in the course of this summer stay at Narragansett, Berenice, among other diversions, had assumed a certain interest in one Lieutenant Lawrence Braxmar, U.S.N., who she found loitering there, and who was then connected with the naval station at Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Cowperwood, coming East at this time for a few days' stay in order to catch another glimpse of his ideal, had been keenly disturbed by the sight of Braxmar and by what his presence might signify. Up to this time he had not given much thought to younger men in connection with her. Engrossed in her personality, He could think of nothing as being able to stand long between him and the fulfillment of his dreams. Berenice must be his. That radiant spirit enwrapped in so fair an outward seeming must come to see and rejoice in him. Yet she was so young and airy in her mood that he sometimes wondered. How was he to draw near? What say exactly? What do? Berenice was in no way hypnotized by either his wealth or fame. She was accustomed, she little knew to what extent by his courtesy, to a world more resplendent in its social security than his own. Surveying Braxmar keenly upon their first meeting, Cowperwood had liked his face and intelligence, had judged him to be able, but wondered instantly how he could get rid of him. Viewing Berenice and the lieutenant as they strolled off together along a summery seaside veranda, he had been for once lonely and had sighed. These uncertain phases of affection could become very trying at times. He wished he were young again, single. Tonight, therefore, this thought was haunting him like a gloomy undertone. When at 11:30 the telephone rang once more, and he heard a low, even voice which said, "Mr. Cowperwood, this is Mr. Arneel." "Yes." "A number of principal financial men of the city are gathered here at my house this evening. The question of ways and means of preventing a panic tomorrow is up for discussion. As you probably know, Hall and Stackpole are in trouble. Unless something is done for them tonight, they will certainly fail tomorrow for $20 million. It isn't so much their failure that we are considering as it is the effect on stocks in general and on the banks. As I understand it, a number of your loans are involved. The gentlemen here have suggested that I call you up and ask you to come here, if you will, to help us decide what ought to be done. Something very drastic will have to be decided on before morning." During this speech Cowperwood's brain had been reciprocating like a well-oiled machine. "My loans?" he inquired suavely. "What have they to do with the situation? I don't owe Hull and Stackpole anything." "Very true, but a number of the banks are carrying some securities for you. The idea is that a number of these will have to be called, the majority of them, unless some other way can be devised tonight. We thought you might possibly wish to come and talk it over, and that you might be able to suggest some other way out." "I see," replied Cowperwood, caustically. "The idea is to sacrifice me in order to save Hull and Stackpole. Is that it?" His eyes, quite as though Arneel were before him, emitted malicious sparks. "Well, not precisely that," replied Arneel, conservatively, "but something will have to be done. Don't you think you had better come over?" "Very good, I'll come," was the cheerful reply. "It isn't anything that can be discussed over the phone, anyhow." He hung up the receiver and called for his runabout. On the way over he thanked the prevision which had caused him, in anticipation of some such attack as this, to set aside in the safety vaults of the Chicago Trust Company several millions in low interest-bearing government bonds. Now, if worst came to worst, these could be drawn on and hypothecated. These men should see at last how powerful he was and how secure. As he entered the home of Arneel, he was a picturesque and truly representative figure of his day. In a light summer suit of cream and gray twill, with a straw hat ornamented by a blue and white band, and wearing yellow quarter shoes of the softest leather, he appeared a very model of trig, well-groomed self-sufficiency. As he was ushered into the room he gazed about him in a brave, leonine way. "Fine night for a conference, gentlemen," he said, walking towards a chair indicated by Mr. Arneel. "I must say I never saw so many straw hats at a funeral before. I understand that my obsequies are contemplated. What can I do?" He beamed in a genial, sufficient way which in anyone else would have brought a smile to the faces of the company. In him it was an implication of basic power which secretly enraged and envenomed nearly all those present. They merely stirred in a nervous and wholly antagonistic way. A number of those who knew him personally nodded. Merrill, Lawrence, Simms, but there was no friendly light in their eyes. "Well, gentlemen," he inquired, after a moment or two of ominous silence, observing Hand's averted face and Schryhart's eyes, which were lifted ceilingward. "Mr. Cowperwood," began Mr. Arneel, quietly, in no way disturbed by Cowperwood's jaunty air, "as I told you over the phone, this meeting is called to avert, if possible, what is likely to be a very serious panic in the morning. Hull and Stackpole are on the verge of failure. The outstanding loans are considerable, in the neighborhood of $7 or $8 million here in Chicago. On the other hand, there are assets in the shape of American Match stocks and other properties sufficient to carry them for a while longer if the banks can only continue their loans. As you know, we are all facing a falling market, and the banks are short of ready money. Something has to be done. We have canvassed the situation here tonight as thoroughly as possible, and the general conclusion is that your loans are among the most available assets which can be reached quickly. Mr. Schryhart, Mr. Merrill, Mr. Hand, and myself have done all we can thus far to avert a calamity, but we find that someone with whom Hull and Stackpole have been hypothecating stocks has been feeding them out in order to break the market. We shall know how to avoid that in the future," and he looked hard at Cowperwood. "But the thing at present is immediate cash, and your loans are the largest and the most available. Do you think you can find the means to pay them back in the morning?" Arneel blinked his keen blue eyes solemnly, while the rest, like a pack of genial but hungry wolves, sat and surveyed this apparently whole but now condemned scapegoat and victim. Cowperwood, who was keenly alive to the spirit of the company, looked blandly and fearlessly around. On his knee he held his blue-banded straw hat neatly balanced on one edge, his full mustache curled upward in a jaunty, arrogant way. "I can meet my loans," he replied easily, "but I would not advise you or any of the gentlemen present to call them." His voice, for all its lightness, had an ominous ring. "Why not?" inquired Hand grimly and heavily, turning squarely about and facing him. "It doesn't appear that you have extended any particular courtesy to Hull or Stackpole." His face was red and scowling. "Because," replied Cowperwood, smiling and ignoring the reference to his trick, "I know why this meeting was called. I know that these gentlemen here, who are not saying a word, are merely cat's paws and rubber stamps for you and Mr. Schryhart and Mr. Arneel and Mr. Merrill. I know how you four gentlemen have been gambling in this stock and what your probable losses are, and that it is to save yourselves from further loss that you have decided to make me the scapegoat. I want to tell you here," and he got up so that in his full stature he loomed over the room, "you can't do it. You can't make me your cat's paw to pull your chestnuts out of the fire. No rubber stamp conference can make any such attempt successful. If you want to know what to do, I'll tell you. Close the Chicago Stock Exchange tomorrow morning and keep it closed. Then let Hull and Stackpole fail, or if not, you four put up the money to carry them. If you can't, let your banks do it. If you open the day by calling a single one of my loans before I'm ready to pay it, I'll gut every bank from here to the river. You'll have a panic, all the panic you want. Good evening, gentlemen." He drew out his watch, glanced at it, and quickly walked to the door, putting on his hat as he went. As he bustled jauntily down the wide interior staircase, preceded by a footman to open the door, a murmur of dissatisfaction arose in the room he had just left. "The wrecker!" re-exclaimed Norrie Simms angrily, astounded at this demonstration of defiance. "The scoundrel!" declared Mr. Blackman. "Where does he get the wealth to talk like that?" "Gentlemen," said Mr. Arneel, stung to the quick by this amazing effrontery, and yet made cautious by the blazing wrath of Cowperwood, "it is useless to debate this question in anger. Mr. Cowperwood evidently refers to loans which can be controlled in his favor and of which I for one know nothing. I do not see what can be done until we do know. Perhaps some of you can tell us what they are." But no one could, and after due calculation, advice was borrowed of caution. The loans of Frank Algernon Cowperwood were not called. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A New York mansion. The failure of American Match the next morning was one of those events that stirred the city and the nation and lingered in the minds of men for years. At the last moment it was decided that in lieu of calling Cowperwood's loans, Hull and Stackpole had best be sacrificed. The stock exchange closed and all trading ended. This protected stocks from at least a quotable decline and left the banks free for several days, 10 all told, in which to repair their disrupted finances and buttress themselves against the eventual facts. Naturally, the minor speculators throughout the city, those who had expected to make a fortune out of this crash, raged and complained, but being faced by an adamantine exchange directorate, a subservient press, and the alliance between the big bankers and the heavy quadrumvirate, there was nothing to be done. The respective bank presidents talked solemnly of a mere temporary flurry. Hand, Schryhart, Merrill, and Arneel went still further into their pockets to protect their interests, and Cowperwood, triumphant, was roundly denounced by the smaller fry as a buccaneer, a pirate, a wolf, indeed any opprobrious term that came into their minds. The larger men faced squarely the fact that here was an enemy worthy of their steel. Would he master them? Was he already the dominant money power in Chicago? Could he thus flaunt their helplessness and his superiority in their eyes and before their underlings and go unwhipped? "I must give in," Hosmer Hand had declared to Arneel and Schryhart at the close of the Arneel House conference, and as they stood in consultation after the others had departed. "We seem to be beaten tonight, but I, for one, am not through yet. He has won tonight, but he won't win always. This is a fight to the finish between me and him. The rest of you can stay in or drop out, just as you wish." "Hear, hear!" exclaimed Schryhart, laying a fervently sympathetic hand on his shoulder. "Every dollar that I have is at your service, Hosmer. This fellow can't win eventually. I'm with you to the end." Arneel, walking with Merrill and the others to the door, was silent and dour. He had been cavalierly affronted by a man who, but a few short years before, he would have considered a mere underling. Here was Cowperwood bearding the lion in his den, dictating terms to the principal financial figures of the city, standing up trig and resolute, smiling in their faces, and telling them in so many words to go to the devil. Mr. Arneel glowered under lowering brows, but what could he do? "We must see," he said to the others, "what time will bring. Just now there is nothing much to do. This crisis has been too sudden. You say you are not through with him, Hosmer, and neither am I. But we must wait. We shall have to break him politically in this city, and I am confident that in the end we can do it." The others were grateful for his courage, even though tomorrow he and they must part with millions to protect themselves in the banks. For the first time Merrill concluded that he would have to fight Cowperwood openly from now on, though even yet he admired his courage. "But he is too defiant, too cavalier. A very lion of a man," he said to himself. "A man with the heart of a Numidian lion." It was true. From this day on, for a little while, and because there was no immediate political contest in sight, there was comparative peace in Chicago, although it more resembled an armed camp operating under the terms of some agreed neutrality than it did anything else. Schryhart, Hand, Arneel, and Merrill were quietly watchful.
Cowperwood's chief concern was lest his enemies might succeed in their project of worsting him politically in one or two or all three of the succeeding elections which were due to occur every 2 years between now and 1903, at which time his franchises would have to be renewed. As in the past, they had made it necessary for him to work against them through bribery and perjury, so in ensuing struggles they might render it more and more difficult for him or his agents to suborn the men elected to office. The subservient and venal councilmen whom he now controlled might be replaced by men who, if no more honest, would be more loyal to the enemy, thus blocking the extension of his franchises. Yet, upon a renewal period of at least 20 and preferably 50 years depended the fulfillment of all the colossal things he had begun: his art collection, his new mansion, his growing prestige as a financier, his rehabilitation socially, and the celebration of his triumph by a union, morganatic or otherwise, with someone who would be worthy to share his throne. It is curious how the first and most potent tendency of the human mind, ambition, becomes finally dominating. Here was Cowperwood at 57, rich beyond the wildest dreams of the average man, celebrated in a local and in some respects in a national way, who was nevertheless feeling that by no means had his true aims been achieved. He was not yet all-powerful as were divers Eastern magnates, or even these 4 or 5 magnificently moneyed men here in Chicago, who by plodding thought and labor in many dreary fields such as Cowperwood himself frequently scorned, had reaped tremendous and uncontended profits. How was it, he asked himself, that his path had almost constantly been strewn with stormy opposition and threatened calamity? Was it due to his private immorality? Other men were immoral. The mass, despite religious dogma and fol-de-rol theory imposed from the top, was generally so. Was it not rather due to his inability to control without dominating personally, without standing out fully and clearly in the sight of all men? Sometimes he thought so. The humdrum conventional world could not brook his daring, his insouciance, his constant desire to call a spade a spade. His genial sufficiency was a taunt and a mockery to many. The hard implication of his eyes was dreaded by the weaker as fire is feared by a burnt child. Dissembling enough, he was not sufficiently oily and make-believe. Well, come what might, he did not need to be or mean to be so, and there the game must lie. But he had not by any means attained the height of his ambition. He was not yet looked upon as a money prince. He could not rank as yet with the magnates of the East, the serried sequoias of Wall Street. Until he could stand with these men, until he could have a magnificent mansion acknowledged as such by all, until he could have a world-famous gallery, Berenice, millions, what did it avail? The character of Cowperwood's New York house, which proved one of the central achievements of his later years, was one of those flowerings out of disposition which eventuate in the case of men quite as in that of plants. After the passing of the years, neither a modified Gothic, such as his Philadelphia house had been, nor a conventionalized Norman French after the style of his Michigan Avenue home seemed suitable to him. Only the Italian palaces of medieval or Renaissance origin which he had seen abroad now appealed to him as examples of what a stately residence should be. He was really seeking something which should not only reflect his private tastes as to a home, but should have the more enduring qualities of a palace or even a museum, which might stand as a monument to his memory. After much searching, Cowperwood had found an architect in New York who suited him entirely, one Raymond Pine, rake, raconteur, man about town, who was still first and foremost an artist, with an eye for the exceptional and the perfect. These two spent days and days together,
meditating on the details of this home museum. An immense gallery was to occupy the west wing of the house and be devoted to pictures. A second gallery should occupy the south wing and be given over to sculpture and large whorls of art, and these two wings were to swing as an L around the house proper, the latter standing in the angle between them. The whole structure was to be of rich brownstone, heavily carved. For its interior decoration, the richest woods, silks, tapestries, glass, and marbles were canvassed. The main rooms were to surround a great central court with a colonnade of pink-veined alabaster, and in the center there would be an electrically lighted fountain of alabaster and silver. Occupying the east wall, a series of hanging baskets of orchids or of other fresh flowers were to give a splendid glow of color, a morning sun effect to this richly artificial realm. One chamber, a lounge on the second floor, was to be entirely lined with thin-cut transparent marble of a peach-blow hue, the lighting coming only through these walls and from without. Here, in a perpetual atmosphere of sunrise, were to be racks for exotic birds, a trellis of vines, stone benches, a central pool of glistening water, and an echo of music. Pine assured him that after his death this room would make an excellent chamber in which to exhibit porcelains, jades, ivories, and other small objects of value. Cowperwood was now actually transferring his possessions to New York, and had persuaded Aileen to accompany him. Fine compound of tact and chicane that he was, he had the effrontery to assure her that they could here create a happier social life. His present plan was to pretend a marital contentment which had no basis, solely in order to make this transition period as undisturbed as possible. Subsequently, he might get a divorce, or he might make an arrangement whereby his life would be rendered happy outside the social pale. Of all this Berenice Fleming knew nothing at all. At the same time, the building of this splendid mansion eventually awakened her to an understanding of the spirit of art that occupied the center of Cowperwood's iron personality and caused her to take a real interest in him. Before this she had looked on him as kind of a Western interloper coming East and taking advantage of her mother's good nature to scrape a little social courtesy. Now, however, all that Mrs. Carter had been telling her of his personality and achievements was becoming crystallized into a glittering chain of facts. This house, the papers were fond of repeating, would be a jewel of rare workmanship. Obviously the Cowperwoods were going to try to enter society. "What a pity it is," Mrs. Carter once said to Berenice, "that he couldn't have gotten a divorce from his wife before he began all this. I'm so afraid they will never be received. He would be, if he only had the right woman. But she—" Mrs. Carter, who had once seen Aileen in Chicago, shook her head doubtfully. "She is not the type," was her comment. "She has neither the air nor the understanding." "If he is so unhappy with her," observed Berenice thoughtfully, "why doesn't he leave her? She can be happy without him. It is so silly, this cat and dog existence. Still, I suppose she values the position he gives her," she added, "since she isn't so interesting herself." "I suppose," said Mrs. Carter, "that he married her 20 years ago, when he was a very different man from what he is today. She is not exactly coarse, but not clever enough. She cannot do what he would like to see done. I hate to see mismatings of this kind, and yet they are so common. I do hope, Bevy, that when you marry it will be some one with whom you can get along, though I do believe I would rather see you unhappy than poor." This was delivered as an early breakfast peroration in Central Park South, with the morning sun glittering on one of the nearest park lakes. Bevy, in spring green and old gold, was studying the social notes in one of the morning papers. "I think I should prefer to be unhappy with wealth than to be without it," she said idly, without looking up. Her mother surveyed her admiringly, conscious of her imperious mood. What was to become of her? Would she marry well? Would she marry in time? Thus far, no breath of the wretched days in Louisville had affected Berenice. Most of those with whom Mrs. Carter had found herself compelled to deal with would be kind enough to keep her secret. But there were others. How near she had been to drifting on the rocks when Cowperwood had appeared. "After all," observed Berenice thoughtfully, "Mr. Cowperwood isn't a mere money grabber, is he? So many of these Western moneyed men are so dull." "My dear," exclaimed Mrs. Carter, who by now had become a confirmed satellite of her secret protector, "you don't understand him at all. He is a very astonishing man, I tell you. The world is certain to hear a lot more of Frank Cowperwood before he dies. You can say what you please, but some one has to make the money in the first place. It's little enough that good breeding does for you in poverty. I know, because I've seen plenty of our friends come down." In the new house, on a scaffold one day, a famous sculptor and his assistants were working on a Greek frieze, which represented dancing nymphs linked together by looped wreaths. Berenice and her mother happened to be passing. They stopped to look, and Cowperwood joined them. He waved his hand at the figures on the frieze and said to Berenice, with his old gay air, "If they had copied you they would have done better." "How charming of you," she replied, with her cool, strange blue eyes fixed on him. "They are beautiful." In spite of her early prejudices, she knew now that he and she had one god in common, art, and that his mind was fixed on things beautiful as on a shrine. He merely looked at her. "This house can be little more than a museum to me," he remarked simply, when her mother was out of hearing, "but I shall build it as perfectly as I can. Perhaps others may enjoy it if I do not." She looked at him musingly, understandingly, and he smiled. She realized, of course, that he was trying to convey to her that he was lonely. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The revival of Hattie's Star. Engrossed in the pleasures and entertainments which Cowperwood's money was providing, Berenice had until recently given very little thought to her future. Cowperwood had been most liberal. "She is young," he once said to Mrs. Carter, with an air of disinterested liberality, when they were talking about Berenice and her future. "She is exquisite. Let her have her day. If she marries well, she can pay you back, or me, but give her all she needs now." And he signed checks with the air of a gardener who is growing a wondrous orchid. The truth was that Mrs. Carter had become so fond of Berenice as an object of beauty, a prospective grande dame, that she would have sold her soul to see her well placed, and as the money to provide the dresses, setting, equipage had to come from somewhere, she had placed her spirit in subjection to Cowperwood and pretended not to see the compromising position in which she was placing all that was near and dear to her. "Oh, you're so good," she more than once said to him, a mist of gratitude commingling with joy in her eyes. "I would never have believed it of anyone but Bevy." "An aesthete is an aesthete," Cowperwood replied. "They are rare enough. I like to see a spirit as fine as hers move untroubled. She will make her way." Seeing Lieutenant Braxmar in the foreground of Berenice's affairs, Mrs. Carter was foolish enough to harp on the matter in a friendly, ingratiating way. Braxmar was really interesting after his fashion. He was young, tall, muscular, and handsome, a graceful dancer, but, better yet, he represented in his moods lineage, social position, a number of the things which engaged Berenice most. He was intelligent, serious, with a kind of social grace which was gay, courteous, wistful. Berenice met him first at a local dance where a new step was being practiced, dancing in the barn, as it was called,
and so airily did he tread it with her in his handsome uniform that she was half smitten for the moment. "You dance delightfully," she said. "Is this part of your life on the ocean wave?" "Deep sea going dancing," he replied with a heavenly smile. "All battles are accompanied by balls, don't you know?" "Oh, what a wretched jest!" she replied. "It's unbelievably bad." "Not for me. I can make much worse ones." "Not for me," she replied. "I can't stand them." And they went prancing on. Afterward he came and sat by her. They walked in the moonlight. He told her of naval life, his Southern home and connections. Mrs. Carter, seeing him with Berenice, and having been introduced, observed the next morning, "I like your lieutenant, Bevy. I know some of his relatives well. They come from the Carolinas. He's sure to come into money. The whole family is wealthy. Do you think he might be interested in you?" "Oh, possibly, yes. I presume so," replied Berenice airily, for she did not take too kindly to this evidence of parental interest. She preferred to see life drift on in some nebulous way at present, and this was bringing matters too close to home. "Still, he has so much machinery on his mind. I doubt whether he could take any serious interest in a woman. He is almost more of a battleship than he is a man." She made a mouth, and Mrs. Carter commented gaily, "You rogue! All the men take an interest in you. You don't think you could care for him, then, at all?" "Why, Mother, what a question! Why do you ask? Is it so essential that I should?" "Oh, not that exactly," replied Mrs. Carter sweetly, bracing herself for a word which she felt incumbent upon her. "But think of his position. He comes from such a good family, and he must be heir to a considerable fortune in his own right. Oh, Bevy, I don't want to hurry or spoil your life in any way, but do keep in mind the future. With your tastes and instincts, money is so essential, and unless you marry it, I don't know where you are going to get it. Your father was so thoughtless, and Rolfe's was even worse." She sighed. Berenice, for almost the first time in her life, took solemn heed of this thought. She pondered whether she could endure Braxmar as a life partner, follow him around the world, perhaps retransferring her abode to the South, but she could not make up her mind. This suggestion on the part of her mother rather poisoned the cup for her. To tell the truth, in this hour of doubt her thoughts turned vaguely to Cowperwood as one who represented in his avid way more of the things she truly desired. She remembered his wealth, his plaint that his new house could be only a museum, the manner in which he approached her with looks and voiceless suggestions. But he was old and married, out of the question, therefore, and Braxmar was young and charming. To think her mother should have been so tactless as to suggest the necessity for consideration in his case. It almost spoiled him for her. And was their financial state, then, as uncertain as her mother indicated? In this crisis some of her previous social experiences became significant. For instance, only a few weeks previous to her meeting with Braxmar, she had been visiting at the country estate of Corscaden Batjeers at Redding Hills, Long Island, and had been sitting with her hostess in the morning room of Hillcrest, which commanded a lovely though distant view of Long Island Sound. Mrs. Frederica Batjer was a chestnut blonde, fair, cool, quiescent, a type of Dutch art. Clad in a morning gown of gray and silver, her hair piled in a psychic knot, she had in her lap on this occasion a Java basket filled with some attempt at Norwegian needlework. "Bev," she said, "you remember Kilmer Duelma, don't you? Wasn't he at the Haggertys last summer when you were there?" Berenice, who was seated at a small Chippendale writing desk, penning letters, glanced up, her mind visioning for the moment the youth in question. Kilmer Duelma, tall, stocky, swaggering, his clothes the loose, nonchalant perfection of the season, his walk ambling, studied, lackadaisical, aimless, his color high, his cheeks full, his eyes a little vacuous, his mind acquiescing
in a sort of genial, inconsequential way to every query and thought that was put to him. The younger of the two sons of Auguste Duelma, banker, promoter, multimillionaire, he would come into a fortune estimated roughly at between $6 and $8 million. At the Haggertys the year before he had hung about her in an aimless fashion. Mrs. Batjer studied Berenice curiously for a moment, then returned to her needlework. "I've asked him down over this week end," she suggested. "Yes?" queried Berenice sweetly. "Are there others?" "Of course," assented Mrs. Batjer remotely. "Kilmer doesn't interest you, I presume?" Berenice smiled enigmatically. "You remember Clarissa Faulkner, don't you, Bevy?" pursued Mrs. Batjer. "She married Romulus Garrison." "Perfectly. Where is she now?" "They have leased the Chateau Brieul at As for the winter. Romulus is a fool, but Clarissa is so clever. You know she writes that she is holding a veritable court there this season. Half the smart set of Paris and London are dropping in. It is so charming for her to be able to do those things now. Poor dear! At one time I was quite troubled over her." Without giving any outward sign, Berenice did not fail to gather the full import of the analogy. It was all true. One must begin early to take thought of one's life. She suffered a disturbing sense of duty. Kilmer Duelma arrived at noon Friday with 6 types of bags, a special valet, and a preposterous enthusiasm for polo and hunting, diseases lately acquired from a hunting set in the Berkshires. A cleverly contrived compliment supposed to have emanated from Miss Fleming and conveyed to him with tact by Mrs. Batjer brought him ambling into Berenice's presence, suggesting a Sunday drive to Saddle Rock. "Ha ha, you know, I'm delighted to see you again. Ha ha, it's been an age since I've seen the Haggertys. We missed you after you left. Ha ha, I did, you know. Since I saw you I have taken up polo, 3 ponies with me all the time now. Ha ha, a regular stable near by." Berenice strove valiantly to retain a serene interest. Duty was in her mind. The Chateau Brieul, the winter court of Clarissa Garrison, some first premonitions of the flight of time. Yet the drive was a bore, conversation a burden, the struggle to respond titanic, impossible. When Monday came she fled, leaving 3 days between that and a week end at Morristown. Mrs. Batjer, who read straws most capably, sighed. Her own Corscaden was not much beyond his money, but life must be lived, and the ambitious must inherit wealth or gather it wisely. Some impossible scheming silly would soon collect Duelma, and then— She considered Berenice a little difficult. Berenice could not help piecing together the memory of this incident with her mother's recent appeal in behalf of Lieutenant Braxmar. A great, cloying, disturbing, disintegrating factor in her life was revealed by the dawning discovery that she and her mother were without much money, that aside from her lineage she was in a certain sense an interloper in society. There were never rumors of great wealth in connection with her, no flattering whispers or public notices regarding her station as an heiress. All the smug minor manikins of the social world were on the qui vive for some cotton-headed doll of a girl with an endless bank account. By nature sybaritic, an intense lover of art fabrics, of stately functions, of power and success in every form, she had been dreaming all this while of a great soul freedom and art freedom under such circumstances as the greatest individual wealth of the day, and only that, could provide. Simultaneously she had vaguely cherished the idea that if she ever found someone who was truly fond of her, and whom she could love or even admire intensely, someone who needed her in a deep, sincere way, she would give herself freely and gladly. Yet who could it be? She had been charmed by Braxmar, but her keen, analytic intelligence required someone harder, more vivid, more ruthless, someone who would appeal to her as an immense force. Yet She must be conservative. She must play what cards she had to win. During his summer visit at Narragansett, Cowperwood had not been long disturbed by the presence of Braxmar, for, having received special orders, the latter was compelled to hurry away to Hampton Roads. But the following November, forsaking temporarily his difficult affairs in Chicago for New York and the Carter apartment in Central Park South, Cowperwood again encountered the lieutenant, who arrived one evening brilliantly arrayed in full official regalia in order to escort Berenice to a ball, a high military cap surmounting his handsome face, his epaulets gleaming in gold, the lapels of his cape thrown back to reveal a handsome red silk lining, his sword clanking by his side. He seemed a veritable singing flame of youth. Cowperwood, caught in the drift of circumstance, age, unsuitableness, the flaring counter-attractions of romance and vigor, fairly writhed in pain. Berenice was so beautiful in a storm of diaphanous clinging garments. He stared at them from an adjacent room where he pretended to be reading, and sighed. Alas, how was his cunning and foresight, even his, to overcome the drift of life itself? How was he to make himself appealing to youth? Braxmar had the years, the color, the bearing. Berenice seemed tonight, as she prepared to leave, to be fairly seething with youth, hope, gaiety. He arose after a few moments, and, giving business as an excuse, hurried away. But it was only to sit in his own rooms in a neighboring hotel and meditate. The logic of the ordinary man under such circumstances, compounded of the age-old notions of chivalry, self-sacrifice, duty to higher impulses, and the like, would have been to step aside in favor of youth, to give convention its day, and retire in favor of morality and virtue. Cowperwood saw things in no such moralistic or altruistic light. "I satisfy myself" had ever been his motto, and under that, however much he might sympathize with Berenice in love or with love itself, he was not content to withdraw until he was sure that the end of hope for him had really come. There had been moments between him and Berenice, little approximations toward intimacy, which had led him to believe that by no means was she seriously opposed to him. At the same time, this business of the lieutenant, so Mrs. Carter confided to him a little later, was not to be regarded lightly. While Berenice might not care so much, obviously, Braxmar did. "Ever since he has been away he has been storming her with letters," she remarked to Cowperwood one afternoon. "I don't think he is the kind that can be made to take no for an answer." "A very successful kind," commented Cowperwood, dryly. Mrs. Carter was eager for advice in the matter. Braxmar was a man of parts. She knew his connections. He would inherit at least $600,000 at his father's death, if not more. What about her Louisville record? Supposing that should come out later, would it not be wise for Berenice to marry and have the danger over with? "It's a problem, isn't it?" observed Cowperwood, calmly. "Are you sure she's in love?" "Oh, I wouldn't say that. But such things so easily turn into love. I have never believed that Berenice could be swept off her feet by any one. She is so thoughtful, but she knows she has her own way to make in the world, and Mr. Braxmar is certainly eligible. I know his cousins, the Clifford Porters, very well." Cowperwood knitted his brows. He was sick to his soul with worry over Berenice. He felt that he must have her even at the cost of inflicting upon her a serious social injury. Better that she should surmount it with him than escape it with another. It so happened, however, that the final grim necessity of acting on any such idea was spared him. Imagine a dining room in one of the principal hotels of New York, the hour midnight, after an evening at the opera to which Cowperwood, as host, had invited Berenice, Lieutenant Braxmar, and Mrs. Carter. He was now playing the role of disinterested host and avuncular mentor. His attitude toward Berenice, meditating as he was a course which should be destructive to Braxmar, was gentle, courteous, serenely thoughtful. Like a true Mephistopheles, he was waiting, surveying Mrs. Carter and Berenice, who were seated in front chairs clad in such exotic draperies as opera-goers affect, Mrs. Carter in pale lemon silk and diamonds, Berenice in purple and old rose, with a jeweled comb in her hair. The lieutenant in his dazzling uniform smiled and talked blandly, complimented the singers, whispered pleasant nothings to Berenice, descanted at odd moments to Cowperwood on naval personages who happened to be present. Coming out of the opera and driving through blowy, windy streets to the Waldorf, they took the table reserved for them, and Cowperwood, after consulting with regard to the dishes and ordering the wine, went back reminiscently to the music, which had been La Boheme, the death of Minnie, and the grief of Rodolphe, as voiced by the splendid melodies of Puccini, interested him. That makeshift studio world may have no connection with the genuine professional artist, but it's very representative of life, he remarked. I don't know, I'm sure, said Braxmar seriously. All I know of Bohemia is what I have read in books, Trilby, for instance, and he could think of no other, and stopped. I suppose it is that way in Paris. He looked at Berenice for confirmation and to win a smile. Owing to her mobile and sympathetic disposition, she had during the opera been swept from period to period by surges of beauty too gay or pathetic for words, but clearly comprehended of the spirit. Once, when she had been lost in dreamy contemplation, her hands folded on her knees, her eyes fixed upon the stage, both Braxmar and Cowperwood had studied her parted lips and fine profile with common impulses of emotion and enthusiasm. Realizing after the mood was gone that they had been watching her, Berenice had continued the pose for a moment, then had waked as from a dream with a sigh. The incident now came back to her as well as her feeling in regard to the opera generally. It is very beautiful, she said. I do not know what to say. People are like that, of course. It is so much better than just dull comfort. Life is really finest when it's tragic, anyhow. She looked at Cowperwood, who was studying her, then at Braxmar, who saw himself for the moment on the captain's bridge of a battleship, commanding in time of action. To Cowperwood came back many of his principal moments of difficulty. Surely his life had been sufficiently dramatic to satisfy her. I don't think I care so much for it, interposed Mrs. Carter. One gets tired of sad happenings. We have enough drama in real life. Cowperwood and Braxmar smiled faintly. Berenice looked contemplatively away. The crush of diners, the clink of china and glass, the bustling to and fro of waiters, and the strumming of the orchestra diverted her somewhat, as did the nods and smiles of some entering guests who recognized Braxmar and herself, but not Cowperwood. Suddenly, from a neighboring door, opening from the men's cafe and grill, there appeared a semi-intoxicated figure of an ostensibly swagger society man, his clothing somewhat awry, an open opera coat hanging loosely from one shoulder, a crush opera hat dangling in one hand, his eyes a little bloodshot, his upper lip protruding slightly and defiantly, and his whole visage proclaiming that devil-may-care superior and malicious aspect which the drunken rake does not so much assume as achieve. He looked sullenly, uncertainly about, then perceiving Cowperwood and his party, made his way thither in that half-determined, half-inconsequential fashion of one not quite sound after his cups. When he was directly opposite Cowperwood's table, the cynosure of a number of eyes, he suddenly paused as if in recognition, and coming over laid a genial and yet condescending hand on Mrs. Carter's bare shoulder. "Why, hello, Hattie," he called leeringly and jeeringly. "What are you doing here in New York? You haven't given up your business in Louisville, have you, you old sport? Say, let me tell you something. I haven't had a single decent girl since you left, not one. If you open a house down here, let me know, will you?" He bent over her smirkingly and patronizingly, the while
He made as if to rummage in his white waistcoat pocket for a card. At the same moment Cowperwood and Braxmar, realizing quite clearly the import of his words, were on their feet. While Mrs. Carter was pulling and struggling back from the stranger, Braxmar's hand, he being the nearest, was on him, and the head waiter and two assistants had appeared. "What is the trouble here? What has he done?" they demanded. Meanwhile the intruder, leering contemptuously at them all, was exclaiming in very audible tones, "Take your hands off me! Who are you? What the devil have you got to do with this? Don't you think I know what I'm about? She knows me, don't you, Hattie? That's Hattie Starr of Louisville. Ask her. She kept one of the swellest ever run in Louisville. Why do you people want to be so upset about it? I know what I'm doing. She knows me." He not only protested, but contested, and with some vehemence. Cowperwood, Braxmar, and the waiters forming a cordon, he was shoved and hustled out into the lobby and the outer entranceway, and an officer was called. "This man should be arrested," Cowperwood protested vigorously when the latter appeared. "He has grossly insulted lady guests of mine. He is drunk and disorderly, and I wish to make that charge. Here is my card. Will you let me know where to come?" He handed it over, while Braxmar, scrutinizing the stranger with military care, added, "I should like to thrash you within an inch of your life. If you weren't drunk I would. If you are a gentleman and have a card, I want you to give it to me. I want to talk to you later." He leaned over and presented a cold, hard face to that of Mr. Beales Chadsey of Louisville, Kentucky. "That's all right, Captain," leered Chadsey mockingly. "I got a card. No harm done. Here you are. You can see me any time you want. Hotel Buckingham, 5th Avenue and 50th Street. I got a right to speak to anybody I please, where I please, when I please. See?" He fumbled and protested while the officer stood by ready to take him in charge. Not finding a card, he added, "That's all right. Write it down. Beales Chadsey, Hotel Buckingham, or Louisville, Kentucky. See me any time you want to. That's Hattie Starr. She knows me. I couldn't make a mistake about her, not once in a million. Many's the night I spent in her house." Braxmar was quite ready to lunge at him had not the officer intervened. Back in the dining room Berenice and her mother were sitting, the latter quite flustered, pale, distrait, horribly taken back, by far too much distressed for any convincing measure of deception. "Why, the very idea," she was saying. "That dreadful man! How terrible! I never saw him before in my life." Berenice, disturbed and nonplussed, was thinking of the familiar and lecherous leer with which the stranger had addressed her mother. The horror, the shame of it. Could even a drunken man, if utterly mistaken, be so defiant, so persistent, so willing to explain? What shameful things had she been hearing? "Come, mother," she said gently and with dignity. "Never mind. It is all right. We can go home at once. You will feel better when you are out of here." She called a waiter and asked him to say to the gentlemen that they had gone to the woman's dressing room. She pushed an intervening chair out of the way and gave her mother her arm. "To think I should be so insulted," Mrs. Carter mumbled on, "here in a great hotel, in the presence of Lieutenant Braxmar and Mr. Cowperwood. This is too dreadful. Well, I never—" She half whimpered as she walked, and Berenice, surveying the room with dignity, a lofty superiority in her face, led solemnly forth, a strange, lacerating pain about her heart. What was at the bottom of these shameful statements? Why should this drunken roisterer have selected her mother, of all other women in the dining room, for the object of these outrageous remarks? Why should her mother be stricken so utterly collapsed, if there were not some truth in what he had said? It was very strange, very sad, very grim, very horrible. What would that gossiping, scandal-loving world of which she knew so much say to a scene like this? For the first time in her life the import and horror of social ostracism flashed upon her. The following morning, owing to a visit paid to the Jefferson Market Police Court
by Lieutenant Braxmar, where he proposed, if satisfaction were not immediately guaranteed, to empty cold lead into Mr. Beales Chadsley's stomach, the following letter on Buckingham stationery was written and sent to Mrs. Ira George Carter, 36 Central Park South. Dear Madam, last evening, owing to a drunken debauch for which I have no satisfactory or suitable explanation to make, I was the unfortunate occasion of an outrage upon your feelings and those of your daughter and friends, for which I wish most humbly to apologize. I cannot tell you how sincerely I regret whatever I said or did which I cannot now clearly recall. My mental attitude when drinking is both contentious and malicious, and while in this mood and state I was the author of statements which I know to be wholly unfounded. In my drunken stupor I mistook you for a certain notorious woman of Louisville. Why, I have not the slightest idea. For this wholly shameful and outrageous conduct I sincerely ask your pardon, beg your forgiveness. I do not know what amends I can make, but anything you may wish to suggest I shall gladly do. In the meanwhile, I hope you will accept this letter in the spirit in which it is written, and as a slight attempt at recompense which I know can never fully be made. Very sincerely, Beales Chadsley. At the same time, Lieutenant Braxmar was fully aware before this letter was written or sent that the charges implied against Mrs. Carter were only too well founded. Beales Chadsley had said drunk what 20 men in all sobriety and even the police at Louisville would corroborate. Chadsley had insisted on making this clear to Braxmar before writing the letter. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Behind the Arras. Berenice, perusing the apology from Beales Chadsley, which her mother, very much fagged and weary, handed her the next morning, thought that it read like the overnight gallantry of someone who was seeking to make amends without changing his point of view. Mrs. Carter was too obviously self-conscious. She protested too much. Berenice knew that she could find out for herself if she chose, but would she choose? The thought sickened her, and yet who was she to judge too severely? Cowperwood came in bright and early to put on as good a face on the matter as he could. He explained how he and Braxmar had gone to the police station to make a charge, how Chadsley, sobered by arrest, had abandoned his bravado and humbly apologized. When viewing the letter handed him by Mrs. Carter, he exclaimed, "Oh, yes, he was very glad to promise to write that if we would let him off. Braxmar seemed to think it was necessary that he should. I wanted the judge to impose a fine and let it go at that. He was drunk, and that's all there was to it." He assumed a very unknowing air when in the presence of Berenice and her mother, but when alone with the latter his manner changed completely. "Brazen it out," he commanded. "It doesn't amount to anything. Braxmar doesn't believe that this man really knows anything. This letter is enough to convince Berenice. Put a good face on it. More depends on your manner than on anything else. You're much too upset. That won't do at all. You'll tell the whole story that way." At the same time he privately regarded this incident as a fine windfall of chance, in all likelihood the one thing which would serve to scare the lieutenant away. Outwardly, however, he demanded effrontery, assumption, and Mrs. Carter was somewhat cheered. But when she was alone she cried. Berenice, coming upon her accidentally and finding her eyes wet, exclaimed, "Oh, mother, please don't be foolish. How can you act this way? We had better go up in the country and rest a little while if you are so unstrung." Mrs. Carter protested that it was merely nervous reaction, but to Berenice it seemed that where there was so much smoke there must be some fire. Her manner in the aftermath toward Braxmar was gracious but remote. He called the next day to say how sorry he was, and to ask her to a new diversion. She was sweet but distant. In so far as she was concerned, it was plain that the Beales Chadsey incident was closed, but she did not accept his invitation. "Mother and I are planning to go to the country for a few days," she observed genially. "I can't say just when we shall return, but if you are still here we shall meet, no doubt. You must be sure to come to see us." She turned to an east court window where the morning sun was gleaming on some flowers in a window box, and began to pinch off a dead leaf here and there. Braxmar, full of the tradition of American romance, captivated by her vibrant charm, her poise and superiority under the circumstances, her obvious readiness to dismiss him, was overcome, as the human mind frequently is, by a riddle of the spirit, a chemical reaction as mysterious to its victim as to one who is its witness. Stepping forward with a motion that was at once gallant, reverent, eager, unconscious, he exclaimed: "Berenice, Miss Fleming, please don't send me away like this. Don't leave me. It isn't anything I have done, is it? I am mad about you. I can't bear to think that anything that has happened could make any difference between you and me. I haven't had the courage to tell you before, but I want to tell you now. I have been in love with you from the very first night I saw you. You are such a wonderful girl. I don't feel that I deserve you, but I love you. I love you with all the honor and force in me. I admire and respect you. Whatever may or may not be true, it is all one and the same to me. Be my wife, will you? Marry me, please. Oh, I'm not fit to be the lacer of your shoes, but I have position, and I'll make a name for myself, I hope. Oh, Berenice." He extended his arms in a dramatic fashion, not outward but downward, stiff and straight, and declared, "I don't know what I shall do without you. Is there no hope for me at all?" An artist in all the graces of sex, histrionic, plastic, many-faceted, Berenice debated for the fraction of a minute what she should do and say. She did not love the lieutenant as he loved her by any means, and somehow this discovery concerning her mother shamed her pride, suggesting an obligation to save herself in one form or another, which she resented bitterly. She was sorry for his tactless proposal at this time, although she knew well enough the innocence and virtue of the emotion from which it sprung. "Really, Mr. Braxmar," she replied, turning on him with solemn eyes, "you mustn't ask me to decide that now. I know how you feel. I'm afraid, though, that I may have been a little misleading in my manner. I didn't mean to be. I'm quite sure you'd better forget your interest in me for the present, anyhow. I can only make up my mind in one way if you should insist. I should have to ask you to forget me entirely. I wonder if you can see how I feel, how it hurts me to say this." She paused, perfectly poised, yet quite moved, really, as charming a figure as one would have wished to see, part Greek, part Oriental, contemplative, calculating. In that moment, for the first time, Braxmar realized that he was talking to someone who he could not comprehend, really. She was strangely self-contained, enigmatic, more beautiful perhaps because more remote than he had ever seen her before. In a strange flash this young American saw the Isles of Greece, Cytherea, the lost Atlantis, Cyprus and its Paphian shrine. His eyes burned with a strange comprehending luster. His color, at first high, went pale. "I can't believe you don't care for me at all, Miss Berenice," he went on, quite strainedly. "I felt you did care about me. But here," he added, all at once with a real, if summoned, military force, "I won't bother you. You do understand me. You know how I feel. I won't change. Can't we be friends, anyhow?" He held out his hand and she took it, feeling now that she was putting an end to what might have been an idyllic romance. "Of course we can," she said. "I hope I shall see you again soon." After he was gone she walked into the adjoining room and sat down in a wicker chair, putting her elbows on her knees and resting her chin in her hands. What a denouement to a thing so innocent, so charming! And now he was gone. She would not see him any more, would not want to see him, not much, anyhow. Life had sad, even ugly facts. Oh, yes, yes, and she was beginning to perceive them clearly. Some 2 days later, when Berenice had brooded and brooded until she could endure it no longer, she finally went to Mrs. Carter and said, "Mother, why don't you tell me all about this Louisville matter, so that I may really know? I can see something is worrying you. Can't you trust me? I am no longer a child by any means, and I am your daughter. It may help me to straighten things out, to know what to do." Mrs. Carter, who had always played a game of lofty though loving motherhood, was greatly taken aback by this courageous attitude. She flushed and chilled a little, then decided to lie. "I tell you there was nothing at all," she declared nervously and pettishly. "It is all an awful mistake. I wish that dreadful man could be punished severely for what he said to me. To be outraged and insulted this way before my own child." "Mother," questioned Berenice, fixing her with those cool blue eyes, "why don't you tell me all about Louisville? You and I shouldn't have things between us. Maybe I can help you." At once Mrs. Carter, realizing that her daughter was no longer a child, nor a mere social butterfly, but a woman superior, cool, sympathetic, with intuitions much deeper than her own, sank into a heavily flowered wing chair behind her, and seeking a small pocket handkerchief with one hand, placed the other over her eyes and began to cry. "I was so driven, Bevy, I didn't know which way to turn. Colonel Gillis suggested it. I wanted to keep you and Rolfe in school and give you a chance. It isn't true, anything that horrible man said. It wasn't anything like what he suggested. Colonel Gillis and several others wanted me to rent them bachelor quarters, and that's the way it all came about. It wasn't my fault. I couldn't help myself, Bevy." "And what about Mr. Cowperwood?" inquired Berenice curiously. She had begun of late to think a great deal about Cowperwood. He was so cool, deep, dynamic, in a way resourceful, like herself. "There's nothing about him," replied Mrs. Carter, looking up defensively. Of all her men friends she best liked Cowperwood. He had never advised her to evil ways or used her house as a convenience to himself alone. He never did anything but help me out. He advised me to give up my house in Louisville and come East and devote myself to looking after you and Rolfe. He offered to help me until you two should be able to help yourselves, and so I came. Oh, if I had only not been so foolish, so afraid of life! But your father and Mr. Carter just ran through everything." She heaved a deep, heartfelt sigh. "Then we really haven't anything at all, have we, Mother? Property or anything else?" Mrs. Carter shook her head, meaning no. "And the money we have been spending is Mr. Cowperwood's?" "Yes." Berenice paused and looked out the window over the wide stretch of park which it commanded. Framed in it like a picture were a small lake, a hill of trees with a Japanese pagoda effect in the foreground. Over the hill were the yellow towering walls of a great hotel in Central Park West. In the street below could be heard the jingle of street cars. On a road in the park could be seen a moving line of pleasure vehicles, society taking an airing in the chill November afternoon. Poverty, ostracism, she thought. And should she marry rich? Of course, if she could. And whom should she marry? The lieutenant? Never. He was not really masterful enough mentally, and he had witnessed her discomfiture. And who, then? Oh, the long line of sillies, light weights, rakes, ne'er-do-wells, who combined with sober, prosperous, conventional, muddle-headed oafs constituted society. Here and there, at far jumps, was a real man, but would he be interested in her if he knew the whole truth about her? "Have you broken with Mr. Braxmar?" asked her mother curiously, nervously, hopefully, hopelessly. "I haven't seen him since," replied Berenice, lying conservatively. "I don't know whether I shall or not. I want to think." She arose. "But don't you mind, mother. Only I wish we had some other way of living besides being dependent on Mr. Cowperwood." She walked into her boudoir, and before her mirror began to dress for a dinner to which she had been invited. So it was Cowperwood's money that had been sustaining them all during the last few years, and she had been so liberal with his means, so proud, vain, boastful, superior, and he had only fixed her with those inquiring, examining eyes. Why? But she did not need to ask herself why. She knew now. What a game he had been playing, and what a silly she had been not to see it. Did her mother in any way suspect? She doubted it. This queer, paradoxical, impossible world. The eyes of Cowperwood burned at her as she thought. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Declaration of Love. For the first time in her life Berenice now pondered seriously what she could do. She thought of marriage, but decided that instead of sending for Braxmar or taking up some sickening chase of an individual even less satisfactory, it might be advisable to announce in a simple social way to her friends that her mother had lost her money, and that she herself was now compelled to take up some form of employment, the teaching of dancing, perhaps, or the practice of it professionally. She suggested this calmly to her mother one day. Mrs. Carter, who had been long a parasite really, without any constructive monetary notions of real import, was terrified. To think that she and Bev, her wonderful daughter, and by reaction her son, should come to anything so humdrum and prosaic as ordinary struggling life, and after all her dreams. She sighed and cried in secret, writing Cowperwood a cautious explanation and asking him to see her privately in New York when he returned. "Don't you think we had best go on a little while longer?" she suggested to Berenice. "It just wrings my heart to think that you, with your qualifications, should have to stoop to giving dancing lessons. We had better do almost anything for a while yet. You can make a suitable marriage, and then everything will be all right for you. It doesn't matter about me. I can live. But you—" Mrs. Carter's strained eyes indicated the misery she felt. Berenice was moved by this affection for her, which she knew to be genuine. But what a fool her mother had been! What a weak reed, indeed, she was to lean upon! Cowperwood, when he conferred with Mrs. Carter, insisted that Berenice was quixotic, nervously awry, to wish to modify her state, to eschew society, and invalidate her wondrous charms by any sort of professional life. By prearrangement with Mrs. Carter, he hurried to Pocono at a time when he knew that Berenice was there alone. Ever since the Beales Chadsey incident she had been evading him. When he arrived, as he did about 1 in the afternoon of a crisp January day, there was snow on the ground, and the surrounding landscape was bathed in a crystalline light that gave back to the eye endless facets of luster, jewel beams that cut space with a flash. The automobile had been introduced by now, and he rode in a touring car of 80 horsepower that gave back from its dark brown varnished surface a lacquered light. In a great fur coat and cap of round black lamb's wool he arrived at the door. "Well, Bevy," he exclaimed,
pretending not to know of Mrs. Carter's absence. "How are you? How's your mother? Is she in?" Berenice fixed him with her cool, steady, gazing eyes, as frank and incisive as they were daring, and smiled him an equivocal welcome. She wore a blue denim painter's apron, and a palette of many colors glistened under her thumb. She was painting and thinking. Thinking being her special occupation these days, and her thoughts had been of Braxmar, Cowperwood, Kilmer Duelma, a half a dozen others, as well as of the stage, dancing, painting. Her life was in a melting pot, as it were, before her. Again it was like a disarranged puzzle, the pieces of which might be fitted together in some interesting picture if she could but endure. "Do come in," she said. "It's cold, isn't it? Well, there's a nice fire here for you. No, mother isn't here. She went down to New York. I should think you might have found her at the apartment. Are you in New York for long?" She was gay, cheerful, genial, but remote. Cowperwood felt the protective gap that lay between him and her. It had always been there. He felt that, even though she might understand and like him, yet there was something, convention, ambition, or some deficiency on his part, that was keeping her from him, keeping her eternally distant. He looked about the room at the picture she was attempting, a snowscape of a view down a slope, at the view itself which he contemplated from the window, at some dancing sketches she had recently executed and hung on the wall for the time being, lovely short tunic motifs. He looked at her in her interesting and becoming painter's apron. "Well, Berenice," he said, "always the artist first. It is your world. You will never escape it. These things are beautiful." He waved an ungloved hand in the direction of a choric line. "It wasn't your mother I came to see anyhow. It is you. I had such a curious letter from her. She tells me you want to give up society and take to teaching or something of that sort. I came because I wanted to talk to you about that. Don't you think you are acting rather hastily?" He spoke now as though there was some reason entirely disassociated from himself that was impelling him to this interest in her. Berenice, brush in hand, standing by her picture, gave him a look that was cool, curious, defiant, equivocal. "No, I don't think so," she replied quietly. "You know how things have been, so I may speak quite frankly. I know that mother's intentions were always of the best." Her mouth moved with the faintest touch of sadness. "Her heart, I am afraid, is better than her head. As for your motives, I am satisfied to believe that they have been of the best also. I know that they have been. In fact, it would be ungenerous of me to suggest anything else." Cowperwood's fixed eyes, it seemed to her, had moved somewhere in their deepest depths. "Yet I don't feel we can go on as we have been doing. We have no money of our own. Why shouldn't I do something? What else can I really do?" She paused, and Cowperwood gazed at her, quite still, in her informal, bunchy painter's apron, and with her blue eyes looking out at him from beneath her loose red hair. It seemed to him she was the most perfect thing he had ever known. Such a keen, fixed, enthroned mind. She was so capable, so splendid, and like his own, her eyes were unafraid. Her spiritual equipoise was undisturbed. "Berenice," he said quietly, "let me tell you something. You did me the honor just now to speak of my motives in giving your mother money as of the best. They were, from my own point of view, the best I have ever known. I will not say what I thought they were in the beginning. I know what they were now. I am going to speak quite frankly with you, if you will let me, as long as we are here together. I don't know whether you know this or not, but when I first met your mother I only knew by chance that she had a daughter, and it was of no particular interest to me then. I went to her house as the guest of a financial friend of mine who admired her greatly. From the first I myself admired her, because I found her to be a lady to the manner born. She was interesting. One day I happened to see a photograph of you in her home, and before I could mention it she put it away. Perhaps you recall the one? It is in profile, taken when you were about 16. "Yes, I remember," replied Berenice simply, as quietly as though she were hearing a confession. "Well, that picture interested me intensely. I inquired about you and learned all I could. After that I saw another picture of you, enlarged, in a Louisville photographer's window. I bought it. It is in my office now, my private office in Chicago. You are standing by a mantelpiece." "I remember," replied Berenice, moved but uncertain. "Let me tell you a little something about my life, will you? It won't take long. I was born in Philadelphia. My family has always belonged there. I have been in the banking and street railway business all my life. My first wife was a Presbyterian girl, religious, conventional. She was older than I by 6 or 7 years. I was happy for a while, 5 or 6 years. We had 2 children, both still living. Then I met my present wife. She was younger than myself, at least 10 years, and very good looking. She was in some respects more intelligent than my first wife, at least less conventional, more generous, I thought. I fell in love with her, and when I eventually left Philadelphia I got a divorce and married her. I was greatly in love with her at the time. I thought she was an ideal mate for me, and I still think she has many qualities which make her attractive. But my own ideals in regard to women have all the time been slowly changing. I have come to see through various experiments that she is not the ideal woman for me at all. She does not understand me. I don't pretend to understand myself, but it has occurred to me that there might be a woman somewhere who would understand me better than I understand myself, and would see the things that I don't see about myself, and would like me anyhow. I might as well tell you that I have been a lover of women always. There is just one ideal thing in this world to me, and that is the woman that I would like to have." "I should think it would make it rather difficult to discover just what woman you would like to have," smiled Berenice whimsically. Cowperwood was unabashed. "I would, I presume, unless she should chance to be the very one woman I am talking about," he replied impressively. "I should think she would have her work cut out for her under any circumstances," added Berenice lightly, but with a touch of sympathy in her voice. "I am making a confession," replied Cowperwood seriously and a little heavily. "I am not apologizing for myself. The women I have known would make ideal wives for some men, but not for me. Life has taught me that much. It has changed me." "And do you think the process has stopped by any means?" she replied quaintly, with that air of superior banter which puzzled, fascinated, defied him. "No, I will not say that. My ideal has become fixed, though, apparently. I have had it for a number of years now. It spoils other matters for me. There is such a thing as an ideal. We do have a pole star in physics." As he said this Cowperwood realized that for him he was making a very remarkable confession. He had come here primarily to magnetize her and control her judgment. As a matter of fact, it was almost the other way about. She was almost dominating him. Lithe, slender, resourceful, histrionic, she was standing before him, making him explain himself, only he did not see her so much in that light as in the way of a large, kindly, mothering intelligence which could see, feel, and understand. She would know how it was, he felt sure. He could make himself understood if he tried. Whatever he was or had been, she would not take a petty view. She could not. Her answers thus far guaranteed as much. "Yes," she replied, "we do have a pole star, but you do not seem able to find it. Do you expect to find your ideal in any living woman?" "I have found it," he answered, wondering at the ingenuity and complexity of her mind, and of his own, for that matter, of all mind, indeed. Deep below, deep it lay,
staggering him at times by its fathomless reaches. I hope you will take seriously what I am going to say, for it will explain so much. When I began to be interested in your picture, I was so because it coincided with the ideal I had in mind, the thing that you think changes swiftly. That was nearly 7 years ago. Since then it has never changed. When I saw you at your school on Riverside Drive, I was fully convinced. Although I have said nothing, I have remained so. Perhaps you think I had no right to any such feelings. Most people would agree with you. I had them and do have them just the same, and it explains my relation to your mother. When she came to me once in Louisville and told me of her difficulties, I was glad to help her for your sake. That has been my reason ever since, although she does not know that. In some respects, Berenice, your mother is a little dull. All this while I have been in love with you, intensely so. As you stand there now, you seem to me amazingly beautiful, the ideal I have been telling you about. Don't be disturbed. I shan't press any attentions on you." Berenice had moved very slightly. She was concerned as much for him as for herself. His power was so wide, his power so great. She could not help taking him seriously when he was so serious. "I have done whatever I have done in connection with you and your mother because I have been in love with you and because I wanted you to become the splendid thing I thought you ought to become. You have not known it, but you are the cause of my building the house on Fifth Avenue, the principal reason. I wanted to build something worthy of you, a dream, certainly. Everything we do seems to have some of that quality. Its beauty, if there is any, is due to you. I made it beautiful thinking of you." He paused, and Berenice gave no sign. Her first impulse had been to object, but her vanity, her love of art, her love of power, all were touched. At the same time she was curious now as to whether he had merely expected to take her as his mistress or to wait until he could honor her as his wife. "I suppose you are wondering whether I ever expected to marry you or not," he went on, getting the thought out of her mind. "I am no different from many men in that respect, Berenice. I will be frank. I wanted you in any way that I could get you. I was living in the hope all along that you would fall in love with me as I had with you. I hated Braxmar here not long ago when he appeared on the scene, but I could never have thought of interfering. I was quite prepared to give you up. I have envied every man I have ever seen with you, young and old. I have envied your mother for being so close to you when I could not be. At the same time, I have wanted you to have everything that would help you in any way. I did not want to interfere with you in case you found someone whom you could truly love if I knew that you could not love me. There is the whole story outside of anything you may know, but it is not because of this that I came today, not to tell you this." He paused as if expecting her to say something, though she made no comment beyond a questioning "Yes." "The thing that I have come to say is that I want you to go on as you were before. Whatever you may think of me, or what I have just told you, I want you to believe that I am sincere and disinterested in what I am telling you now. My dream in connection with you is not quite over. Chance might make me eligible if you should happen to care. But I want you to go on and be happy regardless of me. I have dreamed, but I dare say it has been a mistake. Hold your head high. You have a right to. Be a lady. Marry any one you really love. I will see that you have a suitable marriage portion. I love you, Berenice, but I will make it a fatherly affection from now on. When I die, I will put you in my will. But go on now in the spirit you were going before. I really can't be happy unless I think you are going to be." He paused, still looking at her, believing for the time being what he said. If he should die, she would find herself in his will. If she were to go on and socialize and seek, she might find someone to love, but also she might think of him more kindly before she did so. What would be the cost of her as a ward compared to his satisfaction and delight in having her at least friendly and sympathetic and being in her good graces and confidence. Berenice, who had always been more or less interested in him, temperamentally biased, indeed, in his direction because of his efficiency, simplicity, directness, and force, was especially touched in this instance by his utter frankness and generosity. She might question his temperamental control over his own sincerity in the future, but she could scarcely question that at present he was sincere. Moreover, his long period of secret love and admiration, the thought of so powerful a man dreaming of her in this fashion, was so flattering. It soothed her troubled vanity and shame in what had gone before. His straightforward confession had a kind of nobility which was electric, moving. She looked at him as he stood there, a little gray about the temples, the most appealing ornament of some men to some women, and for the life of her she could not help being moved by a kind of tenderness, sympathy, mothering affection. Obviously he did need the woman his attitude seemed to show that he needed, some woman of culture, spirit, taste, amorousness, or, at least, he was entitled to dream of her. As he stood before her he seemed a kind of superman, and yet also a bad boy, handsome, powerful, hopeful, not so very much older than herself now, impelled by some blazing internal force which harried him on and on. How much did he really care for her? How much could he? How much could he care for anyone? Yet see all he had done to interest her. What did that mean? To say all this, to do all this. Outside was his car, brown and radiant in the snow. He was the great Frank Algernon Cowperwood of Chicago, and he was pleading with her, a mere chit of a girl, to be kind to him, not to put him out of her life entirely. It touched her intellect, her pride, her fancy. Aloud she said, "I like you better now. I really believe in you. I never did quite before. Not that I think I ought to let you spend your money on me or mother. I don't. But I admire you. You make me. I understand how it is. I think I know what your ambitions are. I have always felt that I did, in part. But you mustn't talk to me any more now. I want to think. I want to think over what you have said. I don't know whether I can bring myself to it or not." She noticed that his eyes seemed to move somehow in their deepest depths again. "But we won't talk about it any more at present. But, Berenice," he added, with a real plea in his voice, "I wonder if you do understand. I have been so lonely. I am—" "Yes, I do," she replied, holding out her hand. "We are going to be friends whatever happens from now on, because I really like you. You mustn't ask me to decide about the other thing, though, today. I can't do it. I don't want to. I don't care to." "Not when I would so gladly give you everything, when I need it so little?" "Not until I think it out myself. I don't think so, though. No," she replied with an air. "There, Mr. Guardian Father," she laughed, pushing his hand away. Cowperwood's heart bounded. He would have given millions to take her close in his arms. As it was, he smiled appealingly. "Don't you want to jump in and come to New York with me? If your mother isn't at the apartment, you could stop at the Netherland." "No, not today. I expect to be in soon. I will let you know, or mother will." He bustled out and into the machine after a moment of parley, waving to her over the purpling snow of evening as his machine tore eastward, planning to make New York by dinner time. If he could just keep her in this friendly, sympathetic attitude. If he only could. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wanted, 50-year franchises. Whatever his momentary satisfaction in her friendly acceptance of his confession, the uncertain attitude of Berenice left Cowperwood about where he was before. By a strange stroke of fate, Braxmar, his young rival,
had been eliminated, and Berenice had been made to see him, Cowperwood, in his true colors of love and of service for her. Yet plainly she did not accept them at his own valuation. More than ever he was conscious of the fact that he had fallen in tow of an amazing individual, one who saw life from a distinct and peculiar point of view, and who was not to be bent to his will. That fact more than anything else, for her grace and beauty merely emblazoned it, caused him to fall into a hopeless infatuation. He said to himself over and over, "Well, I can live without her if I must." But at this stage the mere thought was an actual stab in his vitals. What, after all, was life, wealth, fame, if you couldn't have the woman you wanted? Love, that indefinable, unnameable coddling of the spirit which the strongest almost more than the weakest crave. At last he saw clearly, as within a chalice-like nimbus, that the ultimate end of fame, power, vigor was beauty, and that beauty was a compound of the taste, the emotion, the innate culture, passion, and dreams of a woman like Berenice Fleming. That was it. That was it. And beyond was nothing save crumbling age, darkness, silence. In the meantime, owing to the preliminary activity and tact of his agents and advisers, the Sunday newspapers were vying with one another in describing the wonders of his new house in New York, its cost, the value of its ground, the wealthy citizens with whom the Cowperwoods would now be neighbors. There were double-column pictures of Aileen and Cowperwood, with articles indicating them as prospective entertainers on a grand scale who would unquestionably be received because of their tremendous wealth. As a matter of fact, this was purely newspaper gossip and speculation. While the general columns made news and capital of his wealth, special society columns which dealt with the ultra-fashionable ignored him entirely. Already the machination of certain Chicago social figures in distributing information as to his past was discernible in the attitude of those clubs, organizations, and even churches, membership in which constituted a form of social passport to better and higher earthly, if not spiritual, realms. His emissaries were active enough, but soon found that their end was not to be gained in a day. Many were waiting locally, anxious enough to get in, and with social equipments which the Cowperwoods could scarcely boast. After being blackballed by one or two exclusive clubs, seeing his application for a pew at St. Thomas's quietly pigeonholed for the present, and his invitations declined by several multimillionaires who he met in the course of commercial transactions, he began to feel that his splendid home, aside from its final purpose as an art museum, could be of little value. At the same time, Cowperwood's financial genius was constantly being rewarded by many new phases of materiality, chiefly by an offensive and defensive alliance he was now able to engineer between himself and the house of Hackelheimer, Gottlieb and Company. Seeing the iron manner in which he had managed to wrest victory out of defeat after the first seriously contested election, these gentlemen had experienced a change of heart and announced that they would now gladly help finance any new enterprise which Cowperwood might undertake. Among many other financiers, they had heard of his triumph in connection with the failure of American Match. "That must be a right clever man, that Cowperwood," Mr. Gottlieb told several of his partners, rubbing his hands and smiling. "I should like to meet him." And so Cowperwood was maneuvered into the giant banking office where Mr. Gottlieb extended a genial hand. "I hear much of Chicago," he explained in his semi-German, semi-Hebraic dialect, "but almost more of you. Are you going to swallow up all the street railways and elevated roads out there?" Cowperwood smiled his most ingenious smile. "Why,
Would you like me to leave a few for you?"
"Not that exactly, but I might not mind sharing in some of 'em with you."
"You can join me at any time, Mr. Gotloeb. As you must know, the door is always very, very wide open for you." "I must look into that some more. It looks very promising to me. I'm glad to meet you." The great external element in Cowperwood's financial success, and one which he himself had foreseen from the very beginning, was the fact that Chicago was developing constantly. What had been when he arrived a soggy, messy plain strewn with shanties, ragged sidewalks, a higgledy-piggledy business heart, was now truly an astounding metropolis which had passed the million mark in population and which stretched proud and strong over the greater part of Cook County. Where once had been a meager, makeshift financial section, with here and there only a splendid business building or hotel or a public office of some kind, there was now cannon-like streets lined with 15 and even 18-story office buildings, from the upper stories of which, as from watchtowers, might be surveyed the vast expanding regions of simple home life below. Farther out were districts of mansions, parks, pleasure resorts, great worlds of train yards and manufacturing areas. In the commercial heart of this world Frank Algernon Cowperwood had truly become a figure of giant significance. How wonderful it was that men grow until, like colossi, they bestride the world, or, like banyan trees, they drop roots from every branch and are themselves a forest of intricate commercial life, of which 1,000 material aspects are the evidence. His street railway properties were like a net, the parasite gold thread linked together as they were and draining two of the three important sides of the city. In 1886, when he had first secured a foothold, they had been capitalized at between 6 and 7 millions, every device for issuing a dollar on real property having been exhausted. Today, under his management, they were capitalized at between 60 and 70 millions. The majority of the stock issued and sold was subject to a financial device whereby 20% controlled 80%. Cowperwood holding that 20% and borrowing money on it as hypothecated collateral. In the case of the West Side Corporation, a corporate issue of over 30 millions had been made, and these stocks, owing to the tremendous carrying power of the roads and the swelling traffic night and morning of poor sheep who paid their hard-earned nickels, had a market value which gave the road an assured physical value of about 3 times the sum for which it could have been built. The North Chicago Company, which in 1886 had a physical value of a little more than $1 million, could not now be duplicated for less than 7 millions, and was capitalized at nearly 15 millions. The road was valued at over $100,000 more per mile than the sum for which it could actually have been replaced. Pity the poor, groveling hack at the bottom who has not the brain power either to understand or to control that which his very presence and necessities create. These tremendous holdings, paying from 10 to 12% on every $100 share, were in the control, if not the actual ownership, of Cowperwood. Millions in loans that did not appear on the books of the companies he had converted into actual cash, wherewith he had bought houses, lands, equipages, paintings, government bonds of the purest gold value, thereby assuring himself to that extent of a fortune vaulted and locked, absolutely secure. After much toiling and moiling on the part of his overworked legal department, he had secured a consolidation under the title of the Consolidated Traction Company of Illinois of all outlying lines, each having separate franchises and capitalized separately, yet operated by an amazing hocus-pocus of contracts and agreements in single harmonious union with all his other properties. The North and West Chicago companies he now proposed to unite into a third company to be called
the Union Traction Company. By taking up the 10 and 12% issues of the old North and West companies and giving 2-for-1 of the new 6% $100 share Union Traction stocks in their stead, he could satisfy the current stockholders, who were apparently made somewhat better off thereby, and still create and leave for himself a handsome margin of nearly $80 million. With the renewal of his franchises for 20, 50, or 100 years, he would have fastened on the city of Chicago the burden of yielding interest on this somewhat fictitious value, and would leave himself personally worth in the neighborhood of 100 millions. This matter of extending his franchises was a most difficult and intricate business, however. It involved overcoming or outwitting a recent and very treacherous increase of local sentiment against him. This had been occasioned by various details which related to his elevated roads. To the 2 lines already built, he now added a third property, the Union Loop. This he prepared to connect not only with his own, but with other outside elevated properties, chief among which was Mr. Schryhart's South Side L. He would then farm out to his enemies the privilege of running trains on this new line. However unwillingly, they would be forced to avail themselves of the proffered opportunity, because within the region covered by the new loop was the true congestion. Here everyone desired to come either once or twice during the day or night. By this means Cowperwood would secure to his property a paying interest from the start. The scheme aroused a really unprecedented antagonism in the breasts of Cowperwood's enemies. By the Arneel Hand Schryhart contingent it was looked upon as nothing short of diabolical. The newspapers, directed by such men as Haguenin, Hyssop, Ormond Ricketts, and Truman Leslie MacDonald, whose father was now dead, and whose thoughts as editor of the Inquirer were almost solely directed toward driving Cowperwood out of Chicago, began to shout, as a last resort, in the interest of democracy: seats for everybody on Cowperwood's lines, no more straps in the rush hour, 3-cent fares for working men, morning and evening, free transfers from all of Cowperwood's lines north to west and west to north, 20% of the gross income of his lines to be paid to the city. The masses should be made cognizant of their individual rights and privileges. Such a course, while decidedly inimical to Cowperwood's interests at the present time, and as such strongly favored by the majority of his opponents, had nevertheless its disturbing element to an ultra-conservative like Hosmer Hand. "I don't know about this, Norman," he remarked to Schryhart on one occasion. "I don't know about this. It's one thing to stir up the public, but it is another to make them forget. This is a restless socialistic country, and Chicago is the very hotbed and center of it. Still, if it will serve to trip him up, I suppose it will do for the present. The newspapers can probably smooth it all over later, but I don't know." Mr. Hand was of that order of mind that sees socialism as a horrible importation of monarchy-ridden Europe. Why couldn't the people be satisfied to allow the strong, intelligent, God-fearing men of the community to arrange things for them? Wasn't that what democracy meant? Certainly it was. He himself was one of the strong. He could not help distrusting all this radical palaver. Still, anything to hurt Cowperwood. Anything. Cowperwood was not slow to realize that public sentiment was now in danger of being thoroughly crystallized against him by newspaper agitation. Although his franchises would not expire, the large majority of them, before January 1st, 1903, yet if things went on at this rate, it would be doubtful soon whether ever again he would be able to win another election by methods legitimate or illegitimate. Hungry aldermen and councilmen might be venal and greedy enough to do anything he should ask, provided he was willing to pay enough, but even the thickest-hided, the most voracious and corrupt politician could scarcely withstand the searching glare of publicity and the infuriated rage of a possibly aroused public opinion. By degrees this last, owing to the untiring efforts of the newspaper, was being whipped into a wild foam. To come into council at this time and ask for a 20-year extension of franchises not destined to expire for 7 years was too much. It could not be done. Even suborned councilmen would be unwilling to undertake it just now. There are some things which even politically are impossible. To make matters worse, the 20-year franchise limit was really not at all sufficient for his present needs. In order to bring about the consolidation of his north and west surface lines, which he was now proposing, and on the strength of which he wished to issue at least $200 million worth of $100 6% shares in place of the $70 million current of 10 and 12%, it was necessary for him to secure a much more respectable term of years than the brief one now permitted by the state legislature, even providing that this latter could be obtained. People are not very much interested in these short-term franchises, observed Mr. Gottlieb, once when Cowperwood was talking the matter over with him. He wanted Heckelheimer and Company to underwrite the whole issue. They are so insecure. Now if you could get, say, a franchise for 50 or 100 years or something like that, your stocks would go off like hotcakes. I know where I could dispose of $50 million of them in Germany alone. He was most unctuous and pleading. Cowperwood understood this quite as well as Gottlieb, if not better. He was not at all satisfied with the thought of obtaining a beggarly 20-year extension for his giant schemes when cities like Philadelphia, Boston, New York, and Pittsburgh were apparently glad to grant their corporations franchises which would not expire for 99 years at the earliest, and in most cases were given in perpetuity. This was the kind of franchise favored by the great moneyed houses of New York and Europe, and which Gottlieb and even Addison locally were demanding. It is certainly important that we get these franchises renewed for 50 years, Addison used to say to him, and it was seriously and disagreeably true. The various lights of Cowperwood's legal department, constantly on the search for new legislative devices, were not slow to grasp the import of the situation. It was not long before the resourceful Mr. Joel Avery appeared with a suggestion. "Did you notice what the state legislature of New York is doing in connection with the various local transit problems down there?" asked this honorable gentleman of Cowperwood one morning, ambling in when announced and seating himself in the great presence. A half-burned cigar was between his fingers, and a little round felt hat looked peculiarly rakish above his sinister, intellectual, constructive face and eyes. "No, I didn't," replied Cowperwood, who had actually noted and pondered upon the item in question, but who did not care to say so. "I saw something about it, but I didn't pay much attention to it. What of it?" "Well, it plans to authorize a body of 4 or 5 men, one branch in New York, one in Buffalo, I presume, to grant all new franchises and extend old ones with the consent of the various local communities involved. They are to fix the rate of compensation to be paid to the state or the city, and the rates of fare. They can regulate transfers, stock issues, and all that sort of thing. I was thinking if at any time we find this business of renewing the franchises too uncertain here, we might go into the state legislature and see what can be done about introducing a public service commission of that kind into this state. We are not the only corporation that would welcome it. Of course, it would be better if there were a general or special demand for it outside of ourselves. It ought not to originate with us." He stared at Cowperwood heavily, the latter returning a reflective gaze. "I'll think it over," he said. "There may be something in that." Henceforth, the thought of instituting such a commission never left Cowperwood's mind. It contained the germ of a solution, the possibility of extending his franchises for 50 or even 100 years. This plan, as Cowperwood was subsequently to discover, was a thing more or less expressly forbidden by the state constitution of Illinois. The latter provided that no special or exclusive privilege, immunity, or franchise whatsoever should be granted to any corporation, association, or individual. Yet, what is a little matter like the Constitution between friends, anyhow? Someone had already asked. There are fads in legislation as well as dusty pigeonholes in which phases of older laws are tucked away and forgotten. Many earlier ideas of the Constitution makers had long since been conveniently obscured or nullified by decisions, appeals to the federal government, appeals to the state government, communal contracts, and the like, fine cobwebby figments, all but sufficient just the same to render inoperative the original intention. Besides, Cowperwood had but small respect for either the intelligence or the self-protective capacity of such men as constituted the rural voting element of the state. From his lawyers and from others he had heard innumerable droll stories of life in the state legislature and the state counties and towns on the bench, at the rural huskings where the state elections were won, in country hotels, on country roads and farms. One day, as I was getting on the train at Pertunky, old General Van Sickle, or Judge Dickensheets, or ex-Judge Avery would begin, and then would follow some amazing narration of rural immorality or dullness, or political or social misconception. Of the total population of the state at this time, over half were in the city itself, and these he had managed to keep in control. For the remaining million, divided between 12 small cities and an agricultural population, he had small respect. What did this handful of yokels amount to, anyhow? Dull, frivoling, barn-dancing bores. The great state of Illinois, a territory as large as England proper and as fertile as Egypt, bordered by a great lake and a vast river, and with a population of over 2,000,000 free-born Americans, would scarcely seem a fit subject for corporate manipulation and control. Yet a more trade-ridden commonwealth might not have been found anywhere at this time within the entire length and breadth of the universe. Cowperwood personally, though contemptuous of the bucolic mass when regarded as individuals, had always been impressed by this great community of his election. Here had come Marquette and Joliet, LaSalle and Hennepin, dreaming away to the Pacific. Here Lincoln and Douglas, antagonist and protagonist of slavery argument, had contested. Here had arisen Joe Smith, propagator of that strange American dogma of the Latter-day Saints. What a state, Cowperwood sometimes thought. What a figment of the brain, and yet how wonderful. He had crossed it often on his way to St. Louis, to Memphis, to Denver, and had been touched by its very simplicity, the small, new wooden towns, so redolent of American tradition, prejudice, force, and illusion. The white-steepled church, the lawn-faced, tree-shaded village streets, the long stretches of flat, open country where corn grew in serried rows or where in winter the snow bedded lightly. It all reminded him a little of his own father and mother, who had been in many respects suited to such a world as this. Yet, none the less, did he hesitate to press on the measure which was to adjust his own future, to make profitable his issue of $200 million worth of Union traction, to secure him a fixed place in the financial oligarchy of America and of the world. The state legislature at this time was ruled over by a small group of wire-pulling, pettifogging, corporation-controlled individuals who came up from the respective towns, counties, and cities of the state, but who bore the same relation to the communities which they represented and to their superiors and equals in and out of the legislative halls at Springfield that men do to such allies anywhere in any given field. Why do we call them pettifogging and dismiss them? Perhaps they were pettifogging, but certainly no more so than any other shrewd rat or animal that burrows its way onward, and shall we say upward?
The deepest controlling principle which animate these individuals was the oldest and first, that of self-preservation. Picture, for example, a common occurrence, that of Senator John H. Southack conversing with, perhaps, Senator George Mason Wade of Gallatin County behind a legislative door in one of the Senate conference chambers toward the close of a session. Senator Southack, blinking, buttonholing his well-dressed colleague and drawing very near. Senator Wade, curious, confidential, expectant, a genial, solid, experienced, slightly paunchy but well-built Senator Wade, and handsome, too. "You know, George, I told you there would be something eventually in this Quincy waterfront improvement if it ever worked out. Well, here it is. Ed Truesdale was in town yesterday." This with a knowing eye, as much to say, mum's the word. "Here's 500. Count it." A quick flashing out of some green and yellow bills from a vest pocket, a light thumbing and counting on the part of Senator Wade, a flare of comprehension, approval, gratitude, admiration, as though to signify, "This is something like, thanks, John. I had pretty near forgot all about it. Nice people, huh? If you see Ed again, give him my regards. When that Bellevue contest comes up, let me know." Mr. Wade, being a good speaker, was frequently in request to stir up the populace to a sense of pro or con in connection with some legislative crises impending, and it was to some such future opportunity that he now pleasantly referred. Oh life, oh politics, oh necessity, oh hunger, oh burning human appetite and desire on every hand. Mr. Southack was an unobtrusive, pleasant, quiet man of the type that would usually be patronized as rural and pettifogging by men in high commercial affairs. He was none the less well fitted to this task. A capable and diligent beneficiary and agent, he was well dressed, middle-aged, only 45, cool, courageous, genial, with eyes that were material, but not cold or hard, and a light, springy, energetic step and manner. A holder of some C.W. and I.R.R. shares, a director of one of his local county banks, a silent partner in the Effingham Herald, he was a personage in his district, one very much revered by local swains. Yet a more game and rascally type was not to be found in all rural legislation. It was old General Van Sickle who sought out Southack, having remembered him from his earlier legislative days. It was Avery who conducted the negotiations. Primarily, in all state scheming at Springfield, Senator Southack was supposed to represent the C.W.I., one of the great trunk lines traversing the state and incidentally connecting Chicago with the South, West, and East. This road, having a large local mileage and being anxious to extend its franchises in Chicago and elsewhere, was deep in state politics. By a curious coincidence, it was mainly financed by Heckelheimer, Gottlieb and Company of New York, though Cowperwood's connection with that concern was not as yet known. Going to Southack, who was the Republican whip in the Senate, Avery proposed that he, in conjunction with Judge Dickensheet and one Gilson Bickel, counsel for the C.W.I., should now undertake to secure sufficient support in the state Senate and House for a scheme introducing the New York idea of a public service commission into the governing machinery of the state of Illinois. This measure, be it noted, was to be supplemented by one very interesting and important little proviso to the effect that all franchise-holding corporations should hereby, for a period of 50 years from the date of the enactment of the bill into law, be assured of all their rights, privileges, and immunities, including franchises, of course. This was justified on the ground that any such radical change as that involved in the introduction of a public service commission might disturb the peace and well-being of corporations with franchises which still had years to run. Senator Southack saw nothing very wrong with this idea, though he naturally perceived what it was all about and whom it was truly designed to protect. "Yes," he said succinctly, "I see the lay of that land, but what do I get out of it?" $50,000 for yourself if it's successful, 10,000 if it isn't, provided you make an honest effort, $2,000 apiece for any of the boys who see fit to help you if we win. Is that perfectly satisfactory?" "Perfectly," replied Senator Southack. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cowperwood and the Governor. A Public Service Commission law might, ipso facto, have been quietly passed at this session if the arbitrary franchise-extending proviso had not been introduced, and this on the thin excuse that so novel a change in the working scheme of the state government might bring about hardship to some. This redounded too obviously to the benefit of one particular corporation. The newspaper men, as thick as flies about the halls of the state capitol at Springfield, and essentially watchful and loyal to their papers, were quick to sense the true state of affairs. Never were there such hawks as newspapermen. These wretches, employed by sniveling, mud-snouting newspapers of the opposition, were not only in the councils of politicians, in the pay of rival corporations, in the confidence of the governor, in the secrets of the senators and local representatives, but were here and there in one another's confidence. A piece of news, a rumor, a dream, a fancy, whispered by Senator Smith to Senator Jones, or by Representative Smith to Representative Jones, and confided by him in turn to Charlie White of the Globe or Eddie Burns of the Democrat, would in turn be communicated to Robert Hazlitt of the Press or Harry Edmonds of the Transcript. All at once the disturbing announcement in one or other of the papers, no one knowing whence it came. Neither Senator Smith nor Senator Jones had told anyone. No word of the confidence imposed in Charlie White or Eddie Burns had ever been breathed. But there you were. The thing was in the papers. The storm of inquiry, opinion, opposition was on. No one knew, no one was to blame, but it was on, and the battle was henceforth to be fought in the open. Consider also the governor who presided at this time in the executive chamber at Springfield. He was a strange, tall, dark, osseous man who, owing to the brooding, melancholy character of his own disposition, had a checkered and somewhat sad career behind him. Born in Sweden, he had been brought to America as a child and allowed or compelled to fight his own way upward under all the grinding aspects of poverty. Owing to an energetic and indomitable temperament, he had, through years of law practice and public labors of various kinds, built up for himself a following among Chicago Swedes which amounted to adoration. He had been city tax collector, city surveyor, district attorney, and for 6 or 8 years a state circuit judge. In all these capacities he had manifested a tendency to do the right as he saw it and play fair, qualities which endeared him to the idealistic. Honest, and with a hopeless brooding sympathy for the miseries of the poor, he had as a circuit judge, and also as a district attorney, rendered various decisions which had made him very unpopular with the rich and powerful. Decisions in damage cases, fraud cases, railroad claim cases, where the city or the state was seeking to oust various powerful railway corporations from possession of property, yards, water frontages, and the like, to which they had no just claim. At the same time the populace, reading the news items of his doings and hearing him speak on various and sundry occasions, conceived a great fancy for him. He was primarily soft-hearted, sweet-minded, fiery, a brilliant orator, a dynamic presence. In addition, he was woman-hungry, a phase which homely, sex-starved intellectuals the world over will understand. To the shame of a lying age that because of quixotic dogma belies its greatest desires,
its greatest sorrows, its greatest joys. All these factors turned an ultra-conservative element in the community against him, and he was considered dangerous. At the same time, he had by careful economy and investment built up a fair-sized fortune. Recently, however, owing to the craze for skyscrapers, he had placed much of his holdings in a somewhat poorly constructed and therefore unprofitable office building. Because of this error, financial wreck was threatening him. Even now he was knocking at the doors of large bonding companies for assistance. This man, in company with the antagonistic financial element and the newspapers, constituted, as regards Cowperwood's public service commission scheme, a triumvirate of difficulties not easy to overcome. The newspapers in due time, catching wind of the true purport of the plan, ran screaming to their readers with the horrible intelligence. In the offices of Schryhart, Arneel, Hand, and Merrill, as well as in other centers of finance, there was considerable puzzling over the situation, and then a shrewd, intelligent deduction was made. "Do you see what he's up to, Hosmer?" inquired Schryhart of Hand. "He sees that we have him scotched here in Chicago. As things stand now, he can't go into the city council and ask for a franchise for more than 20 years under the state law, and he can't do that for 3 or 4 years yet, anyhow. His franchises don't expire soon enough. He knows that by the time they do expire, we will have public sentiment aroused to such a point that no council, however crooked it may be, will dare to give him what he asks unless he is willing to make a heavy return to the city. If he does that, it will end his scheme of selling any $200 million of Union traction at 6%. The market won't back him up. He can't pay 20% to the city and give universal transfers and pay 6% on $200 million, and everybody knows it. He has a fine scheme of making a cool $100 million out of this. Well, he can't do it. We must get the newspapers to hammer this legislative scheme of his to death. When he comes into the local council, he must pay 20 or 30% of the gross receipts of his roads to the city. He must give free transfer from every one of his lines to every other one. Then we have him. I dislike to see socialistic ideas fostered, but it can't be helped. We have to do it. If we ever get him out of here, we can hush up the newspapers and the public will forget about it. At least we can hope so." In the meantime the governor had heard the whisper of boodle, a word of the day expressive of a corrupt legislative fund. Not at all a small-minded man, nor involved in the financial campaign being waged against Cowperwood, nor inclined to be influenced mentally or emotionally by superheated charges against the latter, he nevertheless speculated deeply. In a vague way he sensed the dreams of Cowperwood. The charge of seducing women so frequently made against the street railway magnate, so shocking to the yoked conventionalist, did not disturb him at all. Back of the onward sweep of the generations he himself sensed the mystic Aphrodite and her magic. He realized that Cowperwood had traveled fast, that he was pressing to the utmost a great advantage in the face of great obstacles. At the same time he knew that the present street car service of Chicago was by no means bad. Would he be proving unfaithful to the trust imposed upon him by the great electorate of Illinois if he were to advantage Cowperwood's cause? Must he not rather, in the sight of all men, smoke out the animating causes here, greed, overweening ambition, colossal self-interest, as opposed to the selflessness of a Christian ideal and of a democratic theory of government? Life rises to a high plane of the dramatic, and hence of the artistic, whenever and wherever in the conflict regarding material possessions there enters a conception of the ideal. It was this that lit forever the beacon fires of Troy, that thundered eternally in the horses' hoofs at Arbela and in the guns at Waterloo. Ideals were here at stake.
the dreams of one man as opposed perhaps to the ultimate dreams of a city or state or nation, the grovelings and wallowings of a democracy slowly, blindly trying to stagger to its feet. In this conflict, taking place in an inland cottage-dotted state where men were clowns and churls, dancing fiddlers at country fairs, were opposed, as the governor saw it, the ideals of one man and the ideals of men. Governor Swenson decided, after mature deliberation, to veto the bill. Cowperwood, debonair as ever, faithful as ever to his logic and his conception of individuality, was determined that no stone should be left unturned that would permit him to triumph, that would carry him finally to the gorgeous throne of his own construction. Having first engineered the matter through the legislature by a tortuous process, fired upon at every step by the press, he next sent various individuals, state legislators, representatives of the C.W.&I., members of outside corporations, to see the governor. But Swanson was adamant. He did not see how he could conscientiously sanction the bill. Finally, one day, as he was seated in his Chicago business office, a fateful chamber located in the troublesome building which was subsequently to wreck his fortune and which was the raison d'etre of a present period of care and depression, enter the smug, comfortable presence of Judge Nahum Dickensheets, at present senior counsel of the North Chicago Street Railway. He was a very mountain of a man physically, smooth-faced, agreeably clothed, hard and yet ingratiating of eye, a thinker, a reasoner. Swanson knew much of him by reputation and otherwise, although personally they were no more than speaking acquaintances. "How are you, Governor? I'm glad to see you again. I heard you were back in Chicago. I see by the morning papers that you have that South Hack Public Service bill up before you. I thought I would come over and have a few words with you about it, if you have no objection. I've been trying to get down to Springfield for the last 3 weeks to have a little chat with you before you reached a conclusion one way or the other. Do you mind if I inquire whether you have decided to veto it?" The ex-judge, faintly perfumed, clean, and agreeable, carried in his hand a large-sized black hand satchel, which he put down beside him on the floor. "Yes, Judge," replied Swanson, "I've practically decided to veto it. I can see no practical reason for supporting it. As it looks now, it's spacious and special, not particularly called for or necessary at this time." The governor talked with a slight Swedish accent, intellectual, individual. A long, placid, philosophic discussion of all the pros and cons of the situation followed. The governor was tired, distrait, but ready to listen in a tolerant way to more argument along a line with which he was already fully familiar. He knew, of course, that Dickensheets was counsel for the North Chicago Street Railway Company. "I'm very glad to have heard what you have to say, Judge," finally commented the governor. "I don't want you to think I haven't given this matter serious thought. I have. I know most of the things that have been done down at Springfield. Mr. Cowperwood is an able man. I don't charge any more against him than I do against 20 other agencies that are operating down there at this very moment. I know what his difficulties are. I can hardly be accused of sympathizing with his enemies, for they certainly do not sympathize with me. I am not even listening to the newspapers. This is a matter of faith and democracy, a difference in ideals between myself and many other men. I haven't vetoed the bill yet. I don't say that something may not arise to make me sign it. My present intention, unless I hear something much more favorable in its behalf than I have already heard, is to veto it." "Governor," said Dickensheets, rising, "let me thank you for your courtesy. I would be the last person in the world to wish to influence you outside the line of your private convictions and your personal sense of fair play. At the same time, I have tried to make plain to you how essential it is, how only fair and right that this local street railway franchise business should be removed out of the realm of sentiment, emotion, public passion, envy, buncombe, and all the other influences that are at work to frustrate and make difficult the work of Mr. Cowperwood. All envy, I tell you. His enemies are willing to sacrifice every principle of justice and fair play to see him eliminated. That sums it up." "That may all be true," replied Swanson. "Just the same, there is another principle involved here which you do not seem to see or do not care to consider. The right of the people under the state constitution to a consideration, a revaluation of their contracts at the time and in the manner agreed upon under the original franchise. What you propose is sumptuary legislation. It makes null and void an agreement between the people and the street railway companies at a time when the people have a right to expect the full and free consideration of this matter aside from state legislative influence and control. To persuade the state legislature by influence or by any other means to step in at this time and interfere is unfair. The propositions involved in those bills should be referred to the people at the next election for approval or not, just as they see fit. This is the way this matter should be arranged. It will not do to come into the legislature and influence or buy votes, and then expect me to write my signature under the whole matter as satisfactory." Swanson was not heated or antipathetic. He was cool, firm, well-intentioned. Dickensheets passed his hand over a wide, high temple. He seemed to be meditating something, some hitherto untried statement or course of action. "Well, Governor," he repeated, "I want to thank you anyhow. You have been exceedingly kind. By the way, I see you have a large, roomy safe here." He had picked up the bag he was carrying. "I wonder if I might leave this here for a day or two in your care. It contains some papers that I do not wish to carry into the country with me. Would you mind locking it up in your safe and letting me have it when I send for it?" "With pleasure," replied the governor. He took it, placed it in lower storage space, and closed and locked the door. The two men parted with a genial handshake. The governor returned to his meditations. The judge hurried to catch a car. About 11 o'clock the next morning, Swanson was still working in his office, worrying greatly over some method whereby he could raise $100,000 to defray interest charges, repairs, and other payments on a structure that was by no means meeting expenses and was hence a drain. At this juncture his office door opened, and his very youthful office boy presented him the card of F.A. Cowperwood. The governor had never seen him before. Cowperwood entered, brisk, fresh, forceful. He was as crisp as a new dollar bill, as clean, sharp, firmly limbed. "Governor Swanson, I believe." "Yes, sir." The two were scrutinizing each other defensively. "I am Mr. Cowperwood. I come to have a very few words with you. I will take very little of your time. I do not wish to go over any of the arguments that have been gone over before. I am satisfied that you know all about them." "Yes, I had a talk with Judge Dickensheets yesterday." "Just so, Governor. Knowing all that you do, permit me to put one more matter before you. I know that you are, comparatively, a poor man, that every dollar you have is at present practically tied in this building. I know of two places where you have applied for a loan of $100,000 and have been refused because you haven't sufficient security to offer outside of this building, which is mortgaged up to its limits as it stands. The men, as you must know, who are fighting you are fighting me. I am a scoundrel because I am selfish and ambitious, a materialist. You are not a scoundrel, but a dangerous person because you are an idealist. Whether you veto this bill or not, you will never again be elected governor of Illinois if the people who are fighting me succeed, and they will succeed, in fighting you." Swanson's dark eyes burned illuminatively. He nodded his head in assent.
Governor, I have come here this morning to bribe you, if I can. I do not agree with your ideals. In the last analysis, I do not believe that they will work. I am sure I do not believe in most of the things that you believe in. Life is different, at bottom perhaps, from what either you or I may think. Just the same, as compared with other men, I sympathize with you. I will loan you that $100,000 and $200,000 or $300,000 or $400,000 more besides, if you wish. You may never pay me a dollar, or you can if you wish. Suit yourself. In that black bag which Judge Dickensheets brought here yesterday, and which is in your safe, is $300,000 in cash. He did not have the courage to mention it. Sign the bill and let me beat the men who are trying to beat me. I will support you in the future with any amount of money or influence that I can bring to bear in any political contest you may choose to enter, state or national." Cowperwood's eyes glowed like a large, genial collie's. There was a suggestion of sympathetic appeal in them, rich and deep, and even more than that, a philosophic perception of ineffable things. Swanson arose. "You really don't mean to say that you are trying to bribe me openly, do you?" he inquired. In spite of a conventional impulse to burst forth in moralistic denunciation, solemnly phrased, he was compelled for the moment to see the other man's viewpoint. They were working in different directions, going different ways, to what ultimate end? "Mr. Cowperwood," continued the governor, his face a physiognomy out of Goya, his eyes alight with a kind of understanding sympathy, "I suppose I ought to resent this, but I can't. I see your point of view. I'm sorry, but I can't help you, nor myself. My political beliefs, my ideals, compel me to veto this bill. When I forsake these, I am done politically with myself. I may not be elected governor again, but that does not matter either. I could use your money, but I won't. I shall have to bid you good morning." He moved toward the safe, slowly opened it, took out the bag, and brought it over. "You must take that with you," he added. The two men looked at each other a moment, curiously, sadly, the one with a burden of financial, political, and moral worry on his spirit, the other with an unconquerable determination not to be worsted even in defeat. "Governor," concluded Cowperwood in the most genial, contented, undisturbed voice, "you will live to see another legislature pass and another governor sign such bill. It will not be done this session, apparently, but it will be done. I am not through, because my case is right and fair. Just the same, after you have vetoed the bill, come and see me, and I will loan you that $100,000 if you want it." Cowperwood went out. Swanson vetoed the bill. It is on record that subsequently he borrowed $100,000 from Cowperwood to stay him from ruin. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ordeal of Berenice. At the news that Swanson had refused to sign the bill, and that the legislature lacked sufficient courage to pass it over his veto, both Schryhart and Hand literally rubbed their hands in comfortable satisfaction. "Well, Hosmer," said Schryhart the next day, when they met at their favorite club, the Union League, "it looks as though we were making some little progress after all, doesn't it? Our friend didn't succeed in turning that little trick, did he?" He beamed almost ecstatically upon his solid companion. "Not this time. I wonder what move he will decide to make next." "I don't see very well what it can be. He knows now that he can't get his franchises without a compromise that will eat into his profits, and if that happens he can't sell his Union Traction stock. This legislative scheme of his must have cost him all of $300,000, and what has he to show for it? The new legislature, unless I'm greatly mistaken, will be afraid to touch anything in connection with him. It's hardly likely that any of the Springfield politicians will want to draw the fire of the newspapers again." Schryhart felt very powerful, imposing, sleek. Indeed, now that his theory of newspaper publicity as a cure was apparently beginning to work. Hand, more saturnine, more responsive to the uncertainty of things mundane, the shifty undercurrents that are perpetually sapping and mining below, was agreeable but not sure. Perhaps so. In regard to his Eastern life during this interlude, Cowperwood had been becoming more and more keenly alive to the futility of the attempt to effect a social rescue for Aileen. What was the use, he often asked himself, as he contemplated her movements, thoughts, plans, as contrasted with the natural efficiency, taste, grace, and subtlety of a woman like Berenice. He felt that the latter could, if she would, smooth over in an adroit way all the silly social antagonisms which were now afflicting him. It was a woman's game, he frequently told himself, and would never be adjusted till he had the woman. Simultaneously, Aileen, looking at the situation from her own point of view and nonplussed by the ineffectiveness of mere wealth when not combined with a certain social something which she did not appear to have, was nevertheless unwilling to surrender her dream. What was it, she asked herself over and over, that made this great difference between women and women? The question contained its own answer, but she did not know that. She was still good-looking, very, and an adept in self-ornamentation, after her manner and taste. So great had been the newspaper palaver regarding the arrival of a new multimillionaire from the West and the palace he was erecting that even tradesmen, clerks, and hall boys knew of her. Almost invariably, when called upon to state her name in such quarters, she was greeted by a slight start of recognition, a swift glance of examination, whispers, even open comment. That was something. Yet how much more and how different were those rarefied reaches of social supremacy to which popular repute bears scarcely any relationship at all. How different indeed. From what Cowperwood had said in Chicago, she had fancied that when they took up their formal abode in New York he would make an attempt to straighten out his life somewhat, to modify the number of his indifferent amours, and to present an illusion of solidarity and unity. Yet now that they had actually arrived, she noticed that he was more concerned with his heightened political and financial complications in Illinois and with his art collection than he was with what might happen to be going on in the new home or what could be made to happen there. As in the days of old, she was constantly puzzled by his persistent evenings out and his sudden appearances and disappearances. Yet determine as she might, rage secretly or openly as she would, she could not cure herself of the infection of Cowperwood. The lure that surrounded and substantiated a mind and spirit far greater than any other she had ever known. Neither honor, virtue, consistent charity, nor sympathy was there, but only a gay, foamy, unterrified sufficiency and a creative, constructive sense of beauty that, like sunlit spray, glowing with all the irradiative glories of the morning, danced and fled, spun driftwise over a heavy sea of circumstance. Life, however dark and somber, could never apparently cloud his soul. Brooding and idling in the wonder palace of his construction, Aileen could see what he was like. The silver fountain in the court of orchids, the peach-like glow of the pink marble chamber with its birds and flowers, the serried brilliance of his amazing art collection were all like him, were really the color of his soul. To think that after all she was not the one to bind him to subjection, to hold him by golden yet steely threads of fancy to the hem of her garment. To think that he should no longer walk, a slave of his desire, behind the chariot
of her spiritual and physical superiority. Yet she could not give up. By this time Cowperwood had managed, through infinite tact and a stoic disregard of his own aches and pains, to reestablish at least a temporary working arrangement with the Carter household. To Mrs. Carter he was still a heaven-sent son of light. Actually, in a mournful way, she pleaded for Cowperwood, vouching for his disinterestedness and long-standing generosity. Berenice, on the other hand, was swept between her craving for a great state for herself, luxury, power, and her desire to conform to the current ethics and morals of life. Cowperwood was married, and because of his attitude of affection for her, his money was tainted. She had long speculated on his relation to Aileen, the basis of their differences, had often wondered why neither she nor her mother had ever been introduced. What type of woman was the second Mrs. Cowperwood? Beyond generalities, Cowperwood had never mentioned her. Berenice actually thought to seek her out in some inconspicuous way, but, as it chanced, one night her curiosity was rewarded without effort. She was at the opera with friends, and her escort nudged her arm. "Have you noticed Box 9, the lady in white satin with the green lace shawl?" "Yes." Berenice raised her glasses. "Mrs. Frank Algernon Cowperwood, the wife of the Chicago millionaire. They have just built that house at 68th Street. He has part lease of number 9, I believe." Berenice almost started, but retained her composure, giving merely an indifferent glance. A little while after, she adjusted her glasses carefully and studied Mrs. Cowperwood. She noted curiously that Aileen's hair was somewhat the color of her own, more carroty red. She studied her eyes, which were slightly ringed, her smooth cheek and full mouth, thickened somewhat by drinking and dissipation. Aileen was good-looking, she thought, handsome in a material way, though so much older than herself. Was it merely age that was alienating Cowperwood, or was it some deep-seated intellectual difference? Obviously, Mrs. Cowperwood was well over 40, a fact which did not give Berenice any sense of satisfaction or of advantage. She really did not care enough. It did occur to her, however, that this woman whom she was observing had probably given the best years of her life to Cowperwood, the brilliant years of her girlhood, and now he was tired of her. There were small, carefully powdered lines at the tails of Aileen's eyes and at the corners of her mouth. At the same time, she seemed preternaturally gay, kittenish, spoiled. With her were two men, one a well-known actor, sinisterly handsome, a man with a brutal, unclean reputation; the other a young social pretender, both unknown to Berenice. Her knowledge was to come from her escort, a loquacious youth, more or less versed, as it happened, in the gay life of the city. "I hear that she is creating quite a stir in Bohemia," he observed. "If she expects to enter society, it's a poor way to begin, don't you think?" "Do you know that she expects to?" "All the usual signs are out. A box here, a house on Fifth Avenue." This study of Aileen puzzled and disturbed Berenice a little. Nevertheless, she felt immensely superior. Her soul seemed to soar over the plane Aileen inhabited. The type of the latter's escorts suggested error, a lack of social discrimination. Because of the high position he had succeeded in achieving, Cowperwood was entitled, no doubt, to be dissatisfied. His wife had not kept pace with him, or rather, had not eluded him in his onward flight, had not run swiftly before like a winged victory. Berenice reflected that if she were dealing with such a man, he should never know her truly. He should be made to wonder and to doubt. Lines of care and disappointment should never mar her face. She would scheme and dream and conceal and evade. He should dance attendance, whoever he was. Nevertheless, here she herself was, at 22, unmarried,
her background insecure, the very ground on which she walked treacherous. Braxmar knew, and Beales, Chadsey, and Cowperwood. At least 3 or 4 of her acquaintances must have been at the Waldorf on that fatal night. How long would it be before others became aware? She tried eluding her mother, Cowperwood, and the situation generally by freely accepting more extended invitations and trying to see whether there was not some opening for her in the field of art. She thought of painting and essayed several canvases which she took to dealers. The work was subtle, remote, fanciful, a snow scene with purple edges, a thinking satyr, iron-like in his heaviness, brooding over a cloudy valley, a lurking devil peering at a praying Marguerite, a Dutch interior inspired by Mrs. Batjer, and various dancing figures. Phlegmatic dealers of somber mien admitted some promise, but pointed out the difficulty of sales. Beginners were numerous. Art was long. If she went on, of course. Let them see other things. She turned her thoughts to dancing. This art, in its interpretive sense, was just being introduced into America, a certain Althea Baker having created a good deal of stir in society by this means. With the idea of duplicating or surpassing the success of this woman, Berenice conceived a dance series of her own. One was to be the Terror, a nymph dancing in the spring woods, but eventually pursued and terrorized by a faun. Another, the Peacock, a fantasy illustrative of proud self-adulation. Another, the Vestal, a study from Roman choric worship. After spending considerable time at Pocono evolving costumes, poses, and the like, Berenice finally hinted at the plan to Mrs. Batjer, declaring that she would enjoy the artistic outlet it would afford, and indicating at the same time that it might provide the necessary solution of a problem of ways and means. "Why, Bevy, how you talk," commented Mrs. Batjer. "And with your possibilities, why don't you marry first and do your dancing afterward? You might compel a certain amount of attention that way." "Because of hubby? How droll! Whom would you suggest that I marry at once?" "Oh, when it comes to that," replied Mrs. Batjer, with a slight reproachful lift in her voice, and thinking of Kilmer Duelma. "But surely your need isn't so pressing. If you were to take up professional dancing, I might have to cut you afterwards, particularly if any one else did." She smiled the sweetest, most sensible smile. Mrs. Batjer accompanied her suggestions nearly always with a slight sniff and cough. Berenice could see that the mere fact of this conversation made a slight difference. In Mrs. Batjer's world, poverty was a dangerous topic. The mere odor of it suggested a kind of horror, perhaps the equivalent of error or sin. Others, Berenice now suspected, would take affright even more swiftly. Subsequently to this, however, she made one slight investigation of those realms that govern professional theatrical engagements. It was a most disturbing experience. The mere color and odor of the stuffy offices, the gauche, material attendants, the impossible aspirants and participants in this make-believe world, the crudeness, the effrontery, the materiality, the sensuality. It came to her as a sickening breath, and for the moment frightened her. What would become of refinement there? What of delicacy? How could one rise and sustain an individual dignity and control in such a world as this? Cowperwood was now suggesting as a binding link that he should buy a home for them in Park Avenue, where such social functions as would be of advantage to Berenice and in some measure to himself as an occasional guest might be indulged in. Mrs. Carter, a fool of comfort, was pleased to welcome the idea. It promised to give her absolute financial security for the future. "I know how it is with you, Frank," she declared.
I know you need some place that you can call a home. The whole difficulty will be with Bevy. Ever since that miserable puppy made those charges against me, I haven't been able to talk to her at all. She doesn't seem to want to do anything I suggest. You have much more influence with her than I have. If you explain it, it may be all right." Instantly Cowperwood saw an opportunity. Intensely pleased with this confession of weakness on the part of the mother, he went to Berenice, but by his usual method of indirect direction. "You know, Bevy," he said one afternoon when he found her alone, "I have been wondering if it wouldn't be better if I bought a large house for you and your mother here in New York, where you and she could do entertaining on a large scale. Since I can't spend my money on myself, I might as well spend it on someone who would make an interesting use of it. You might include me as an uncle or father's cousin or something of that sort," he added lightly. Berenice, who saw quite clearly the trap he was setting for her, was nonplussed. At the same time, she could not help seeing that a house, if it were beautifully furnished, would be an interesting asset. People in society loved fixed, notable dwellings. She had observed that. What functions could not be held if only her mother's past were not charged against her? That was the great difficulty. It was almost an Arabian situation, heightened by the glitter of gold. And Cowperwood was always so diplomatic. He came forward with such a bland, engaging smile. His hands were so shapely and seeking. "A house such as you speak of would enlarge the debt beyond payment, I presume," she remarked sardonically and with a sad, almost contemptuous gesture. Cowperwood realized how her piercing intellect was following his shifty trail, and winced. She must see that her fate was in his hands, but oh, if she would only surrender, how swiftly every dollar of his vast fortune should be piled humbly at her feet. She should have her heart's desire if money would buy it. She could say to him, "Go," and he would go; "Come," and he would come. "Berenice," he said, getting up, "I know what you think. You fancy I'm trying to further my own interests in this way, but I am not. I wouldn't compromise you ultimately for all the wealth of India. I have told you where I stand. Every dollar that I have is yours to do with as you choose on any basis that you may care to name. I have no future outside of you, none except art. I do not expect you to marry me. Take all that I have. Wipe society under your feet. Don't think that I will ever charge it up as a debt. I won't. I want you to hold your own. Just answer me one question. I won't ever ask another." "Yes?" "If I were single now and you were not in love or married, would you consider me at all?" His eyes pleaded as never had they pleaded before. She started, looked concerned, severe, then relaxed as suddenly. "Let me see," she said, with a slight brightening of the eyes and a toss of her head. "That is a second cousin to a proposal, isn't it? You have no right to make it. You aren't single and aren't likely to be. Why should I try to read the future?" She walked indifferently out of the room, and Cowperwood stayed a moment to think. Obviously he had triumphed in a way. She had not taken great offense. She must like him and would marry him if only Aileen. And now he wished more definitely and forcefully than ever that he were really and truly free. He felt that if ever he wished to attain Berenice, he must persuade Aileen to divorce him. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Aileen's last card. It was not until some little time after they were established in the new house that Aileen first came upon any evidence of the existence of Berenice Fleming. In a general way, she assumed that there were women, possibly some of whom she had known, Stephanie, Mrs. Hand, Florence Cochrane, or later arrivals,
Yet so long as they were not obtruded on her, she permitted herself the semi-comforting thought that things were not as bad as they might be. So long indeed as Cowperwood was genuinely promiscuous, so long as he trotted here and there, not snared by any particular siren, she could not despair, for, after all, she had ensnared him and held him deliciously, without variation, she believed, for all of 10 years, a feat which no other woman had achieved before or after. Rita Sohlberg might have succeeded. The beast! How she hated the thought of Rita! By this time, however, Cowperwood was getting on in years. The day must come when he would be less keen for variability, or at least would think it no longer worth while to change. If only he did not find some one woman, some Circe, who would bind and enslave him in these later years as she had herself done in his earlier ones, all might yet be well. At the same time she lived in daily terror of a discovery which was soon to follow. She had gone out one day to pay a call on someone to whom Rhys Grier, the Chicago sculptor, had given her an introduction. Crossing Central Park in one of the new French machines which Cowperwood had purchased for her indulgence, her glance wandered down a branch road to where another automobile similar to her own was stalled. It was early in the afternoon, at which time Cowperwood was presumably engaged in Wall Street. Yet there he was, and with him 2 women, neither of whom, in the speed of passing, could Aileen quite make out. She had her car halted and driven to within seeing distance behind a clump of bushes. A chauffeur whom she did not know was tinkering at a handsome machine, while on the grass near by stood Cowperwood and a tall, slender girl with red hair somewhat like Aileen's own. Her expression was aloof, poetic, rhapsodical. Aileen could not analyze it, but it fixed her attention completely. In the tonneau sat an elderly lady whom Aileen at once assumed to be the girl's mother. Who were they? What was Cowperwood doing here in the park at this hour? Where were they going? With a horrible retch of envy she noted upon Cowperwood's face a smile, the like and import of which she well knew. How often she had seen it years and years before. Having escaped detection, she ordered her chauffeur to follow the car, which soon started at a safe distance. She saw Cowperwood and the 2 ladies put down at one of the great hotels, and followed them into the dining room, where, from behind a screen, after the most careful maneuvering, she had an opportunity of studying them at her leisure. She drank in every detail of Berenice's face, the delicately pointed chin, the clear, fixed blue eyes, the straight, sensitive nose and tawny hair. Calling the head waiter, she inquired the names of the 2 women, and in return for a liberal tip was informed at once. Mrs. Ira Carter, I believe, and her daughter, Miss Fleming, Miss Berenice Fleming. Mrs. Carter was Mrs. Fleming once. Aileen followed them out eventually, and in her own car pursued them to their door, into which Cowperwood also disappeared. The next day, by telephoning the apartment to make inquiry, she learned that they actually lived there. After a few days of brooding, she employed a detective, and learned that Cowperwood was a constant visitor at the Carters, that the machine in which they rode was his, maintained at a separate garage, and that they were of society truly. Aileen would never have followed the clue so vigorously had it not been for the look she had seen Cowperwood fix on the girl in the park and in the restaurant, an air of soul hunger which could not be gainsaid. Let no one ridicule the terrors of unrequited love. Its tentacles are cancerous, its grip is of icy death. Sitting in her boudoir immediately after these events, driving, walking, shopping, calling on the few with whom she had managed to scrape an acquaintance, Aileen thought morning, noon, and night of this new woman. The pale, delicate face haunted her.
What were those eyes, so remote in their gaze? Surveying? Love? Cowperwood? Yes, yes, gone in a flash, and permanently, as it seemed to Aileen, was the value of this house, her dream of a new social entrance. And she had already suffered so much, endured so much. Cowperwood being absent for a fortnight, she moped in her room, sighed, raged, and then began to drink. Finally, she sent for an actor who had once paid attention to her in Chicago, and whom she had later met here in the circle of the theaters. She was not so much burning with lust as determined in her drunken gloom that she would have revenge. For days there followed an orgy in which wine, bestiality, mutual recrimination, hatred, and despair were involved. Sobering eventually, she wondered what Cowperwood would think of her now if he knew this. Could he ever love her any more? Could he even tolerate her? But what did he care? It served him right, the dog. She would show him. She would wreck his dream. She would make her own life a scandal, and his too. She would shame him before all the world. He should never have a divorce. He should never be able to marry a girl like that and leave her alone. Never, never, never. When Cowperwood returned, she snarled at him without vouchsafing an explanation. He suspected at once that she had been spying upon his maneuvers. Moreover, he did not fail to notice her heavy eyes, superheated cheeks, and sickly breath. Obviously, she had abandoned her dream of a social victory of some kind and was entering on a career of what? Debauchery? Since coming to New York she had failed utterly, he thought, to make any single intelligent move toward her social rehabilitation. The banal realms of art and the stage, with which in his absence or neglect she had trifled with here, as she had done in Chicago, were worse than useless. They were destructive. He must have a long talk with her one of these days, must confess frankly to his passion for Berenice, and appeal to her sympathy and good sense. What scenes would follow! Yet she might succumb at that. Despair, pride, disgust might move her. Besides, he could now bestow upon her a very large fortune. She could go to Europe or remain here and live in luxury. He would always remain friendly with her, helpful, advisory, if she would permit it. The conversation which eventually followed on this topic was of such stuff as dreams are made of. It sounded hollow and unnatural within the walls where it took place. Consider the great house in Upper Fifth Avenue, its magnificent chambers aglow, of a stormy Sunday night. Cowperwood was lingering in the city at this time, busy with a group of Eastern financiers who were influencing his contest in the state legislature of Illinois. Aileen was momentarily consoled by the thought that for him perhaps love might, after all, be a thing apart, a thing no longer vital and soul-controlling. Tonight he was sitting in the Court of Orchids reading a book, the Diary of Cellini, which someone had recommended to him, stopping to think now and then of things in Chicago or Springfield, or to make a note. Outside the rain was splashing in torrents on the electric-lighted asphalt of Fifth Avenue, the park opposite, a Corot-like shadow. Aileen was in the music room, strumming indifferently. She was thinking of times past, Lynde, from whom she had not heard in half a year, Watson Skeet, the sculptor, who was also out of her ken at present. When Cowperwood was in the city and in the house she was accustomed from habit to remain indoors or near. So great is the influence of past customs of devotion that they linger long past the hour when the act ceases to become valid. "What an awful night," she observed once, strolling to a window to peer out from behind a brocaded valance. "It's bad, isn't it?" replied Cowperwood as she returned. "Hadn't you thought of going anywhere this evening?" "No, oh no," replied Aileen indifferently. She rose restlessly from the piano and strolled on into the great picture gallery, stopping before one of the Raphael Sanzio's Holy Families, only recently hung. She paused to contemplate the serene face, medieval, Madonna-esque Italian. The lady seemed fragile, colorless, spineless, without life. Were there such women? Why did artists paint 'em? Yet the little Christ was sweet. Art bored Aileen unless others were enthusiastic. She craved only the fanfare of the living, not painted resemblances. She returned to the music room, to the Court of Orchids, and was just about to go upstairs to prepare herself a drink and read a novel when Cowperwood observed, "You're bored, aren't you?" "Oh no, I'm used to lonely evenings," she replied quietly and without any attempt at sarcasm. Relentless as he was in hewing life to his theory, hammering substance to the form of his thought, yet he was tender too, in the manner of a rainbow dancing over an abyss. For the moment he wanted to say, "Poor girlie, you do have a hard time, don't you, with me?" But he reflected instantly on how such a remark would be received. He meditated, holding his book in his hand above his knee, looking at the purling water that flowed and flowed in sprinkling showers over the sportive marble figures of mermaids, a triton, and nymphs astride of fishes. "You're really not happy in this state any more, are you?" he inquired. "Would you feel any more comfortable if I stayed away entirely?" His mind had turned of a sudden to the one problem that was fretting him and to the opportunities of this hour. "You would," she replied, for her boredom merely concealed her unhappiness in no longer being able to command in the least his interest or his sentiment. "Why do you say it in just that way?" he asked. "Because I know you would. I know why you ask. You know well enough that it isn't anything I want to do that is concerned. It's what you want to do. You'd like to turn me off like an old horse now that you are tired of me, and so you ask whether I would feel any more comfortable. What a liar you are, Frank. How really shifty you are. I don't wonder you're a multimillionaire. If you could live long enough you would eat up the whole world. Don't you think for one moment that I don't know of Berenice Fleming here in New York, and how you're dancing attendance on her? Because I do. I know how you have been hanging about her for months and months, ever since we have been here, and for long before. You think she's wonderful now because she's young and in society. I've seen you in the Waldorf and in the park, hanging on her every word, looking at her with adoring eyes. What a fool you are to be so big a man. Every little snip, if she has pink cheeks and a doll's face, can wind you right around her finger. Rita Sohlberg did it. Stephanie Platow did it. Florence Cochrane did it. Cecily Haguenin, and heaven knows how many more that I never heard of. I suppose Mrs. Hand still lives with you in Chicago, the cheap strumpet. Now it's Berenice Fleming and her frump of a mother. From all I can learn, you haven't been able to get her yet, because her mother's too shrewd, perhaps, but you probably will in the end. It isn't you so much as your money that they're after. Pah! Well, I'm unhappy enough, but it isn't anything you can remedy any more. Whatever you could do to make me unhappy you have done, and now you talk of my being happier away from you. Clever boy, you. I know you the way I know my 10 fingers. You don't deceive me at any time in any way any more. I can't do anything about it. I can't stop you from making a fool of yourself with every woman you meet, and having people talk from one end of the country to the other. Why, for a woman to be seen with you is enough to fix her reputation forever. Right now all Broadway knows you're running after Berenice Fleming. Her name will soon be as sweet as those of the others you've had. She might as well give herself to you. If she ever had a decent reputation, it's gone by now. You can depend upon that. These remarks irritated Cowperwood greatly, enraged him, particularly her reference to Berenice. What were you to do with such a woman, he thought. Her tongue was becoming unbearable. Her speech, in its persistence and force, was that of a termagant. Surely, surely, he had made a great mistake in marrying her.
At the same time, the control of her was largely in his own hands even yet. "Aileen," he said coolly at the end of her speech, "you talk too much. You rave. You're growing vulgar, I believe. Now let me tell you something," and he fixed her with a hard, quieting eye. "I have no apologies to make. Think what you please. I know why you say what you do. But here is the point. I want you to get it straight and clear. It may make some difference eventually if you're any kind of woman at all. I don't care for you any more. If you want to put it another way, I'm tired of you. I have been for a long while. That's why I run with other women. If I hadn't been tired of you, I wouldn't have done it. What's more, I'm in love with somebody else, Berenice Fleming, and I expect to stay in love. I wish I were free so I could rearrange my life on a different basis and find a little comfort before I die. You don't really care for me any more. You can't. I'll admit I have treated you badly, but if I had really loved you, I wouldn't have done it, would I? It isn't my fault that love died in me, is it? It isn't your fault. I'm not blaming you. Love isn't a bunch of coals that can be blown by artificial bellows into a flame at any time. It's out, and that's the end of it. Since I don't love you and can't, why should you want me to stay near you? Why shouldn't you let me go and give me a divorce? You'll be just as happy or unhappy away from me as with me. Why not? I want to be free again. I'm miserable here and have been for a long time. I'll make any arrangement that seems fair and right to you. I'll give you this house, these pictures, though I really don't see what you would want with them. Cowperwood had no intention of giving up the gallery if he could help it. "I'll settle on you for life any income you desire, or I'll give you a fixed sum outright. I want to be free, and I want you to let me be. Now, why won't you be sensible and let me do this?" During this harangue Cowperwood had first sat and then stood. At the statement that his love was really dead, the first time he had ever baldly and squarely announced it, Aileen had paled a little and put her hand to her forehead over her eyes. It was then he had arisen. He was cold, determined, a little revengeful for the moment. She realized now that he meant this, that in his heart was no least feeling for all that had gone before, no sweet memories, no binding thoughts of happy hours, days, weeks, years that were so glittering and wonderful to her in retrospect. Great heavens, it was really true. His love was dead. He had said it. But for the nonce, she could not believe it. She would not. It really couldn't be true. "Frank," she began, coming toward him, the while he moved away to evade her. Her eyes were wide, her hands trembling, her lips moving in an emotional, wavy, rhythmic way. "You really don't mean that, do you? Love isn't wholly dead, is it? All the love you used to feel for me? Oh, Frank, I have raged, I have hated, I have said terrible, ugly things, but it has been because I have been in love with you. All the time I have. You know that. I have felt so bad. Oh, God, how bad I have felt, Frank. You don't know it, but my pillow has been wet many, many a night. I have cried and cried. I have got up and walked the floor. I have drunk whiskey, plain, raw whiskey, because something hurt me, and I wanted to kill the pain. I have gone with other men, one after another. You know that. But, oh, Frank, Frank, you know that I didn't want to, that I didn't mean to. I have always despised the thought of them afterward. It was only because I was lonely and because you wouldn't pay any attention to me or be nice to me. Oh, how I have longed and longed for just one loving hour with you, one night, one day. There are women who could suffer in silence, but I can't. My mind won't let me alone, Frank. My thoughts won't. I can't help thinking how I used to run to you in Philadelphia when you would meet me on your way home, or when I used to come to you in 9th Street or on 11th. Oh, Frank, I probably did wrong to your first wife. I see it now, how she must have suffered. But I was just a silly girl then, and I didn't know. Don't you remember how I used to come to you in 9th Street, and how I saw you day after day in the penitentiary in Philadelphia? You said then you would love me always,
and that you would never forget. Can't you love me any more, just a little? Is it really true that your love is dead? Am I so old, so changed? Oh, Frank, please don't say that. Please don't. Please, 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 I beg of you." She tried to reach him and put a hand on his arm, but he stepped aside. To him, as he looked at her now, she was the antithesis of anything he could brook, let alone desire, artistically or physically. The charm was gone, the spell broken. It was another type, another point of view he required, but above all and principally, youth, youth. The spirit, for instance, that was in Berenice Fleming. He was sorry in his way. He felt sympathy, but it was like the tinkling of a far-off sheep bell, the moaning of a whistling buoy heard over the thrash of night-black waves on a stormy sea. "You don't understand how it is, Aileen," he said. "I can't help myself. My love is dead. It's gone. I can't recall it. I can't feel it. I wish I could, but I can't. You must understand that. Some things are possible and some are not." He looked at her, but with no relenting. Aileen, for her part, saw in his eyes nothing, as she believed, save cold philosophic logic, the man of business, the thinker, the bargainer, the plotter. At the thought of the adamantine character of his soul, which could thus definitely close its gates on her for ever and ever, she became wild, angry, feverish, not quite sane. "Oh, don't say that," she pleaded foolishly. "Please don't. Please don't say that. It might come back a little if you would only believe in it. Don't you see how I feel? Don't you see how it is?" She dropped to her knees and clasped him about the waist. "Oh, Frank, oh, Frank, oh, Frank," she began to call, crying. "I can't stand it. I can't, I can't, I can't. I shall die." "Don't give way like that, Aileen," he pleaded. "It doesn't do any good. I can't lie to myself. I don't want to lie to you. Life is too short. Facts are facts. If I could say and believe that I loved you, I would say so now. But I can't. I don't love you. Why should I say that I do?" In the content of Aileen's nature was a portion that was purely histrionic, a portion that was childish, petted, and spoiled, a portion that was sheer unreason, and a portion that was splendid emotion, deep, dark, involved. At this statement of Cowperwood's, which seemed to throw her back on herself for ever and ever to be alone, she first pleaded willingness to compromise, to share. She had not fought Stephanie Platow. She had not fought Florence Cochrane, nor Cicely Haguenin, nor Mrs. Hand, nor indeed anybody after Rita, and she would fight no more. She had not spied on him in connection with Berenice. She had accidentally met them. True, she had gone with other men, but— Berenice was beautiful, she admitted it, but so was she in her way still, a little still. Couldn't he find a place for her yet in his life? Wasn't there room for both? At this expression of humiliation and defeat, Cowperwood was sad, sick, almost nauseated. How could one argue? How make her understand? "I wish it were possible, Aileen," he concluded finally and heavily, "but it isn't." All at once she arose, her eyes red but dry. "You don't love me, then, at all, do you? Not a bit?" "No, Aileen, I don't. I don't mean by that I dislike you. I don't mean to say that you aren't interesting in your way as a woman, and that I don't sympathize with you. I do. But I don't love you any more. I can't. The thing I used to feel I can't feel any more." She paused for a moment, uncertain how to take this. The while she whitened, grew more tense, more spiritual than she had been in many a day. Now she felt desperate, angry, sick, but like the scorpion that ringed by fire can turn only on itself. What a hell life was, she told herself. How it slipped away and left one aging, horribly alone. Love was nothing, faith nothing, nothing, nothing. A fine light of conviction, intensity, intention lit her eye for a moment. "Very well, then," she said, coolly, tensely. "I know what I'll do. I'll not live this way. I'll not live beyond tonight. I want to die anyhow, and I will." It was by no means a cry, this last, but a calm statement. It should prove her love. To Cowperwood it seemed unreal bravado, a momentary rage intended to frighten him. She turned and walked up the grand staircase, which was near, a splendid piece of marble and bronze 15 feet wide, with marble nereids for newel posts, and dancing figures worked into the stone. She went into her room quite calmly and took up a steel paper cutter of dagger design, a knife with a handle of bronze and a point of great sharpness. Coming out and going along the balcony over the court of orchids, where Cowperwood still was seated, she entered the sunrise room with its pool of water, its birds, its benches, its vines. Locking the door, she sat down and then, suddenly burying her arm, jabbed the vein, ripped it for inches, and sat there to bleed. Now she would see whether she could die, whether he would let her. Uncertain, astonished, not able to believe that she could be so rash, not believing that her feeling could be so great, Cowperwood still remained where she had left him, wondering. He had not been so greatly moved. The tantrums of women were common, and yet, could she really be contemplating death? How could she? How ridiculous! Life was so strange, so mad. But this was Aileen, who had just made this threat, and she had gone up the stairs to carry it out, perhaps. Impossible! How could it be? Yet back of all his doubts there was a kind of sickening feeling, a dread. He recalled how she had assaulted Rita Sohlberg. He hurried up the steps now and into her room. She was not there. He went quickly along the balcony, looking here and there, until he came to the sunrise room. She must be there, for the door was shut. He tried it. It was locked. "Aileen," he called. "Aileen, are you in there?" No answer. He listened. Still no answer. "Aileen," he repeated, "are you in there? What damned nonsense is this, anyhow?" George, he thought to himself, stepping back, she might do it, too. Perhaps she has. He could not hear anything save the odd chattering of a toucan aroused by the light she had switched on. Perspiration stood out on his brow. He shook the knob, pushed a bell for a servant, called for keys, which had been made for every door, called for a chisel and hammer. "Aileen," he said, "if you don't open the door this instant, I will see that it is opened. It can be opened quick enough." Still no sound. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, becoming wretched and horrified. A servant brought the keys. The right one would not enter. A second one was on the other side. "There is a bigger hammer somewhere," Cowperwood said. "Get it. Get me a chair." Meantime, with terrific energy, using a large chisel, he forced the door. There, on one of the stone benches of the lovely room, sat Aileen, the level pool of water before her, the sunrise glow over everything, tropic birds in their branches, and she, her hair disheveled, her face pale, one arm, her left, hanging down, ripped and bleeding, trickling a thick stream of rich red blood. On the floor was a pool of blood, fierce scarlet, like some rich cloth, already turning darker in places. Cowperwood paused, amazed. He hurried forward, seized her arm, made a bandage of torn handkerchief above the wound, sent for a surgeon, saying the while, "How could you, Aileen? How impossible! To try to take your life. This isn't love. It isn't even madness. It's foolish acting." "Don't you really care?" she asked. "How can you ask? How could you really do this?" He was angry, hurt, glad that she was alive, shamed, many things. "Don't you really care?" she repeated wearily. "Aileen, this is nonsense. I will not talk to you about it now. Have you cut yourself anywhere else?" he asked, feeling about her bosom and her sides. "Then why not let me die?" she replied in the same manner. "I will some day. I want to." "Well, you may some day," he replied, "but not tonight. I scarcely think you want to now. This is too much, Aileen. Really impossible." He drew himself up and looked at her, cool, unbelieving, the light of control, even of victory, in his eyes. As he had suspected, it was not truly real. She would not have killed herself. She had expected him to come, to make the old effort. Very good. He would see her safely in bed and in a nurse's hands, and would then avoid her as much as possible in the future. If her intention was genuine, she would carry it out in his absence, but he did not believe she would. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A marauder upon the Commonwealth. The spring and summer months of 1897 and the late fall of 1898 witnessed the final closing battle between Frank Algernon Cowperwood and the forces inimical to him in so far as the city of Chicago, the state of Illinois, and indeed the United States of America were concerned. When in 1896 a new governor and a new group of state representatives were installed, Cowperwood decided that it would be advisable to continue the struggle at once. By the time this new legislature should convene for its labors, a year would have passed since Governor Swanson had vetoed the original Public Service Commission bill. By that time, public sentiment as aroused by the newspapers would have had time to cool. Already, through various favorable financial interests, particularly Heckelheimer, Gottlieb and Company, and all the subsurface forces they represented, he had attempted to influence the incoming governor, and had in part succeeded. The new governor in this instance, one Corporal A. E. Archer, or ex-Congressman Archer, as he was sometimes called, was, unlike Swanson, a curious mixture of the commonplace and the ideal, one of those shiftily loyal and loyally shifty who make their upward way by devious, if not too reprehensible, methods. He was a little man, stocky, brown-haired, brown-eyed, vigorous, witty, with the ordinary politician's estimate of public morality, namely, that there is no such thing. A drummer boy at 14 in the War of the Rebellion, a private at 16 and 18, he had subsequently been breveted for conspicuous military service. At this later time he was head of the Grand Army of the Republic and conspicuous in various stirring eleemosynary efforts on behalf of the old soldiers, their widows and orphans. A fine American flag-waving, tobacco-chewing, foul-swearing little man was this, and one with noteworthy political ambitions. Other Grand Army men had been conspicuous in the lists for presidential nominations. Why not he? An excellent orator in a high falsetto way, and popular because of good fellowship, presence, force, he was by nature materially and commercially minded, therefore without basic appeal to the higher ranks of intelligence. In seeking the nomination for governorship he had made the usual overtures, and had in turn been sounded by Heckelheimer, Gottlieb, and various other corporate interests who were in league with Cowperwood as to his attitude in regard to the proposed Public Service Commission. At first he had refused to commit himself. Later, finding that the C.W.&I. and the Chicago and Pacific, very powerful railroads both, were interested, and that other candidates were running him a tight chase in the gubernatorial contest, he succumbed in a measure, declaring privately that in case the legislature proved to be strongly in favor of the idea and the newspapers not too crushingly opposed, he might be willing to stand as its advocate. Other candidates expressed similar views, but Corporal Archer proved to have the greater following, and was eventually nominated and comfortably elected. Shortly after the new legislature had convened, it so chanced that a certain A. S. Rotherhite, publisher of the South Chicago Journal,
was one day accidentally sitting as a visitor in the seat of a state representative by the name of Clarence Mulligan. While so occupied, Rotherhite was familiarly slapped on the back by a certain Senator Lodrigo of Menard, and was invited to come out into the rotunda, where, posing as Representative Mulligan, he was introduced by Senator Lodrigo to a stranger by the name of Gerard. The latter, with but few preliminary remarks, began as follows: "Mr. Mulligan, I want to fix it with you in regard to this South Hack bill which is soon to come up in the House. We have 70 votes, but we want 90. The fact that the bill has gone to a second reading in the Senate shows our strength. I am authorized to come to terms with you this morning if you would like. Your vote is worth $2,000 to you the moment the bill is signed." Mr. Rotherhite, who happened to be a newly recruited member of the opposition press, proved very canny in this situation. "Excuse me," he stammered. "I did not understand your name." "Gerard. Gerard. Henry A. Gerard," replied the other. "Thank you. I will think it over," was the response of the presumed Representative Mulligan. Strange to state, at this very instant the authentic Mulligan actually appeared, heralded aloud by several of his colleagues who happened to be lingering nearby in the lobby. Whereupon the anomalous Mr. Gerard and the crafty Senator Lodrigo discreetly withdrew. Needless to say that Mr. Rotherhite hurried at once to the forces of righteousness. The press should spread this little story broadcast. It was a very meaty incident, and it brought the whole matter once more into the fatal, poisonous field of press discussion. At once the Chicago papers flew to arms. The cry was raised that the same old sinister Cowperwood forces were at work. The members of the Senate and the House were solemnly warned. The sterling attitude of ex-Governor Swanson was held up as an example to the present Governor Archer. "The whole idea," observed an editorial in Truman Leslie McDonald's Inquirer, "smacks of chicane, political subtlety, and political jugglery. Well do the citizens of Chicago and the people of Illinois know who and what particular organization would prove the true beneficiaries. We do not want a public service commission at the behest of a private street railway corporation. Are the tentacles of Frank A. Cowperwood to envelop this legislature as they did the last?" This broadside, coming in conjunction with various hostile rumblings in the other papers, aroused Cowperwood to emphatic language. "They can all go to the devil," he said to Addison one day at lunch. "I have a right to an extension of my franchises for 50 years, and I'm going to get it. Look at New York and Philadelphia. Why, the Eastern houses laugh. They don't understand such a situation. It's all the inside work of this Hand Schihart crowd. I know what they're doing and who's pulling the strings. The newspapers yap every time they give an order. Hyssop waltzes every time Arneel moves. Little McDonald is a stool pigeon for Hand. It got down so low now that it's anything to beat Cowperwood. Well, they won't beat me. I'll find a way out. The legislature will pass a bill allowing for a 50-year franchise, and the governor will sign it. I'll see to that personally. I have at least 18,000 stockholders who want a decent run for their money, and I propose to give it to them. Aren't other men getting rich? Aren't other corporations earning 10 and 12%? Why shouldn't I? Is Chicago any the worse? Don't I employ 20,000 men and pay them well? All this palaver about the rights of the people, duty to the public, rats. Does Mr. Hand acknowledge any duty to the public where his special interests are concerned? Or Mr. Schihart or Mr. Arneel? The newspapers be damned. I know my rights. An honest legislature will give me a decent franchise to save me from the local political sharks." By this time, however, the newspapers had become as subtle and powerful as the politicians themselves.
Under the great dome of the Capitol at Springfield, in the halls and conference chambers of the Senate and House, in the hotels, and in the rural districts, wherever any least information was to be gathered, were their representatives, to see, to listen, to pry. Out of this contest they were gaining prestige and cash. By them were the reform aldermen persuaded to call mass meetings in their respective districts. Property owners were urged to organize. A committee of 100 prominent citizens, led by Hand and Schryhart, was formed. It was not long before the halls, chambers, and committee rooms of the Capitol at Springfield and the corridors of the one principal hotel were being tramped over almost daily by rampant delegations of ministers, reform aldermen, and civil committeemen, who arrived speechifying, threatening, and haranguing, and departed only to make room for another relay. "Say, what do you think of these delegations, Senator?" inquired a certain Representative Greenough of Senator George Christian of Grundy one morning while a group of Chicago clergymen, accompanied by the mayor and several distinguished private citizens, passed through the rotunda on their way to the Committee on Railroads, where the House bill was privily being discussed. "Don't you think they speak well for our civic pride and moral upbringing?" He raised his eyes and crossed his fingers over his waistcoat in the most sanctimonious and reverential attitude. "Yes, dear pastor," replied the irreverent Christian, without the shadow of a smile. He was a little, sallow, wiry man, with eyes like a ferret, a small mustache and goatee ornamenting his face. "But do not forget that the Lord has called us also to this work." "Even so," acquiesced Greenough, "we must not weary in well-doing. The harvest is truly plenteous, and the laborers are few." "Tut, tut, pastor, don't overdo it. You might make me laugh," replied Christian, and the twain parted with knowing and yet weary smiles. Yet how little did the accommodating attitude of these gentlemen avail in silencing the newspapers, the damnable newspapers. They were here, there, and everywhere, reporting each least fragment of rumor, conversation, or imaginary program. Never did the citizens of Chicago receive so keen a drilling in statecraft, its subtleties and ramifications. The president of the Senate and the Speaker of the House were singled out and warned separately as to their duty. A page a day devoted to legislative proceedings in this quarter was practically the custom of the situation. Cowperwood was here personally on the scene, brazen, defiant, logical, the courage of his convictions in his eyes, the power of his magnetism fairly enslaving men. Throwing off the mask of disinterestedness, if any might be said to have covered him, he now frankly came out in the open and, journeying to Springfield, took quarters at the principal hotel. Like a general in time of battle, he marshaled his forces about him. In the warm, moonlit atmosphere of June nights, when the streets of Springfield were quiet, the great plain of Illinois bathed for hundreds of miles from north to south in a sweet effulgence, and the rurals slumbering in their simple homes, he sat conferring with his lawyers and legislative agents. Pity in such a crisis the poor country Jake legislator, torn between his desire for a justifiable and expedient gain and his fear lest he should be assailed as a betrayer of the people's interests. To some of these small-town legislators, who had never seen as much as $2,000 in cash in all their days, the problem was soul-racking. Men gathered in private rooms and hotel parlors to discuss it. They stood in their rooms at night and thought about it alone. The sight of big business compelling its desires, the while the people went begging, was destructive. Many a romantic, illusioned, idealistic young country editor, lawyer, or statesman was here made over into a minor cynic or bribe-taker. Men were robbed of every vestige of faith or even of charity. They came to feel, perforce, that there was nothing outside the capacity for taking and keeping. The surface might appear commonplace, ordinary men of the state of Illinois going here and there, simple farmers and small-town senators and representatives conferring and meditating and wondering what they could do. Yet a jungle-like complexity was present, a dark, rank growth of horrific but avid life, life at the full, life knife in hand, life blazing with courage and dripping at the jaws with hunger. However, because of the terrific uproar, the more cautious legislators were by degrees becoming fearful. Friends in their home towns, at the instigation of the papers, were beginning to write them. Political enemies were taking heart. It meant too much of a sacrifice on the part of everybody. In spite of the fact that the bait was apparently within easy reach, many became evasive and disturbed. When a certain Representative Sparks, cocked and primed, with a bill in his pocket, arose upon the floor of the House, asking leave to have it spread upon the minutes, there was an instant explosion. The privilege of the floor was requested by 100. Another representative, Disback, being in charge of the opposition to Cowperwood, had made a count of noses and was satisfied, in spite of all subtlety on the part of the enemy, that he had at least 102 votes, the necessary 2/3, wherewith to crush any measure which might originate on the floor. Nevertheless, his followers, because of caution, voted it to a second and a third reading. All sorts of amendments were made. One for a 3-cent fare during the rush hours, another for a 20% tax on gross receipts. In amended form, the measure was sent to the Senate, where the changes were stricken out and the bill once more returned to the House. Here, to Cowperwood's chagrin, signs were made manifest that it could not be passed. "It can't be done, Frank," said Judge Dickensheets. "It's too grilling a game. Their home papers are after them. They can't live." Consequently, a second measure was devised, more soothing and lulling to the newspapers, but far less satisfactory to Cowperwood. It conferred upon the Chicago City Council, by a trick of revising the old Horse and Dummy Act of 1865, the right to grant a franchise for 50 instead of for 20 years. This meant that Cowperwood would have to return to Chicago and fight out his battle there. It was a severe blow, yet better than nothing. Providing he could win one more franchise battle within the walls of the city council in Chicago, it would give him all that he desired. But could he? Had he not come here to the legislature especially to evade such a risk? His motives were enduring such a blistering exposure. Yet perhaps, after all, if the price were large enough, the Chicago councilmen would have more real courage than these country legislators. Would dare more. They would have to. So, after heaven knows what desperate whisperings, conferences, arguments, and heartening of members, there was originated a second measure which, after the defeat of the first bill, 104-49, was introduced, by way of a very complicated path through the Judiciary Committee. It was passed, and Governor Archer, after heavy hours of contemplation and self-examination, signed it. A little man mentally, he failed to estimate an aroused popular fury at its true import to him. At his elbow was Cowperwood, in the clear light of day, snapping his fingers in the face of his enemies, showing by the hard, cheerful glint in his eye that he was still master of the situation, giving all assurance that he would yet live to whip the Chicago papers into submission. Besides, in the event of the passage of the bill, Cowperwood had promised to make Archer independently rich, a cash reward of $500,000. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Capital and Public Rights.
Between the passage on June 5th, 1897, of the Mears Bill, so christened after the doughty representative who had received a small fortune for introducing it, and its presentation to the Chicago City Council in December of the same year, what broodings, plottings, politickings, and editorializing on the part of all and sundry. In spite of the intense feeling of opposition to Cowperwood, there was at the same time in local public life one stratum of commercial and phlegmatic substance that could not view him in an altogether unfavorable light. They were in business themselves. His lines passed their doors and served them. They could not see wherein his street railway service differed so much from that which others might give. Here was the type of materialist who in Cowperwood's defiance saw a justification of his own material point of view, and was not afraid to say so. But as against these, there were the preachers, poor wind-blown sticks of unreason, who saw only what the current palaver seemed to indicate. Again, there were the anarchists, socialists, single taxers, and public ownership advocates. There were the very poor who saw in Cowperwood's wealth and in the fabulous stories of his New York home and of his art collection a heartless exploitation of their needs. At this time the feeling was spreading broadcast in America that great political and economic changes were at hand, that the tyranny of iron masters at the top was to give way to a richer, freer, happier life for the rank and file. A national 8-hour day law was being advocated, and the public ownership of public franchises. And here now was a great street railway corporation serving a population of 1.5 million, occupying streets which the people themselves created by their presence, taking toll from all those humble citizens to the amount of 16 or 18 millions of dollars in the year, and giving in return, so the papers said, poor service, shabby cars, no seats at rush hours, no universal transfers. As a matter of fact, there were in operation 362 separate transfer points, and no adequate tax on the immense sums earned. The working man who read this by gas or lamplight in the kitchen or parlor of his shabby flat or cottage, and who read also in other sections of his paper of the free, reckless, glorious lives of the rich, felt himself to be defrauded of a portion of his rightful inheritance. It was all a question of compelling Frank A. Cowperwood to do his duty by Chicago. He must not again be allowed to bribe the aldermen. He must not be allowed to have a 50-year franchise, the privilege of granting which he had already bought from the state legislature by the degradation of honest men. He must be made to succumb, to yield to the forces of law and order. It was claimed, and with a justice of which those who made the charge were by no means fully aware, that the Mears Bill had been put through the House and Senate by the use of cold cash, proffered even to the governor himself. No legal proof of this was obtainable, but Cowperwood was assumed to be a briber on a giant scale. By the newspaper cartoons he was represented as a pirate commander ordering his men to scuttle another vessel, the ship of public rights. He was pictured as a thief, a black mask over his eyes, and as a seducer, throttling Chicago, the fair maiden, while he stole her purse. The fame of this battle was by now becoming world-wide. In Montreal, in Cape Town, in Buenos Aires, and in Melbourne, in London and Paris, men were reading of this singular struggle. At last and truly he was a national and international figure. His original dream, however, modified by circumstances, had literally been fulfilled. Meanwhile, be it admitted that the local element in finance which had brought about this terrific onslaught on Cowperwood were not a little disturbed as to the eventual character of the child of their own creation.
Here at last was a public opinion definitely inimical to Cowperwood, but here also were they themselves, tremendous profit holders, with a desire for just such favors as Cowperwood himself exacted, deliberately setting out to kill the goose that could lay the golden egg. Men such as Heckelheimer, Gottlieb, Fischel, tremendous capitalists in the East and foremost in the directorates of huge transcontinental lines, international banking houses, and the like, were amazed that the newspapers and the anti-Cowperwood element should have gone so far in Chicago. Had they no respect for capital? Did they not know that long-time franchises were practically the basis of all modern capitalistic prosperity? Such theories as were now being advocated here would spread to other cities unless checked. America might readily become anti-capitalistic, socialistic. Public ownership might appear as a workable theory. And then what? "Those men out there are very foolish," observed Mr. Heckelheimer at one time to Mr. Fischel of Fischel, Stone, and Simmons. "I can't see that Mr. Cowperwood is different from any other organizer of his day. He seems to me perfectly sound and able. All his companies pay. There are no better investments than the North and West Chicago railways. It would be advisable, in my judgment, that all lines out there should be consolidated and be put in his charge. He would make money for the stockholders. He seems to know how to run street railways." "You know," replied Mr. Fischel, as smug and white as Mr. Heckelheimer, and in thorough sympathy with his point of view, "I have been thinking of something like that myself. All this quarreling should be hushed up. It's very bad for business, very. Once they get that public ownership nonsense started, it will be hard to stop. There has been too much of it already." Mr. Fischel was stout and round, like Mr. Heckelheimer, but much smaller. He was a little more than a walking mathematical formula. In his cranium were financial theorems and syllogisms of the second, third, and fourth power only. And now behold a new trend of affairs. Mr. Timothy Arneel, attacked by pneumonia, dies and leaves his holdings in Chicago City to his eldest son, Edward Arneel. Mr. Fischel and Mr. Heckelheimer, through agents and then direct, approach Mr. Merrill in behalf of Cowperwood. There is much talk of profits. How much more profitable has been the Cowperwood regime over street railway lines than that of Mr. Schryhart? Mr. Fischel is interested in allaying socialistic excitement. So by this time is Mr. Merrill. Directly hereafter, Mr. Heckelheimer approaches Mr. Edward Arneel, who is not nearly so forceful as his father, though he would like to be so. He, strange to relate, has come rather to admire Cowperwood and sees no advantage in a policy that can only tend to municipalize local lines. Mr. Merrill, for Mr. Fischel, approaches Mr. Hand. "Never, never, never," says Hand. Mr. Heckelheimer approaches Mr. Hand. "Never, never, never. To the devil with Mr. Cowperwood." But as a final emissary for Mr. Heckelheimer and Mr. Fischel, there now appears Mr. Morgan Frankhauser, the partner of Mr. Hand in a $7 million traction scheme in Minneapolis and St. Paul. Why will Mr. Hand be so persistent? Why pursue a scheme of revenge which only stirs up the masses and makes municipal ownership a valid political idea, thus disturbing capital elsewhere? Why not trade his Chicago holdings to him, Frankhauser, for Pittsburgh traction stock, share and share alike, and then fight Cowperwood all he pleases on the outside? Mr. Hand, puzzled, astounded, scratching his round head, slaps a heavy hand on his desk. "Never," he exclaims, "never, by God, as long as I am alive and in Chicago." And then he yields. Life does shifty things. He is forced to reflect in a most puzzled way. Never would he have believed it. Schryhart, he declared to Frankhauser, will never come in. He will die first. Poor old Timothy! If he were alive he wouldn't either. "Leave Mr. Schryhart out of it, for heaven's sake," pleaded Mr. Frankhauser, a genial American German. "Haven't I troubles enough?" Mr. Schryhart is enraged. Never, never, never! He will sell out first, but he is in a minority, and Mr. Frankhauser, for Mr. Fishel or Mr. Heckelheimer, will gladly take his holdings. Now behold, in the autumn of 1897, all rival Chicago street railway lines brought to Mr. Cowperwood on a platter, as it were, a golden platter. "We have it fixed," confidentially declared Mr. Gottlieb to Mr. Cowperwood over an excellent dinner in the sacred precincts of the Metropolitan Club in New York. Time 8:30 P.M. Wine, sparkling Burgundy. "A telegram come just to-day from Frankhauser. A nice old man that. You should meet him some time. Hand, he sells out his stock to Frankhauser. Merrill and Edward Arneel work with us. We handle everything for them. Mr. Fishel will have his friends pick up all the local shares he can, and with these three we control the board. Schryhart is out. He says he will resign. Very good. I don't suppose that will make you weep any. It all hinges now on whether you can get that 50-year franchise ordinance through the city council or not. Heckelheimer says he prefers you to all others to run things. He will leave everything positively in your hands. Frankhauser says the same. What Heckelheimer says he does. Now, there you are. It's up to you. I wish you much joy. It's no small job you have, beating the newspapers, and you still have Hand and Schryhart against you. Mr. Heckelheimer asked me to pay his compliments to you and to say will you dine with him next week, or may he dine with you, whichever is most convenient. So. In the mayor's chair of Chicago at this time sat a man named Walden H. Lucas, aged 38. He was politically ambitious. He had the elements of popularity, the knack or luck of fixing public attention. A fine, upstanding, healthy young buck he was, subtle, vigorous, a cool, direct, practical thinker and speaker, an eager, enigmatic dreamer of great political honors to come, anxious to play his cards just right, to make friends, to be the pride of the righteous, and yet the not too uncompromising foe of the wicked. In short, a youthful, hopeful, Western Machiavelli, and one who could, if he chose, serve the cause of the anti-Cowperwood struggle exceedingly well indeed. Cowperwood, disturbed, visits the mayor in his office. "Mr. Lucas, what is it you personally want? What can I do for you? Is it future political preferment you are after?" "Mr. Cowperwood, there isn't anything you can do for me. You do not understand me, and I do not understand you. You cannot understand me because I am an honest man." "Ye gods," replied Cowperwood, "this is certainly a case of self-esteem and great knowledge. Good afternoon." Shortly thereafter the mayor was approached by one Mr. Carker, who was the shrewd, cold, and yet magnetic leader of democracy in the state of New York. Said Carker: "You see, Mr. Lucas, the great money houses of the East are interested in this local contest here in Chicago. For example, Heckelheimer, Gottlieb and Company would like to see a consolidation of all the lines on a basis that will make them an attractive investment for buyers generally and will at the same time be fair and right to the city. A 20-year contract is much too short a term in their eyes. 50 is the least they could comfortably contemplate, and they would prefer 100. It is little enough for so great an outlay. The policy now being pursued here can lead only to the public ownership of public utilities, and that is something which the National Democratic Party at large can certainly not afford to advocate at present. It would antagonize the money element from coast to coast. Any man whose political record was definitely identified with such a movement would have no possible chance at even a state nomination, let alone a national one. He could never be elected. I make myself clear, do I not?" "You do." "A man can just as easily be taken from the mayor's office in Chicago as from the governor's office at Springfield," pursued Mr. Carker. "Mr. Heckelheimer and Mr. Fischel have personally asked me to call on you. If you want to be mayor of Chicago again for 2 years, or governor next year, until the time for picking a candidate for the presidency arrives, suit yourself. In the meantime, you will be unwise, in my judgment, to saddle yourself with this public ownership idea. The newspapers, in fighting Mr. Cowperwood, have raised an issue which never should have been raised." After Mr. Carker's departure arrived Mr. Edward Arneel, of local renown, and then Mr. Jacob Bethal, the Democratic leader in San Francisco, both offering suggestions which, if followed, might result in mutual support. There were, in addition, delegations of powerful Republicans from Minneapolis and from Philadelphia. Even the president of the Lake City Bank and the president of the Prairie National, once anti-Cowperwood, arrived to say what had already been said. So it went. Mr. Lucas was greatly nonplussed. A political career was surely a difficult thing to effect. Would it pay to harry Mr. Cowperwood as he had set out to do? Would a steadfast policy advocating the cause of the people get him anywhere? Would they be grateful? Would they remember? Suppose the current policy of the newspapers should be modified, as Mr. Carker suggested that it might be. What a mess and tangle politics really were. "Well, Bessie," he inquired of his handsome, healthy, semi-blonde wife one evening, "what would you do if you were I?" She was gray-eyed, gay, practical, vain, substantially connected in so far as family went, and proud of her husband's position and future. He had formed the habit of talking over his various difficulties with her. "Well, I tell you, Wally," she replied, "you've got to stick to something. It looks to me as though the winning side was with the people this time." "I don't see how the newspapers can change now after all they've done. You don't have to advocate public ownership or anything unfair to the money element. But just the same, I'd stick to my point that the 50-year franchise is too much. You ought to make them pay the city something and get their franchise without bribery. They can't do less than that. I'd stick to the course you've begun on. You can't get along without the people, Wally. You just must have them. If you lose their goodwill, the politicians can't help you much, nor anybody else." Plainly, there were times when the people had to be considered. They just had to be. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Net. The storm which burst in connection with Cowperwood's machinations at Springfield early in 1897 and continued without abating until the following fall attracted such general attention that it was largely reported in the Eastern papers. F.A. Cowperwood versus the state of Illinois. Thus one New York daily phrased the situation. The magnetizing power of fame is great. Who can resist utterly the luster that surrounds the individualities of some men, causing them to glow with a separate and special effulgence? Even in the case of Berenice, this was not without its value. In a Chicago paper which she found lying one day on a desk which Cowperwood had occupied was an extended editorial which interested her greatly. After reciting his various misdeeds, particularly in connection with the present state legislature, it went on to say, "He has an innate, chronic, unconquerable contempt for the rank and file.
Men are but slaves and thralls to draw for him the chariot of his greatness. Never in all his history has he seen fit to go to the people directly for anything. In Philadelphia, when he wanted public franchise control, he sought privily and by chicane to arrange his affairs with a venal city treasurer. In Chicago he has uniformly sought to buy and convert to his own use the splendid privileges of the city, which should really redound to the benefit of all. Frank Algernon Cowperwood does not believe in the people. He does not trust them. To him they constitute no more than a field upon which corn is to be sown, and from which it is to be reaped. They present but a mass of bent backs, their knees and faces in the mire, over which, as over a floor, he strides to superiority. His private and inmost faith is in himself alone. Upon the majority he shuts the gates of his glory in order that the sight of their misery and their needs may not disturb nor alloy his selfish bliss. Frank Algernon Cowperwood does not believe in the people. This editorial battle cry, flung aloft during the latter days of the contest at Springfield, and taken up by the Chicago papers generally and by those elsewhere, interested Berenice greatly. As she thought of him, waging his terrific contests, hurrying to and fro between New York and Chicago, building his splendid mansion, collecting his pictures, quarreling with Aileen, he came by degrees to take on the outlines of a superman, a half-god or demi-gorgon. How could the ordinary rules of life or the accustomed paths of men be expected to control him? They could not and did not. And here he was pursuing her, seeking her out with his eyes, grateful for a smile, waiting as much as he dared on her every wish and whim. Say what one will, the wish buried deep in every woman's heart is that her lover should be a hero. Some out of the veriest stick or stone fashion the idol before which they kneel. Others demand the hard reality of greatness. But in either case the illusion of paragon worship is maintained. Berenice, by no means ready to look upon Cowperwood as an accepted lover, was nevertheless gratified that his erring devotion was the tribute of one able apparently to command thought from the whole world. Moreover, because the New York papers had taken fire from his great struggle in the Midwest, and were charging him with bribery, perjury, and intent to thwart the will of the people, Cowperwood now came forward with an attempt to explain his exact position to Berenice, and to justify himself in her eyes. During visits to the Carter house, or in entr'actes at the opera or the theater, he recounted to her, bit by bit, his entire history. He described the characters of Hand, Schryhart, Arneel, and the motives of jealousy and revenge which had led to their attack upon him in Chicago. No human being could get anything through the Chicago City Council without paying for it, he declared. It's simply a question of who's putting up the money. He told how Truman Leslie McDonald had once tried to shake him down for $50,000, and how the newspapers had since found it possible to make money to increase their circulation by attacking him. He frankly admitted the fact of his social ostracism, attributing it partially to Aileen's deficiencies and partially to his own attitude of Promethean defiance, which had never yet brooked defeat. "And I will defeat them now," he said solemnly to Berenice one day over a luncheon table at the Plaza when the room was nearly empty. His gray eyes were a study in colossal, enigmatic spirit. "The governor hasn't signed my 50-year franchise bill." This was before the closing events at Springfield. "But he will sign it. Then I have one more fight ahead of me. I'm going to combine all the traffic lines out there under one general system. I am the logical person to provide it. Later on, if public ownership ever arrives, the city can buy it." "And then?" asked Berenice sweetly,
flattered by his confidences. "Oh, I don't know. I suppose I'll live abroad. You don't seem to be very much interested in me. I'll finish my picture collection." "But supposing you should lose?" "I don't contemplate losing," he remarked coolly. "Whatever happens, I'll have enough to live on. I'm a little tired of contest." He smiled, but Berenice saw that the thought of defeat was a gray one. With victory was his heart, and only there. Owing to the national publicity being given to Cowperwood's affairs at this time, the effect upon Berenice of these conversations with him was considerable. At the same time, another and somewhat sinister influence was working in his favor. By slow degrees, she and her mother were coming to learn that the ultra-conservatives of society were no longer willing to accept them. Berenice had become at last too individual a figure to be overlooked. At an important luncheon given by the Harris Haggertys some 5 months after the Beals Chadsey affair, she had been pointed out to Mrs. Haggerty by a visiting guest from Cincinnati as someone with whom rumor was concerning itself. Mrs. Haggerty wrote to friends in Louisville for information and received it. Shortly after, at the coming-out party of a certain Geraldine Borgia, Berenice, who had been her sister's schoolmate, was curiously omitted. She took sharp note of that. Subsequently, the Haggertys failed to include her, as they had always done before, in their generous summer invitations. This was true also of the Lanman Zieglers and the Lucas Demings. No direct affront was offered. She was simply no longer invited. Also, one morning she read in the Tribune that Mrs. Corskeden Batjer had sailed for Italy. No word of this had been sent to Berenice. Yet Mrs. Batjer was supposedly one of her best friends. A hint to some is of more avail than an open statement to others. Berenice knew quite well in which direction the tide was setting. True, there were a number of the ultra-smart of the smart world who protested. Mrs. Patrick Gilbenin, for instance. "No, you don't tell me. What a shame. Well, I like Bevy, and shall always like her. She's clever, and she can come here just as long as she chooses. It isn't her fault. She's a lady at heart, and always will be. Life is so cruel." Mrs. Augustus Tabriz. "Is that really true? I can't believe it. Just the same, she's too charming to be dropped. I, for one, propose to ignore these rumors just as long as I dare. She can come here if she can't go anywhere else." Mrs. Pennington Drury. "That of Bevy Fleming? Who says so? I don't believe it. I like her anyhow. The idea of the Haggertys cutting her. Dull fools. Well, she can be my guest, the dear thing, as long as she pleases." As though her mother's career really affected her. Nevertheless, in the world of the dull rich, those who hold their own by might of possession, conformity, owl-eyed sobriety, and ignorance, Bevy Fleming had become persona non grata. How did she take all this? With the air of superior consciousness which knows that no shift of outer material ill fortune can detract one jot from an inward mental superiority. The true individual knows themselves from the beginning and rarely, if ever, doubt. Life may play fast and loose about them, running like a racing destructive tide in and out, but they themselves are like a rock, still, serene, unmoved. Bevy Fleming felt herself to be so immensely superior to anything of which she was a part that she could afford to hold her head high even now. Just the same, in order to remedy the situation, she now looked about her with an eye single to a possible satisfactory marriage. Braxmar had gone for good. He was somewhere in the East, in China, she heard. His infatuation for her apparently dead. Kilmer Duelma was gone also, snapped up, an acquisition on the part of one of those families who did not now receive her. However, in the drawing rooms where she still appeared, And what were they but marriage markets? One or two affairs did spring up, tentative approachments on the part of scions of wealth. They were destined to prove abortive. One of these youths, Pedro Ricer Marcado, a Brazilian, educated at Oxford, promised much for sincerity and feeling until he learned that Berenice was poor in her own right, and what else? Someone had whispered something in his ear. Again, there was a certain William Drake Bowdoin, the son of a famous old family who lived on the north side of Washington Square. After a ball, a morning musicale, and one other affair at which they met, Bowdoin took Berenice to see his mother and sister, who were charmed. "Oh, you serene divinity," he said to her ecstatically one day, "won't you marry me?" Bevy looked at him and wondered. "Let us wait just a little longer, my dear," she counseled. "I want you to be sure that you really love me." Shortly thereafter, meeting an old classmate at a club, Bowdoin was greeted as follows: "Look here, Bowdoin, you're a friend of mine. I see you with that Miss Fleming. Now, I don't know how far things have gone, and I don't want to intrude, but are you sure you are aware of all the aspects of the case?" "What do you mean?" demanded Bowdoin. "I want you to speak out." "Oh, pardon, old man. No offense, really. You know me. I couldn't. College and all that. Just this, though, before you go any further. Inquire about. You may hear things. If they're true, you ought to know. If not, the talking ought to stop. If I'm wrong, call on me for amends. I hear talk, I tell you. Best intentions in the world, old man, I do assure you." More inquiries. The tongues of jealousy and envy. Mr. Bowdoin was sure to inherit $3,000,000. Then a very necessary trip to somewhere, and Berenice stared at herself in the glass. What was it? What were people saying, if anything? This was strange. Well, she was young and beautiful. There were others. Still, she might have come to love Bowdoin. He was so airy, artistic, in an unconscious way. Really, she had thought better of him. The effect of all this was not wholly depressing. Enigmatic, disdainful, with a touch of melancholy and a world of gaiety and courage, Berenice heard at times behind joy the hollow echo of unreality. Here was a ticklish business, this living. For want of light and air the finest flowers might die. Her mother's error was not so inexplicable now. By it had she not, after all, preserved herself and her family to a certain phase of social superiority? Beauty was of such substance as dreams are made of, and as fleeting. Not one's self alone, one's inmost worth, the splendor of one's dreams, but other things, name, wealth, the presence or absence of rumor and of accident, were important. Berenice's lips curled. But life could be lived. One could lie to the world. Youth is optimistic, and Berenice, in spite of her splendid mind, was so young. She saw life as a game, a good chance that could be played in many ways. Cowperwood's theory of things began to appeal to her. One must create one's own career, carve it out, or remain horribly dull or bored, dragged along at the chariot wheels of others. If society was so finicky, if men were so dull, well, there was one thing she could do. She must have life, and money would help some to that end. Besides, Cowperwood by degrees was becoming attractive to her. He really was. He was so much better than most of the others, so very powerful. She was preternaturally gay, as one who says, "Victory shall be mine anyhow." End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cataclysm. And now at last Chicago is really facing the thing which it has most feared. A giant monopoly is reaching out to enfold it
with an octopus-like grip, and Cowperwood is its eyes, its tentacles, its force. Embedded in the giant strength and goodwill of Heckelheimer, Gottlieb and Company, he is like a monument based on a rock of great strength, a 50-year franchise to be delivered to him by a majority of 48 out of a total of 68 aldermen, in case the ordinance has to be passed over the mayor's veto, is all that now stands between him and the realization of his dreams. What a triumph for his iron policy of courage in the face of all obstacles! What a tribute to his ability not to flinch in the face of storm and stress! Other men might have abandoned the game long before, but not he. What a splendid windfall of chance that the money element should of its own accord take fright at the Chicago idea of the municipalization of public privilege and should hand him this giant South Side system as a reward for his stern opposition to fol-de-rol theories. Through the influence of these powerful advocates he was invited to speak by various local commercial bodies, the Board of Real Estate Dealers, the Property Owners Association, and the Merchants League, the Bankers Union, and so forth, where he had an opportunity to present his case and justify his cause. But the effect of his suave speechifyings in these quarters was largely neutralized by newspaper denunciation. Can any good come out of Nazareth? Was the regular inquiry. That section of the press, formerly beholden to Hand and Schryhart, stood out as bitterly as ever, and most of the other newspapers, being under no obligation to Eastern capital, felt it the part of wisdom to support the rank and file. The most searching and elaborate mathematical examinations were conducted with a view to showing the fabulous profits of the streetcar trust in future years. The fine hand of Eastern banking houses was detected and their sinister motives noised abroad. Millions for everybody in the trust, but not 1 cent for Chicago, was the Inquirer's way of putting it. Certain altruists of the community were by now so aroused that in the destruction of Cowperwood they saw their duty to God, to humanity, and to democracy straight and clear. The heavens had once more opened, and they saw a great light. On the other hand, the politicians, those in office outside the mayor, constituted a petty band of guerrillas or freebooters who, like hungry swine shut in a pen, were ready to fall upon any and all propositions brought to their attention with but one end in view, that they might eat, and eat heartily. In times of great opportunity and contest for privilege, life always sinks to its lowest depths of materialism and rises at the same time to its highest reaches of the ideal. When the waves of the sea are most towering, its hallows are most awesome. Finally the summer passed. The council assembled. And with the first breath of autumn chill, the very air of the city was touched by a premonition of contest. Cowperwood, disappointed by the outcome of his various ingratiatory efforts, decided to fall back on his old, reliable method of bribery. He fixed on his price, $20,000 for each favorable vote to begin with. Later, if necessary, he would raise it to $25,000 or even $30,000, making the total cost in the neighborhood of $1.5 million. Yet it was a small price indeed when the ultimate return was considered. He planned to have his ordinance introduced by an alderman named Ballenberg, a trusted lieutenant, and hand it thereafter to the clerk, who would read it, whereupon another henchman would rise to move that it be referred to the Joint Committee on Streets and Alleys, consisting of 34 members drawn from all the standing committees. By this committee it would be considered for 1 week in the general council chamber, where public hearings would be held. By keeping up a bold front, Cowperwood thought the necessary iron could be put into his followers to enable them to go through with the scorching ordeal which was sure to follow.
Already aldermen were being besieged at their homes and in the precincts of the ward clubs and meeting places. Their mail was being packed with importuning or threatening letters. Their very children were being derided, their neighbors urged to chastise them. Ministers wrote them in appealing or denunciatory vein. They were spied upon and abused daily in the public prints. The mayor, shrewd son of battle that he was, realizing that he had a whip of terror in his hand, excited by the long contest waged and by the smell of battle, was not backward in urging the most drastic remedies. "Wait till this thing comes up," he said to his friends in a great central music hall conference in which thousands participated, and when the matter of ways and means to defeat the venal aldermen was being discussed. "We have Mr. Cowperwood in a corner, I think. He cannot do anything for 2 weeks, once his ordinance is in, and by that time we shall be able to organize a vigilance committee, ward meetings, marching clubs, and the like. We ought to organize a great central mass meeting for the Sunday night before the Monday when the bill comes up for final hearing. We want overflow meetings in every ward at the same time. I tell you, gentlemen, that while I believe there are enough honest voters in the city council to prevent the Cowperwood crowd from passing this bill over my veto, yet I don't think the matter ought to be allowed to go that far. You can never tell what these rascals will do once they see an actual cash bid of $20,000 or $30,000 before them. Most of them, even if they were lucky, would never make a half of that in a lifetime. They don't expect to be returned to the Chicago City Council. Once is enough. There are too many others behind them waiting to get their noses in the trough. Go into your respective wards and districts and organize meetings. Call your particular alderman before you. Don't let him evade you or quibble or stand on his rights as a private citizen or a public officer. Threaten, don't cajole. Softer, kind words won't go with that type of man. Threaten, and when you have managed to extract a promise, be on hand with ropes to see that he keeps his word. I don't like to advise arbitrary methods, but what else is to be done? The enemy is armed and ready for action right now. They're just waiting for a peaceful moment. Don't let them find it. Be ready. Fight. I'm your mayor and ready to do all I can, but I stand alone with a mere pitiful veto right. You help me, and I'll help you. You fight for me, and I'll fight for you. Witness hereafter the discomfiting situation of Mr. Simon Pinski at 9 p.m. on the second evening following the introduction of the ordinance in the ward house of the 14th Ward Democratic Club. Rotund, flaccid, red-faced, his costume a long black frock coat and silk hat, Mr. Pinski was being heckled by his neighbors and business associates. He had been called here by threats to answer for his prospective high crimes and misdemeanors. By now it was pretty well understood that nearly all the present aldermen were criminal and venal, and in consequence party enmities were practically wiped out. There was no longer for the time being Democrats and Republicans, but only pro or anti-Cowperwoods, principally anti. Mr. Pinski, unfortunately, had been singled out by the Transcript, the Inquirer, and the Chronicle as one of those open to advanced questioning by his constituents. Of mixed Jewish and American extraction, he had been born and raised in the 14th and spoke with a decidedly American accent. He was neither small nor large, sandy-haired, shifty-eyed, cunning, and on most occasions amiable. Just now he was decidedly nervous, wrathy, and perplexed, for he had been brought here against his will. His slightly oleaginous eye, not unlike that of a small pig, had been fixed definitely and finally on the munificent sum of $30,000, no less, and this local agitation threatened to deprive him of his almost unalienable right to the same. His ordeal took place in a large, low-ceilinged room illuminated by 5 very plain, thin, 2-armed gas jets suspended from the ceiling and adorned by posters of prize fights, raffles, games, and the Simon Pinsky Pleasure Association, plastered here and there freely against dirty, long, unwhitewashed walls. He stood on the low raised platform at the back of the room, surrounded by a score or more of his ward henchmen, all more or less reliable, all black-frocked, or at least in their Sunday clothes, all scowling, nervous, defensive, red-faced, and fearing trouble. Mr. Pinsky had come armed. This talk of the mayor's concerning guns, ropes, drums, marching clubs, and the like had been given very wide publicity, and the public seems rather eager for a Chicago holiday in which the slaughter of an alderman or so might furnish the leading and most acceptable feature. "Hey, Pinsky!" yells someone out of a small sea of new and decidedly unfriendly faces. This was no meeting of Pinsky followers, but a conglomerate outpouring of all those elements of a distrait populace bent on enforcing for once the principles of aldermanic decency. There are even women here, local church members, and one or two advanced civic reformers, and WCTU barroom smashers. Mr. Pinsky has been summoned to their presence by the threat that if he didn't come, the noble company would seek him out later at his own house. "Hey, Pinsky, you old boodler, how much do you expect to get out of this traction business?" This from a voice somewhere in the rear. Mr. Pinsky, turning to one side as if pinched in the neck. "The man that says I am a boodler is a liar. I never took a dishonest dollar in my life, and everybody in the 14th Ward knows it." The 500 people assembled. "Ha, ha, ha! Pinsky never took a dollar. Ho, ho, ho! Whoopee!" Mr. Pinsky, very red-faced, rising. "It is so. Why should I talk to a lot of loafers that come here because the papers tell them to call me names? I have been an alderman for 6 years now. Everybody knows me." A voice. "You call us loafers, you crook?" Another voice, referring to his statement of being known. "You bet they do." Another voice, this from a small, bony plumber in work clothes. "Hey, you old grafter, which way do you expect to vote? For or against this franchise? Which way?" Still another voice, an insurance clerk. "Yes, which way?" Mr. Pinsky, rising once more, for in his nervousness he is constantly rising or starting to rise and then sitting down again. "I have a right to my own mind, ain't I? I got a right to think. What for am I an alderman, then? The Constitution—" An anti-Pinsky Republican, a young law clerk. "To hell with the Constitution. No fine words now, Pinsky. Which way do you expect to vote? For or against? Yes or no?" A voice, that of a bricklayer, anti-Pinsky. "He daresn't say. He's got some of that bastard's money in his jeans now, I'll bet." A voice from behind, one of Pinsky's henchmen, a heavy, pugilistic Irishman. "Don't let them frighten you, Sim. Stand your ground. They can't hurt you. We're here." Pinsky, getting up once more. "This is an outrage, I say. Ain't I going to be allowed to say what I think? There are two sides to every question. Now, I think whatever the newspapers say that Cowperwood—" A journeyman carpenter, a reader of the Inquirer. "You're bribed, you thief. You're beating about the bush. You want to sell out." The bony plumber. "Yes, you crook. You want to get away with $30,000. That's what you want, you boodler." Mr. Pinsky, defiantly, egged on by voices from behind. "I want to be fair, that's what. I want to keep my own mind. The Constitution gives everybody the right of free speech, even me. I insist that the streetcar companies have some rights. At the same time, the people have rights too." A voice. "What are those rights?" Another voice. "He doesn't know. He wouldn't know the people's rights from a sawmill." Another voice. "Or a load of hay." Pinsky, continuing, very defiantly now, since he had not yet been slain. "I say the people have their rights. The companies ought to be made to pay a fair tax, but this 20-year franchise idea is too little, I think. The Mears bill now gives them 50 years, and I think all told—" The 500 in chorus. "Ho, you robber, you thief, you boodler! Hang him! Ho, ho, ho! Get a rope!" Pinski retreating with a defensive circle as various citizens approach him, their eyes blazing, their teeth showing, their fists clenched. "My friends, wait. Ain't I going to be allowed to finish?" A Voice. "We'll finish you, you stiff!" A citizen advancing, a bearded Pole. "How will you vote, hey? Tell us that. How, hey?" A second citizen, a Jew. "You're a no-good robber. I know you for 10 years now already. You cheated me when you were in the grocery business." A third citizen, a Swede, in a sing-song voice. "Answer me this, Mr. Pinski. If a majority of the citizens of the 14th Ward don't want you to vote for it, will you still vote for it?" Pinski hesitating. The 500. "Oh, look at the scoundrel. He's afraid to say. He don't know whether he'll do what the people of his ward want him to do. Kill him. Brain him." A Voice from behind. "Aw, stand up, Pinski. Don't be afraid." Pinski, terrorized as the 500 make a rush for the stage. "If the people don't want me to do it, of course I won't do it. Why should I? Ain't I their representative?" A Voice. "Yes, when you think you're going to get the wadding kicked out of you." Another Voice. "You wouldn't be honest with your mother, you bastard. You couldn't be." Pinski. "If one half the voters should ask me not to do it, I wouldn't do it." A Voice. "Well, we'll get the voters to ask you, all right. We'll get 9/10 of them to sign before tomorrow night." An Irish American, aged 26, gas collector, coming close to Pinski. "If you don't vote right, we'll hang you, and I'll be there to help pull the rope myself." One of Pinski's lieutenants. "Say, who is that freshy? We want to lay for him. One good kick in the right place will just about finish him." The gas collector. "Not from you, you carrot-faced terrier. Come outside and see." Business of friends interfering. The meeting becomes disorderly. Pinski is escorted out by friends, completely surrounded, amid shrieks and hisses, catcalls, cries of boodler, thief, robber. There are many such little dramatic incidents after the ordinance had been introduced. Henceforth on the streets, in the wards and outlying sections, and even, on occasion, in the business heart, behold the marching clubs, those sinister, ephemeral organizations which on demand of the mayor had cropped out into existence, great companies of the unheralded, the dull, the undistinguished, clerks, working men, small business men, and minor scions of religion or morality, all tramping to and fro of an evening, after working hours, assembling in cheap halls and party club houses, and drilling themselves to what end? That they might march to the city hall on the fateful Monday night when the street railway ordinances should be up for passage, and demand of unregenerate lawmakers that they do their duty. Cowperwood, coming down to his office one morning on his own elevated lines, was the observer of a button or badge worn upon the coat lapel of stolid, inconsequential citizens who sat reading their papers, unconscious of that presence which epitomized the terror and the power they all feared. One of these badges had for its device a gallows with a free noose suspended. Another was blazoned with the query, "Are we going to be robbed?" On signboards, fences, and dead walls, huge posters, 4 by 6 feet in dimension, were displayed. Walden H. Lucas against the boodlers. Every citizen of Chicago should come down to the city hall tonight, Monday, December 12th, and every Monday night thereafter while the streetcar franchises are under consideration, and see that the interests of the city are protected against boodlism. Citizens, arouse and defeat the boodlers. In the papers were flaring headlines. In the clubs, halls, and churches Fiery speeches could nightly be heard. Men were drunk now with a kind of fury of contest. They would not succumb to this Titan who was bent on undoing them. They would not be devoured by this Gorgon of the East. He should be made to pay an honest return to the city or get out. No 50-year franchise should be granted him. The Mears law must be repealed, and he must come into the city council humble and with clean hands. No alderman who received as much as $1 for his vote should in this instance be safe with his life. Needless to say that in the face of such a campaign of intimidation only great courage could win. The aldermen were only human. In the council committee chamber Cowperwood went freely among them, explaining as he best could the justice of his course, and making it plain that, although willing to buy his rights, he looked on them as no more than his due. The rule of council was barter, and he accepted it. His unshaken and unconquerable defiance heartened his followers greatly, and the thought of $30,000 was as a buttress against many terrors. At the same time, many an alderman speculated solemnly as to what he would do afterward and where he would go once he had sold out. At last the Monday night arrived, which was to bring the final test of strength. Picture the large, ponderous structure of black granite, erected at the expense of millions, and suggesting somewhat the somnolent architecture of ancient Egypt, which served as the city hall and county courthouse combined. On this evening the 4 streets surrounding it were packed with thousands of people. To this throng Cowperwood has become an astounding figure, his wealth fabulous, his heart iron, his intentions sinister, the acme of cruel, plotting deviltry. Only this day the Chronicle, calculating well the hour and the occasion, had completely covered one of its pages with an intimate though exaggerated description of Cowperwood's house in New York, his court of orchids, his sunrise room, the baths of pink and blue alabaster, the finishings of marble and intaglio. Here Cowperwood was represented as seated in a swinging divan, his various books, art treasures, and comforts piled about him. The idea was vaguely suggested that in his sybaritic hours odalisques danced before him, and unnameable indulgences and excesses were perpetrated. At the same hour, in the council chamber itself, were assembling as hungry and bold a company of gray wolves as was ever gathered under one roof. The room was large, ornamented to the south by tall windows, its ceiling supporting a heavy, intricate chandelier, its 66 aldermanic desks arranged in half circles, one behind the other, its woodwork of black oak carved and highly polished, its walls a dark blue-gray decorated with arabesque in gold, thus giving to all proceedings an air of dignity and stateliness. Above the speaker's head was an immense portrait in oil of a former mayor, poorly done, dusty, and yet impressive. The size and character of the place gave on ordinary occasion a sort of resonance to the voices of the speakers. Tonight, through the closed windows could be heard the sound of distant drums and marching feet. In the hall outside the council door were packed at least 1,000 men with ropes, sticks, a fife and drum corps which occasionally struck up "Hail Columbia, Happy Land," "My Country 'Tis of Thee," and "Dixie." Alderman Schlumbaum, heckled to within an inch of his life, followed to the council door by 300 of his fellow citizens, was there left with the admonition that they would be waiting for him when he should make his exit. He was at last seriously impressed. "What is this?" he asked of his neighbor and nearest associate, Alderman Gravekin, when he gained the safety of his seat. "A free country?" "Search me," replied his compatriot, wearily. "I've never seen such a band as I have to deal with out in the 20th. Why, my God, a man can't call his name his own any more out here. It's got so now the newspapers tell everybody what to do." Alderman Pinsky and Alderman Horakorn
conferring together in one corner, were both very dour. "I'll tell you what, Joe," said Pinski to his confrere, "it's this fellow Lucas that has got the people so stirred up. I didn't go home last night because I didn't want those fellows to follow me down there. Me and my wife stayed downtown. But one of the boys was over here at Jake's a little while ago, and he says there must have been 500 people around my house at 6 o'clock already. What do you think of that?" "Same here. I don't take much stock in this lynching idea. Still, you can't tell. I don't know whether the police could help us much or not. It's a damned outrage. Cowperwood has a fair proposition. What's the matter with them, anyhow?" Renewed sounds of "Marching Through Georgia" from without. Enter at this time Aldermen Zinner, Knudsen, Revere, Rogers, Tiernan, and Kerrigan. Of all the aldermen, perhaps Messrs. Tiernan and Kerrigan were as cool as any. Still, the spectacle of streets blocked with people who carried torches and wore badges showing the slip nooses attached to a gallows was rather serious. "I'll tell you, Pat," said Smiling Mike, as they eventually made the door through throngs of jeering citizens, "it does look a little rough. What do you think?" "The hell with them," replied Kerrigan angrily, waspish, determined. "They don't run me or my ward. I'll vote as I damn please." "Same here," replied Tiernan with a great show of courage. "That goes for me. But it's pretty warm anyhow, huh?" "Yes, it's warm all right," replied Kerrigan, suspicious lest his companion in arms might be weakening. "But that'll never make a quitter out of me." "Nor me either," replied the smiling one. Enter now the mayor, accompanied by a fife and drum corps rendering "Hail to the Chief." He ascends the rostrum. Outside in the halls the huzzas of the populace. In the gallery overhead a picked audience. As the various aldermen look up they contemplate a sea of unfriendly faces. "Get on the mayor's guest list," commented one of the aldermen to another, cynically. A little sparring for time while minor matters are considered, and the gallery is given opportunity for comment on the various communal lights, identifying for itself first one local celebrity and then another. There's Johnny Dowling, that big blond fellow with the round head. There's Pinski. Look at the little rat. There's Kerrigan. Get on to the emerald. Pat? How's the jewelry? You won't get any chance to do any grafting tonight, Pat. You won't pass no ordinance tonight. Alderman Winkler, pro Cowperwood. "If the chair pleases, I think something ought to be done to restore order in the gallery and keep these proceedings from being disturbed. It seems to me an outrage that on an occasion of this kind, when the interests of the people require the most careful attention—" A voice. "The interests of the people?" Another voice. "Sit down. You're bought." Alderman Winkler. "If the chair pleases—" The mayor. "I shall have to ask the audience in the gallery to keep quiet in order that the business in hand may be considered." Applause, and the gallery lapses into silence. Alderman Geigler to Alderman Sumlusky. "Well trained, eh?" Alderman Ballenberg, pro Cowperwood, getting up, large, brown, florid, smooth-faced. "Before calling up an ordinance which bears my name, I should like to ask permission of the council to make a statement. When I introduced this ordinance last week, I said—" A voice. "We know what you said." Alderman Ballenberg. "I said that I did so by request. I want to explain that it was at the request of a number of gentlemen who have since appeared before the committee of this council that now has this ordinance." A voice. "That's all right, Ballenberg. We know by whose request you introduced it. You've said your little say." Alderman Ballenberg. "If the chair pleases—" A voice. "Sit down, Ballenberg. Give some other boodler a chance." The mayor. "Will the gallery please stop interrupting?" Alderman Havranek, jumping to his feet. "This is an outrage. The gallery is packed with people come here to intimidate us. Here is a great public corporation
that has served this city for years and served it well, and when it comes to this body with a sensible proposition we ain't even allowed to consider it. The mayor packs the gallery with his friends, and the papers stir up people to come down here by thousands and try to frighten us. I, for one—" A Voice. "What's the matter, Billy? Haven't you got your money yet?" Alderman Havranek, Polish-American, intelligent, even artistic looking, shaking his fist at the gallery. "You dare not come down here and say that, you coward!" A chorus of 50 voices. Rats. Also, "Billy, you ought to have wings." Alderman Tiernan, rising. "I say now, Mr. Mayor, don't you think we've had enough of this?" A Voice. "Well, look who's here, if it ain't Smiling Mike." Another Voice. "How much do you expect to get, Mike?" Alderman Tiernan, turning to the gallery. "I want to say I can lick any man that wants to come down here and talk to me to my face. I'm not afraid of no ropes and no guns. These corporations have done everything for the city." A Voice. "Aw." Alderman Tiernan. "If it wasn't for the streetcar companies we wouldn't have any city." 10 voices. "Aw." Alderman Tiernan, bravely. "My mind ain't the mind of some people." A Voice. "I should say not." Alderman Tiernan. "I'm talking for compensation for the privileges we expect to give." A Voice. "You're talking for your pocketbook." Alderman Tiernan. "I don't give a damn for these cheapskates and cowards in the gallery. I say treat these corporations right. They have helped make the city." A chorus of 50 voices. "Aw, you want to treat yourself right. That's what you want. You vote right tonight or you'll be sorry." By now the various aldermen outside of the most hardened characters were more or less terrified by the grilling contest. It could do no good to battle with his gallery or the crowd outside. Above them sat the mayor, before them reporters, ticking in shorthand every phrase and word. "I don't see what we can do," said Alderman Pinsky to Alderman Havranek, his neighbor. "It looks to me as if we might just as well not try." At this point arose Alderman Gilleran, small, pale, intelligent, anti-Cowperwood. By prearrangement he had been scheduled to bring the second and, as it proved, the final test of strength to the issue. "If the chair pleases," he said, "I move that the vote by which the Ballenberg 50-year ordinance was referred to the Joint Committee of Streets and Alleys be reconsidered, and that instead it be referred to the Committee on City Hall." This was a committee that hitherto had always been considered by members of the council as of the least importance. Its principal duties consisted in devising new names for streets and regulating the hours of City Hall servants. There were no perquisites, no graft. In spite of ribald defiance at the organization of the present session, all the mayor's friends, the reformers, those who could not be trusted, had been relegated to this committee. Now it was proposed to take this ordinance out of the hands of friends and send it here, from whence unquestionably it would never reappear. The great test had come. Alderman Hoberkorn, mouthpiece for his gang because the most skillful in a parliamentary sense. "The vote cannot be reconsidered," he begins a long explanation amid hisses. A Voice. "How much have you got?" A second Voice. "You've been a boodler all your life." Alderman Hoberkorn, turning to the gallery, a light of defiance in his eye. "You come here to intimidate us, but you can't do it. You're too contemptible to notice." A Voice. "You hear the drums, don't you?" A second Voice. "Vote wrong, Hoberkorn, and see. We know you." Alderman Tiernan to himself. "Say, that's pretty rough, ain't it?" The mayor. "Motion overruled. The point is not well taken." Alderman Gulager, rising, a little puzzled. "Do we vote now on the Gilleran resolution?" A Voice. "You bet you do, and you vote right." The mayor. "Yes. The clerk will call the roll." The clerk reading the names, beginning with the A's. Altvast, pro Cowperwood. Alderman Outvast. Yea. Fear had conquered him. Alderman Tiernan to Alderman Kerrigan. Well, there's one baby down. Alderman Kerrigan. Yep. Ballenberg pro Cowperwood, the man who had introduced the ordinance. Yea. Alderman Tiernan. Say, is Ballenberg weakened? Alderman Kerrigan. It looks that way. Canna. Yea. Fogarty. Yea. Alderman Tiernan nervously. There goes Fogarty. Havranek. Yea. Alderman Tiernan. And Havranek? Alderman Kerrigan, referring to the courage of his colleagues. It's coming out of their hair. In exactly 80 seconds the roll call was in, and Cowperwood had lost, 41-25. It was plain that the ordinance could never be revived. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Recompense. You have seen perhaps a man whose heart was weighed by a great woe. You have seen the eye darken, the soul fag, and the spirit congeal under the breath of an icy disaster. At 10:30 of this particular evening, Cowperwood, sitting alone in the library of his Michigan Avenue house, was brought face to face with the fact that he had lost. He had built so much on the cast of this single die. It was useless to say to himself that he could go into the council a week later with a modified ordinance or could wait until the storm had died out. He refused himself these consolations. Already he had battled so long and so vigorously, by every resource and subtlety which his mind had been able to devise. All week long on divers occasions he had stood in the council chamber where the committee had been conducting its hearings. Small comfort to know that by suits, injunctions, appeals, and writs to intervene he could tie up this transit situation and leave it for years and years the prey of lawyers, the despair of the city, a hopeless muddle which would not be unraveled until he and his enemies should long be dead. This contest had been so long in the brewing, he had gone about it with such care years before, and now the enemy had been heartened by a great victory. His aldermen, powerful, hungry, fighting men, all, like those picked soldiers of the ancient Roman emperors, ruthless, conscienceless, as desperate as himself, had in their last redoubt of personal privilege fallen, weakened, yielded. How could he hearten them to another struggle? How face the blazing wrath of a mighty populace that had once learned how to win? Others might enter here, Heckelheimer, Fischel, any one of a half dozen Eastern giants, and smooth out the ruffled surface of the angry sea that he had blown to a fury. But as for him, he was tired, sick of Chicago, sick of this interminable contest. Only recently he had promised himself that if he were to turn this great trick he would never again attempt anything so desperate or requiring so much effort. He would not need to. The size of his fortune made it of little worth. Besides, in spite of his tremendous vigor, he was getting on. Since he had alienated Aileen, he was quite alone, out of touch with anyone identified with the earlier years of his life. His all-desired Berenice still evaded him. True, she had shown lately a kind of warming sympathy, but what was it? Gracious tolerance, perhaps? A sense of obligation? Certainly little more, he felt. He looked into the future, deciding heavily that he must fight on, whatever happened. And then, while he sat thus drearily pondering, answering a telephone call now and then, the doorbell rang, and the servant brought a card which he said had been presented by a young woman who declared that it would bring immediate recognition. Glancing at it, Cowperwood jumped to his feet and hurried downstairs into the one presence he most craved. There are compromises of spirit too elusive and subtle to be traced in all their involute windings. From the earliest days when Berenice Fleming had first set eyes on Cowperwood, she had been moved by a sense of power, an amazing and fascinating individuality. Since then, by degrees, he had familiarized her with a thought of individual freedom of action and a disregard of current social standards which were destructive to an earlier conventional view of things. Following him through the Chicago fight, she had been caught by the wonder of his dreams. He was on the way toward being one of the world's greatest money giants. During his recent trips East, she had sometimes felt that she was able to read in the cast of his face the intensity of this great ambition, which had for its ultimate aim herself. So he had once assured her. Always with her he had been so handsome, so pleading, so patient. So here she was in Chicago tonight, the guest of friends at the Richelieu, and standing in Cowperwood's presence. "Why, Berenice," he said, extending a cordial hand. "When did you arrive in town? What brings you here?" He had once tried to make her promise that if ever her feelings toward him changed she would let him know of it in some way. And here she was tonight. On what errand? He noted her costume of brown silk and velvet, how well it seemed to suggest her cat-like grace. "You bring me here," she replied, with an indefinable something in her voice which was at once a challenge and a confession. "I thought from what I had just been reading that you might really need me now." "You mean?" he inquired, looking at her with vivid eyes. There he paused. "That I have made up my mind? Besides, I ought to pay some time." "Berenice!" he exclaimed reproachfully. "No, I don't mean that either," she replied. "I am sorry now. I think I understand you better. Besides," she added, with a sudden gaiety that had a touch of self-consolation in it, "I want to." "Berenice! Truly?" "Can't you tell?" she queried. "Well, then," he smiled, holding out his hands, and to his amazement she came forward. "I can't explain myself to myself quite," she added in a hurried, low, eager tone, "but I couldn't stay away any longer. I had the feeling that you might be going to lose here for the present. But I want you to go somewhere else if you have to. London or Paris. The world won't understand us quite, but I do." "Berenice!" He smoothed her cheek and hair. "Not so close, please. And there aren't to be any other ladies, unless you want me to change my mind." "Not another one, as I hope to keep you. You will share everything I have." For answer? How strange are realities as opposed to illusion. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In retrospect. The world is doused with too much religion. Life is to be learned from life, and the professional moralist is at best but a manufacturer of shoddy wares. At the ultimate remove, God, or the life force, if anything, is an equation, and at its nearest expression for man, the contract social, it is that also. Its method of expression appears to be that of generating the individual in all his glittering variety and scope, and through him progressing to the mass with its problems. In the end a balance is invariably struck wherein the mass subdues the individual, or the individual the mass, for the time being. For behold, the sea is ever dancing or raging. In the meantime there have sprung up social words and phrases expressing a need of balance, of equation. These are right, justice, truth, morality, an honest mind, a pure heart, all words meaning a balance must be struck. The strong must not be too strong, the weak not too weak. But without variation, how could the balance be maintained? Nirvana, nirvana, the ultimate, still equation. Rushing like a great comet to the zenith, his path a blazing trail, Cowperwood did for the hour illuminate the terrors and wonders of individuality, but for him also the eternal equation, the pathos of the discovery that even giants are but pygmies, and that an ultimate balance must be struck. Of the strange, tortured, terrified reflection of those who, caught in his wake, were swept from the normal and the commonplace, what shall we say? Legislators by the hundred, who were hounded from politics into their graves, a half a hundred aldermen of various councils who were driven grumbling or whining into the limbo of the dull, the useless, the commonplace, a splendid governor dreaming of an ideal on the one hand, succumbing to material necessity on the other, traducing the spirit that aided him the while he tortured himself with his own doubts. A second governor, more amenable, was to be greeted by the hisses of the populace, to retire brooding and discomfited, and finally to take his own life. Shy heart in hand, venomous men both, unable to discover whether they had really triumphed, were to die eventually puzzled. A mayor whose greatest hour was in thwarting one who contemned him lived to say, "It is a great mystery." He was a strange man. A great city struggled for a score of years to untangle that which was all but beyond the power of solution, a true Gordian knot. And this giant himself, rushing on to new struggles and new difficulties in an older land, forever suffering the goad of a restless heart, for him was no ultimate peace, no real understanding, but only hunger and thirst and wonder. Wealth, 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 a new grasp of a new great problem and its eventual solution, anew the old urgent thirst for life, and only its partial quenchment. In Dresden, a palace for one woman. In Rome, a second for another. In London, a third for his beloved Berenice, the lure of beauty ever in his eye. The lives of two women wrecked, a score of victims despoiled. Berenice herself weary, yet brilliant, turning to others for recompense for her lost youth. And he resigned and yet not, loving, understanding, doubting, caught at last by the drug of a personality which he could not gainsay. What shall we say of life in the last analysis? Peace, be still? Or shall we battle sternly for that equation which we know will be maintained whether we battle or not, in order that the strong become not too strong, or the weak not too weak? Or perchance shall we say, sick of dullness, enough of this, I will have strong meat or die, and die or live? Each according to his temperament, that something which he has not made and cannot always subdue, and which may not always be subdued by others for him. Who plans the steps that lead lives on to splendid glories, or twist them into gnarled sacrifices, or make them dark, disdainful, contentious tragedies? The soul within? And whence comes it? Of God? What thought engendered the spirit of Circe, or gave to Helen the lust of tragedy? What lit the walls of Troy, or prepared the woes of an Andromache? By what demon counsel was the fate of Hamlet prepared? And why did the weird sisters plan ruin to the murderous Scot? Double, double toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble. In the mulch of darkness are bedded the roots of endless sorrows and of endless joys. Canst thou fix thine eyes on the morning? Be glad, and If in the ultimate it blind thee, be glad also. Thou hast lived. End of Chapter 63. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. End of The Titan by Theodore Dreiser.